Oh.
You ready, Mr. May? Over.
Nice to see you, Harry Savalos.
Mr. President, and the honorable council members and my department heads, good evening again. Mr. President, we're live. You can go ahead. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, will we call the workshop to order?
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call for Municipal Council Workshop Session of September 15, 2020 at 6:30 p.m. Councilman Abdelaziz.
Present.
Thank you. Councilman Shirley.
Present.
Councilwoman Khan.
Here.
Councilwoman Davila.
Present.
Councilman Jackson.
Yeah.
Councilman Jackson. Councilman Mims.
Here.
Councilman Dress.
Present, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Mr. President.
Here.
Thank you. The third ward is vacant. Mr. President, you may continue.
Can you read the statement of compliance, Madam Clerk?
Yes, Mr. President, I will. Statement of compliance with the Open Public Meetings Law 2020 to 2021, meeting date September 15, 2020, time 6:30 p.m. Adequate notice of this meeting was compiled and disseminated in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Law in the following manner. 1. The annual notice of regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council was compiled for the year 2020 to 2021 or about July 1, 2020. 2. A schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly transmitted on or about July 1, 2020, to the North Jersey Herald News, the Record, the Arabic Voice, the Italian Voice, the St. County Pulse, the Dominicana News, the Skater International, El Especial, the Paterson Press, the City Post News, and Tap into Paterson, in addition to any other publication duly requesting such notices. 3. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was prominently posted in the lobby of City Hall, first floor, in the place reserved for the announcements of this type. 4. The schedule of the regular meetings and workshop sessions of the Municipal Council for the year 2020 to 2021 was duly filed with the municipal clerk. 5. A copy of the schedule of regular meetings of the Municipal Council was mailed to any person who requested and to pay the fee authorized by the Open Public Records Act. And anyone wishes to participate in the public portion, which will begin at 8 p.m., the number to dial is 973-321. Enter code 8326. Dial 973-321-1579. Code 8326. Press star 1 to listen to the meeting. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment. Or press star 3 to be added to the speaker list. And the public portion begins at 8 p.m. tonight at the workshop. Mr. President, over to you.
Yes, Madam Clerk. We'll entertain a motion for the payment of bills at this time.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Council President. For our payment of bills tonight, there's only one payment of bills. There's no COVID payment. This payment of bills does not include school or county. It is in the amount of $1,530,570.46. I make a motion.
There a second?
Second.
Moved by Councilman Mims, second by Councilman Chaudhry. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, just for Councilwoman Mims, you said $1,532,570.46.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Okay, roll call the payment of bills in the amount of $1,532,570.46. 46 cents. Councilman Abdelaziz? Councilman?
Yes.
Councilman Charlie?
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan?
Pass,
Councilwoman Davila? Yes.
yes.
Councilman Jackson? Okay. Councilman Mims?
Madam Clerk, you're right, it is 5:32. My 2 looked like a 0, so you're right. So I stand corrected, but thanks for that clarity. My vote is yes, Madam Clerk.
Thank you. Councilman Glass?
I had 2 questions, but I don't know, I missed the button to have a discussion. But if the chairperson of this bill, actually finance could explain me 2 things, only 2 things, simple. I never saw this payment doing for restoration vegetation of parks. So I don't know what is that garden acres fund. And this is the first time I see this. And the second one is why we had to go to individual premium for one individual for medical insurance.
Yeah? CFO?
Yes, I would ask Marge to jump in here. It's about the Garden State Preservation Trust Fund and then the Horizon payment.
Especially the Horizon payment is for one particular
As the
employee.
payment is, it is for one individual, for the, for an individual plan that we had to provide for this particular person. I don't know why we had to do this. I can certainly find out. It's for the 6-month policy premium from July to December 2020.
Mr. Chairman, may I, before I do my vote, because according, if this is a new individual in the city, why he's getting a premium of insurance out of the enrollment, okay? The enrollment is.
Chief McDermott?
People right on the English, but you did offer this, but please, vice personnel. No.
Chief McDermott, can you, yeah, thank you.
Okay, yeah. So the enrollment process starts in October, I believe, or whatever it is. If it is for 6 months, he got enrolled. It had to be a change of circumstance to get enrolled out of the enrollment period. If this is a new employee, or what happened? Tell me who
There's a
registered.
balance on the invoice itself. There's a balance from June. There's a reinstatement fee. So something may have happened with this particular individual. I don't know what the personal circumstances are. I can certainly ask the insurance manager for a response.
Finance, that is a lot of questions there. We can, if this is time sensitive, we could pull out this bill, particularly this one.
Well, would this cause this individual to, would this have any effect of his insurance, Marge?
So this payment, it's obviously it's past due and there's a reinstatement. Specifically, I don't know what happened. I can text the insurance manager in the meantime if you want to put this off for 5 minutes.
Okay, Councilman Velez.
I don't have the specific
Council
answer.
President,
Council President, we are in the middle of roll call though.
we're in the middle of.
Yeah, okay, I know, hold on.
There was no discussion.
Yeah, there was,
We
hold on,
actually passed the item already, so if we're gonna do that.
first of all,
Council President, I'd like to rescind my vote. I'd like to change.
hey, Council President, I understand that we are in vote, that's why I asked permission to vote a 2 question, and the reason is to
Hold on a minute.
Yeah.
Could you, next time, could you please ask for a discussion?
I was asking for a discussion, but I was muted.
Council President, if I may, this is really the procedure is not good right now. If we want to entertain this later on, let's Corporation Council let us know the right way to do it, so we meet all the legal obligations.
Councilman,
Corporation Council,
hold on a minute. I was gonna suggest, Councilman, this is $3,000 we're talking about. You used to have an employee that's current here in the city of Paterson. I am sure that the administration, we're gonna still research this, and we're gonna hold them accountable. It's just like everything else in the city. We have almost a $300 million budget when it comes at the end of it.
Well, I agree with your statement. The only problem I have is that I hear the finance,
So, council members, what I'm saying is, let's proceed. The councilman already brought his point across. The administration's gonna look into it. We can always take action later on. Let's just vote on this.
Council President?
Yes,
Council President, I have an explanation from the insurance manager. This is a dependent of a deceased firefighter's premium that didn't provide the city with the invoices so we could continue the coverage for the dependent. And they finally gave it to the city, and this is reinstating that policy until the end of the year. And then it's over.
thank you. Could we continue the roll call, please?
President, I'm waiting for Councilman Velez's vote.
thank you for the explanation, and it's due notice. My vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilman Velez.
They haven't explained about the funds of the parks.
That is a debt service payment that we make periodically, Councilman.
Thank you, thank you. Could we continue, please?
Yes, Councilwoman Daphne, you had a request on the floor to make some changes?
You can continue. Thank you, Council President.
Your yes, okay with your yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so Councilman Velez said yes, so now it's Councilwoman Todd. Councilwoman? You're muted.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Okay, thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
the vote is 7 in favor, 1 absent. Let the record reflect that the first ward is vacant. Therefore, payments are due this year by adopted. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I believe the administration have a presentation for number 48.
Yes, 48. Yes, at this time you're entertaining. Number 48 reads, I just read it to the rest.
Hold on a minute. I see, Director Rodriguez want to make a statement.
Okay.
Council President, he's having an issue getting logged in. As soon as I'm talking to Ryan on the phone right now, we're trying to get him logged in.
So, Madam Clerk, could we discuss number 49?
49. Oh, that's the finance. That's the budget for downtown state that needs for introduction. A resolution addressing 2020 budget procedure requirements for the downtown Paterson Special Improvement District. Authorizing reading by title only, authorizing budget introduction, directing the clerk to advertise it, and schedule a public hearing, directing the assessor to prepare an assessment roll of properties within the district. That's on the finance.
So council colleagues, I see, Mr. Orlando Cruz here, the SID director. If you have any questions pertaining to this item, could you please, ask the director at this time?
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Velez.
it would be healthy to have, the director explain what this budget means, and then we could create some question after his explanation.
Councilman, so you asked him that, that's what I just said.
No, I cannot ask him unless he don't deliver what he wants to with this budget. Can he explain what this budget means and why we have a $15,000 increase on it? Actually, 12, not 15, from 304, $9,000, I believe it is.
So you heard the question, I want you to give an overview in the budget. He asked this question, that's one of his questions, he has a suggestion, and he also is inquiring about the 15,000. I think it was very clear in that, so, that's it.
Thank you, Council President, Council members, Councilman Velez. The increase of $9,000 was a approved increase of 3% that the board of directors chose to increase this year just due to cost of living increases and the maintenance contract, the anticipation due to the minimum wage increasing, we expect their contract to come back with some requested increases in the future, so we're just preparing ourselves for those changes.
Director, I see that your changes include to personnel. Is that correct?
There was an increase into the personnel salary. Previously it was 40,000, and now it's 60.
And who is that personnel salary?
Myself.
Okay, so the board approved your increase.
Correct.
So who's the board?
It's made up of property owners in downtown, 100 Hamilton Plaza, Jason Chen, Irwin Bailey, who has a property on Main and Broadway, Susan Reyes, who has a property on Market Street, Matt Evans is our chair, who has a property on Fair Street and on Main Street, and Charles Florio, who has 2 large properties in downtown.
So do you have minutes of that meeting to increase your budget?
Minutes do exist of the meeting, correct, yes.
And the vote of everything that you guys decided in that meeting?
Yes, the meeting, there is minutes to that meeting.
Correct. And that meeting was performed when?
Back in January.
January, before COVID?
Correct.
So, and no increases in the expenses, only on the personnel, only in your salary, right?
Personnel, some of the marketing expenses are increased budgeted, just that gives us the ability to perform more marketing for the downtown district, and also to have funds for whenever we start doing events again to attract more business to the downtown.
So, Director, you say that the salary of the director went from 45 to 65 now?
From 40 to 60.
40 to 60.
Yeah.
40 to 60.
Correct.
That's correct. Director, what is the formula that you guys using to recover this from the percentage of the SID participant? What is the formula you guys doing?
The total budget is distributed amongst all of the property owners, and each property owner, based on their assessed value, they pay a percentage into the budget. So the higher assessed properties would pay a little bit more than some of those that are more lower assessed.
And last but not least, and I want to be clear on this. You say this happened what month? You said this increase?
The board approved that budget that you're looking at back in January.
January. Have you met after the pandemic started?
Been functioning throughout COVID. We have not stopped services, nor has the organization stopped meeting. The board of directors meet monthly.
Have you in your meetings in this past month and in between the COVID-19 pandemic situation, knowing that a lot of businesses was closed and et cetera, do you think that the taxpayers and the individuals that are in SID are capable to fulfill that budget, knowing that they are right now in financial distress because of the pandemic?
Correct, Councilman. The board of directors are property owners. They're the ones that suggested the increase and approved it. Also, the property owners within the district all vote on it as well. They all have a say, they all have a voice. 98% of our properties are made up of property owners and not the business owners. So if you're referring to some businesses being closed down, those are tenants of the property, not necessarily the property owner. The SID is made up of the property owners, not the businesses.
Correct. So you don't think there's a domino effect if you don't have tenants? The owners of those property cannot fulfill a budget of SID? You don't think there's a combination there that if I don't have tenants, how am I going to pay my mortgage? How am I going to move forward with my responsibility in the budget SID?
Correct.
That was in January. I'm trying to see if it's suitable to move forward with this approval of this budget, new budget, after it's approved in January, but, you know, that change of circumstance, goes into, from March to now, having in a financial distress for the whole entire city, especially business owners and especially renters in downtown.
Totally understandable, Councilman. Luckily, none of our businesses have been shut down. They're all up and running, and have been doing very well since all of the reopenings, all the restaurants and all of the retail stores as well. But the property owners, at the end of the day, the property owners can vote this budget up or down. The choice is theirs. It's not ours. If the property owners choose not to approve the budget, then it doesn't go. But again, the board of directors chose this proposed budget, and the board of directors is primarily made up of the largest paying property owners within the district. They saw fit that this 3% increase was suitable during this time. They still feel the same way because we've met every month since. And also, the average increase with that 3% is probably around $26.
So, Director, I know that you were there almost a year, this is your first year there. For the viewer that probably don't know what we're talking about, and I see you said nothing, but a lot of people don't know that's nothing what you're doing out there. Can you tell me if the business owner and property owner are getting back whatever they invest in service?
I mean, at the end of the day, that's their, you have to ask each business how they feel about it. But as far as I'm concerned, they get above and beyond services that we provide as an SID. The maintenance is daily, 7 days a week. So we've heard nothing but positive feedback from the property owners and the merchant. Like I said, our downtown is made up of 98%. The property owner is not necessarily the occupant of the space. Somewhere in the 95 to 98% is tenant occupied, not owner occupied. A lot of the property owners live out of the city and in most cases out of the state. The actual property owner, which we represent, but the business owner that occupies the space, we have not heard not one complaint in the time that I've taken over of the services that are being provided on a daily basis.
Council President, I don't have no other question. If you could put this on regular, that would be good.
Councilwoman Khan?
Thank you. I just want to ask, Mr. Cruz, as you know, I have a sit in my fourth ward, in our fourth ward club. And, I attend, they invite me to their meetings, and I go to their meetings. And when they have complaints or problems, they know who to, refer it to. And I can say that they really, we do our best to help them with any kind of situation that they have. But, and it's quite interesting to attend the SIDS meeting. It really is. You get to know the different property owners that are inside. But my question is, the commercial district service, what is that? That's the people that's working downtown cleaning? Is that them?
Correct, Councilwoman. That's the maintenance contract. And attached, you should actually have the service agreement between us, the SID and CDS, and also a breakdown of how they distribute their monies and for services.
Oh, okay. So you said it's inside.
Yeah, attached to what I sent last week was their actual service agreement as an example of what we're working with, and also I think because it was requested last year is the payment that we make to them, which is $200,000. They provided a breakdown on how they distribute that money as well. Again, it was asked for last year, so I proactively make sure I sent it this year.
Right. Okay. All right. Because I see also, I'm looking at it. Am I on? Yes, I'm on. The insurance went down tremendous. I see the insurance piece of it.
Yeah, we were able to, just throughout the year, I was able to cut a lot of the, what I saw was just extra spending from the previous director. For example, I mean, the cell phone came down significantly. A lot of the office and administrative costs and insurance, because we don't physically have anybody on the ground doing maintenance, we were able to cut a lot of the insurance costs, which allowed us to allocate some of that money to more marketing and beautification projects.
Okay. Well, I know they had done several projects, I mean, I'm saying 4 or 5 years ago, where they did like the Christmas lighting, they did Halloween stuff, so that would be considered in the marketing and social media events?
Events, absolutely, yeah. We were able to participate in some last year. Obviously, due to COVID, we probably won't have much to do this year, but we are working with the city through UEZ and the Economic Development Department. And back to what the Councilwoman, what you mentioned about attending the meetings, we do have Penny from UEZ and Mike Powell, who represent the city at our SID meetings.
Okay.
They attend very often. So a lot of the issues that the property owners bring up usually get funneled right to economic development, and then through the proper channels, through the proper department to handle those issues.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Council President. Thank you, Mr. Cruz.
Thank you.
Right, is the director of DPW here? Billy? Is the company ready to do the presentation or yet?
I don't think so.
Alright, Madam Clerk, at this time, let's just continue then.
Okay, so we will.
I'm sorry, this is Jason Neff from PSNS. Is this, were you talking about PSNS making the presentation?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was under the impression that we were gonna be last in the agenda. I just joined the meeting.
Council President?
I dismiss.
Councilman Velez, hold on a minute. I was asked to put you first, so I don't know, if you're not ready, we can put you last, that's fine.
I can share my screen and I can give the presentation now. I'm just setting up my camera in just a moment.
Council President?
Am I done, Council President?
Yes, you are. We're gonna put it on consent, non-consent. We're gonna put number 48.
Thank you very much, council members.
Yes, Councilman Velez.
No, it was that. I didn't want to keep Orlando. He had to do his family duties at this time.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'm going to try to share my screen at this time.
Mr. President, this is item 48 that you give the presentation, correct?
Correct.
Okay, there's a resolution of support from the city of Paterson to submit a long-term control plan with the municipal and regional approach. If you're going to define this at all, first, thank you.
The screen.
President himself, that I do believe there are government scientists working in this business who are actively trying to undermine any kind of effort to produce a vaccine or therapy.
We're getting a news coverage. It's in Neff.
At least they say something about vaccine. Some, yeah.
Council President, I got disconnected before and I'm back on now.
Sure. In the process of starting the presentation.
Okay.
Jason, that had worked a minute ago. We did see your screen briefly.
Yes, I'm trying to get it so that I have the presentation on one and I have notes on another, so forgive me, I'm just getting some technical difficulties.
Do you mind if we continue until you're ready?
If you don't mind, that would be great.
Do that.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
My apologies.
No problem. Let's go to, Madam Clerk, let's go to number 45.
Council President?
Councilman?
Yeah, and also I told Director Billy and to the gentleman that is in the screen that supply us with a hard copy of his presentation in this package. I don't see it. I only have mine, yeah.
Councilman, the day of the committee meeting, You made copies and you made sure that you,
Oh, yeah, sorry, they in your bin, sorry, correct, yes, I did.
every council person was just send a PDF of the slides.
Correct, I put it in the mailbox, nice.
Madam Clerk, number 45, please.
Yes, Mr. President, item 45, award of contract to Laboratory Corporation of American Holding for coronavirus 19 testing for the health.
Council members, any questions on this item? Councilwoman Davila?
What's the number?
Councilwoman Cotton?
45 is the number.
45. Councilwoman Davila, you have the floor at this time.
Thank you, Council President. So, this company, so this is, they do not have a contract with the city currently, correct? Council President, who's gonna answer my questions?
We have the service director here?
Council President, before we start this item, as the Chair of Health and Human Services, I would request, and I did request that Dr. Paul Persaud should be on this meeting. If he is on this meeting, please he should be advised, or she's the one that should be answering these questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I did ask for the floor.
I see that he's
He's here, I don't see him.
Yeah, I don't know if he's having a little trouble, but I froze. So I'm sorry. Council, what was the question? I know he's on.
Paul's here.
Dr. Paul is on. He was just on voice a minute ago. So if it happened the same thing, I just had to reset my computer. But he is on.
Council President, I would advise that I know the council, people are gonna have many questions. Dr. Paul Persaud could be on for this discussion. If you want to go to a different item until he is on, and then we'll go back.
Council President, just for the record, I did have the floor.
Yeah,
But I
Councilwoman.
I think I'm on now.
Hold on a minute, hold on.
Dr. Persaud is on.
Okay, now he's on, but he was having technical difficulties, so we're gonna move on to something else. But let's continue now. Answer your question again, Councilwoman Davila.
Thank you, Council President. I wanted to ask Dr. Persaud, so this company that the city wants to award the contract to LabCorp, do we currently have a contract with them?
We currently have a contract with them for other testing that we do at the Division of Health. We have contracts with them for numerous years now.
Okay, but this specific contract is for COVID-19 testing?
Yes, yeah, this one is for COVID-19. It's just another test that we add on to the different tests that we have contracts with them for other testing. This is just an addition.
Can I just answer why this wasn't done earlier? I mean, we've been 6 months with this pandemic. I'm looking at this contract not to exceed $750,000.
Yes. Why it wasn't done earlier? I would say that when we were in this pandemic, at one point of time, when the pandemic just started, we considered testing, but the county came in and they said they were going to do testing, and after that we focused heavily on disease investigation and contact tracing. So our focus was mostly during those months. Our focus was mostly on disease investigation and tracing. During that period of time, also the city has engaged other companies to do testing. This testing that we are doing now is going to be somewhat different.
Can you elaborate? Oh, sorry, you still have the floor. I'm sorry.
Yes, I do, because, I'm looking at it, so the city went to bid, correct? Is the city went to bid, okay? And I see here, Laboratory of America Holdings from Raritan, and then St. Joe's Hospital from Paterson. I'm just trying to figure out, the way we've been doing things, these last 6-7 months, it's interesting because you said when we were in the pandemic, we still are in the pandemic?
No, I said specifically the months of April, May, and June, when we were in the heights of the pandemic. Since then, our case count have come down tremendously. I was referring specifically when we were in the heights of the pandemic here in Paterson. We are still in the pandemic. The entire world is. So that's why it's called a pandemic. But our case count have come down tremendously. We're not in the month of April, May, and June right now.
Okay, so then why the need for this contract of $750,000? I'm trying to figure it out.
Mm-hmm. So there's a need for this. The reason why is that we have testing going on in the city. This testing that we are proposing is on-demand testing. The testing that we've had so far, testing where you can go and schedule an appointment. If you live in the 6th ward, then you schedule an appointment for the 6th ward. Whenever there's testing there, people show up. Unfortunately, not everyone shows up to these events, and there is a gap. For example, there are various reasons. One of the reasons that I mentioned is that sometimes people they're at work during the day. Testing stops at 3 p.m. Sometimes people just wake up a little later, and they can't, and some people just do not. We know that. In our population, sometimes we have to take it to the population. That's what is called community health. That's what local health departments do. We do community health. So this testing is geared now to mop up. This is not in lieu of other testing, because other testing will still continue in the city of Paterson. This is to go in and fill the gaps where there are gaps that we see. Then we can go and offer additional testing. So this is what we're talking about here: additional testing on demand.
Council President, there's so much more I want to say, but I'm going to leave it there, and I know that Councilwoman Cotton had the floor next. Thank you.
Feel free, this is workshop, but
I'll come back.
Councilwoman Cotton, then Councilman Velez.
Thank you, Council President. I need to ask Dr. Prasad, you said this is like a mop-up. You're saying so they'll come out at 8 and 9 o'clock at night to do testing? Is that what you mean by that?
Yes, Councilwoman. This is what we planned in our plan. We're going to have non-traditional hours of testing. That has not been offered in this city so far. We're taking the extra step to meet people in their community. That's why it's called a community outreach. We are taking the tests to people now. In the past, what has happened is that, as I said, you make an appointment or you show up at a designated site because it was advertised that you're going to be there. Unfortunately, and we've had the experience with HIV and other diseases, other outbreaks. Very often in inner cities, sometimes people do not respond to this type of testing. They do sometimes, for whatever reason. We can list a myriad of reasons why people may not show up for testing. We want to take this testing to those that are out there that may not show up and offer them the opportunity to have testing. At the same time, other testing is going on at the city. We're not doing this in lieu of other testing. So it's more testing, to flatten this curve and to continue to keep this curve flat and to one point crush this whole thing. Is we're going to have to do testing and isolation and testing and isolation. So the more people we can diagnose, it's better, because we take them out and we isolate them. This is going to help our case count. Now, here's the other thing. Everyone is predicting a surge. The term they use is a second wave. Now, I don't know if we're out of the first wave or when we're still in the first wave, or when a second wave is going to start. So I prefer to use the word surge. If there's a surge in cases in the fall, we have to be prepared. We have to be out there testing and testing and testing. Right now, that's the only thing. That's the only thing we can do is test and isolate. Test and isolate. You know, it's what we have to do now. So if there's a second wave from the fall, we're also going to be very, very prepared.
Well, let me just ask you, Dr. Prasad. It says the contract is not to exceed $750,000. What are they charging per test, and how many people can it cover? Up to this, I don't think they have a cutoff date, but it says not to exceed 750,000. How much are they charging?
There is a cutoff date, Councilman, of November 14th. The lab is charging $100 per test, to run the test.
Oh, $100 per test.
Yes.
And you said November 14th is the cutoff date?
That is the cutoff date based on the funding that we have right now.
Oh, okay. So the contract may not get up to 750,000.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. So it's $100 per. But you know what? Even on the resolution, it doesn't say anything about community. I don't know. You keep saying community outreach. I don't see that nowhere.
On the plan, I don't know if you have a copy of the plan with you, Councilman, but if you look at the plan, it clearly states. I have it in my hands here, and it clearly states City of Paterson Community Outreach COVID-19 Testing Proposal.
Well,
and it clearly states testing on demand. I don't know if you can see it here, but I think you should have a copy of this.
Dr. Prasad, we do not have that.
So the plan was sent over to Madam Clerk, and it was also sent over to the committee. So Madam Clerk said she did upload it to DocuWare, and I did send it to the committee as well, an updated copy just as an additional reinforcement.
Council,
I can forward it to you right now to the entire council through Madam BA if for some reason you receive it.
Council President, I just put clarification on the floor to my council colleagues so no one's confused. This item in front of you is not the plan. What's in front of you is for the company that will run the tests. So once you administer the test has to go somewhere. This contract is just for the company to test it and give you results. The plan is totally outside this contract. So the LabCorp is just for the company to run the test. So just make it very clear, this 750 does not cover salaries, does not cover expenses for administering the plan. Just I want to make that clear because I think that's what Councilwoman Cotton was looking at it. This contract is just for the company to run the test. Thank you.
Well, then let me ask you, Councilman Al. Well, who's going to be running the test then? You're saying this is
Councilman from the Great Fourth Ward. That's why we have a director of health to answer all your questions. I'm the councilman of Sixth Ward, not the person running the test. So
that's a good question.
I yield to the director.
That's a good question, Councilman Ruby Cotton. When you hear about testing, what it really means, anyone that's doing testing, all they do is they take a specimen. The tests are done in a lab. So,
Can you please unmute yourself?
Yes, good.
Dr. Prasad, could we stick please to the question, right?
Yes.
You already made it clear that this company is gonna perform, basically do the test. The question that the councilwoman asked is, who will be administering the test? Could we answer that question first, please?
Well, if I could interpret what you're asking is who will be actually performing the test. The way I can answer this question is we're gonna have testers to actually take the specimen. This test is a self-administered test.
So
now the specimen, Councilwoman Cotton, the specimen once collected is processed and sent on to LabCorp.
Dr. Prasad, that is the process. Who's going to be putting the injection?
Yes, please. Dr. Prasad, I know you're listening to me, and you continue. Can you please? Who will be performing the test? Is it your staff? Is it a company? We want to start there. How about that?
Dr. Paul, you're on mute.
Yeah. We're hiring temporary staff to do this, Council President.
Okay, so you're hiring temporary staff. It's not gonna be your staff. You're hiring temporary staff.
Yes.
Okay. How many staff are you I'm sorry, who had the floor? Councilwoman Cotton? Are you finished with the questioning?
You're muted, Councilwoman.
Yep, yes, I'm finished, because I know, he's gonna eventually get to the answer.
I think, Councilwoman Mims, you wanted the floor? I know Councilman Velez wants to speak. Councilman Velez?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Council President. I was making some notes here. It's hard to understand a question when it comes up to a minister, but I believe there should be some personnel that Dr. Prasad has in place to do those tests and then send it to the lab. So we're going to be paying not exceed $750,000, and the person is going to receive the specimen of the individual that is putting the injection or whatever to find out if you have COVID-19. My question is, so he says it's $100 per test. So that will only supply roughly, if I'm not mistaken, 7,500 tests. If it's like that, I don't know if it's 70,000 probably. How many tests that will cover? Basically, right now we only have, so far, we only have 9,896 tests administered in the city of Paterson. If I'm following the dashboard of Department of Health, so 9,896 is already administered. Some of them have been coming back positive, 7,422 out of the 9,896 had come back confirmed. But what I'm concerned is that everybody knows here, since COVID-19 started, I did almost 5 tests already. That's me myself. So how many people are repeaters tester? And what I'm afraid is that it's not reaching to everyone. If I'm gonna do 5 times a month, and I do another 5 next month, that will be 10. I'll be absorbing that $750,000 that it was assigned for that not exceed. Now, if you look at the amount of money that have been spent so far in COVID-19 in the city of Paterson, 9,896 individuals have been tested in Paterson only, from a population of 150,000 plus that we have. And if you telling me that $750,000 is going to cover another $140,000 resident in the city of Paterson, somebody is doing the math wrong to cover the whole city in testing. Now, if you look at the paper on the back, hold on, see, this is the thing. We in workshop, we got 3 documents here. I don't go by whereas. I'm a discovery individual, so I like to read what I'm going to approve. If you look at the back of the 3rd page that they gave us, there's an email sent, and I hope people look at it, September 11th, all right? That's what's last Friday, all right? And it says, attached is a drafted resolution for a one of the split award. That means there's more than that. So somebody split this.
Councilman.
Split. So hold on, Councilman, let me finish.
Let me clarify, because I'm in Human Services, if you don't mind.
Correct.
Councilman Abdelaziz, you wanna answer his questions? I know what he's talking about splitting.
Yes.
So let me finish. You no, because the thing is, I don't want to speak a lot. That's why. If I finish, then you could answer me. If I'm wrong, you could clarify.
No, let's let him speak. If he allows us to clarify, he didn't have to speak on the matter of splitting again. But go ahead, Councilman Velez. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
No, based on my experience in this meeting, when they interrupt me, they don't come back to me. That's why I want to do everything in one shot, and I want to finish. And the other thing is, I believe the RFP was done in 2020. I don't know why it has a 2021-9. 9 means the month that we are, September, okay? And it will have a 2020 in the year instead of 2020. Now, Dr. Prasad say that to fill out the gap, additional testing is demanded. So we talking about $750,000, not exceeding that amount. What guarantee that we are going to be covering not the repeaters individual only, just the whole entire city, if we are spending this money? Now, we have two resolutions here, 45 and 46, and they have to have a nice conversation, because why we splitting this, why we doing that, why we moving over here, why we should have this money lingering around, who's going to be administering, all that baloney. So I just want to know.
Councilman Velez, can you please clarify the email, please?
Thank you, Council President. So originally, Councilman from the 5th Ward is correct that number 45 and number 46 were together. We decided in committee to split these items because technically they're two different items. And St. Joseph Hospital, that is a $30,000 resolution, is for a service that they already provided, right? As that is my understanding, that this was for testing during the March, April, May, when we were looking for testing, and that this was for their bill for a service that they provided. And I felt, and the committee felt, that lumping it in with a $750,000, the hospital is a community organization, they should not be tied in on the same item, Councilman. I was going to explain that when we got to number 46, but St. Joseph's, it is my understanding, and you have the VA, the director, and the public health officer here to say that that is for a service that is already provided months ago. So, and that's why we decided to split it, because the one in front of you is for moving forward, and number 46 is for a bill that we owe for something that we already provided. Thank you.
Council President, to the chair, real quick.
And then Councilwoman Mims after Councilwoman.
Chairman, I have a question, because I'm hearing for services already provided, which means, and I remember conversations quite in the middle of the hundreds of people being tested and testing positive and people dying, that we discussed having a contract. So you mean to tell me that services were rendered, so they never provided us the contract?
Council President, so that's why, Council President and Councilwoman, you have valid points and questions. That's why this is split. When we get to 46, I think you guys could introduce it. 750 is the meat and potatoes of what's going on.
But I'm just saying, this is the way we do business. For months we were discussing getting a contract together. Before we rendered services and had to pay.
Councilwoman, we're going to go there now.
That's the next one. So thank you.
Next one. This is the next one. Councilwoman Mims.
So I have a couple questions. So, based on the score for giving it to LabCorp, what is the variance of the 0.4 as to what St. Joseph missed that they were not awarded the contract?
LabCorp and St. Joe's, Councilman Williams, it's different. That's why I guess they're going to explain the split to you. All I'm responding to is LabCorp, which got the contract to do the testing for the City of Paterson Division of Health. It's different from St. Joe's Hospital. What they're doing testing, whether they're using their own lab or whether they're using LabCorp or whether they're using BioReference. That's totally different. The City of Paterson Division of Health. This what we're talking about here now specifically is awarding a contract for the lab that is going to be running the test for us, and that lab is LabCorp.
I understand that. I'm asking, based on the resolution, there are the different, entities that went to bid, and out of the 4 that we received, correct? Are you reading the same result? Out of the 4 received, LabCorp was picked. LabCorp was first, St. Joseph was second. The difference between the 2 is a 0.4 variance. I'm asking, what caused the variance to be a 0.4 differential, and why you picked? Did LabCorp have more resources? Were they what is the rationale behind the variance in the scoring system as to why you picked LabCorp over St. Joseph?
Again, Councilwoman Mims, LabCorp paired up to another lab out of Massachusetts. So when we did the scoring, we got 4 respondents for these bids, right? So we put them in 2 buckets, if you want to say, labs and provider of testing. So St. Joe's Hospital fell into that bucket of providing testing. Whatever lab they use, it's up to them, it doesn't matter. Now, when it comes to lab, there were 2 bids for labs. One bid was from LabCorp, and one from a company in Massachusetts. So obviously, after scoring both companies and looking at the logistics and looking at the performance, then the experience we have, LabCorp got that because we already have a relationship with them, and they won that bid over a company in Massachusetts. Now, when it came to St. Joe's was in a bucket with another company, and when compared to that company, St. Joe's, St. Joe's was given the award. So we have to be. I don't know what you're actually looking at. Maybe you have a document that is. But I'm just trying to explain to you so that you can be divided.
Because I'm going to elongate it, right? Because it's a very clear question. So if you can just send me the details as to how you came up with the selection process or through the scoring system that you picked. Not always that they have to have the top score or whatever. I'm just asking because I've asked in the past when it comes to scoring systems, how we do it. I just want to identify for this because we've had a lot of concerns, right? And then having testing
McDermott, we have to, let me try to make Councilwoman Mims.
So Councilwoman Mims, the purchasing department have all that information, and they can.
Okay, so I just want to see that. I just want to see how we came about because we had a lot of concerns. We were asking, we didn't have any test site. Then we got it. Everything was kind of rushed on. We didn't have any information. Here's another question. Do we have enough equipment, because I don't see that in this document, will there be enough PPE equipment to sustain us through this process? Is that included in this budget, not to exceed the $750,000?
The PPE is provided through our Office of Emergency Management through the fire department. So we rely on the fire department to provide us with PPE. And from my understanding, we also have a stock of PPE here in our health department. But from what I understand, there is adequate PPE to provide this.
Another question I have, based on the past information that we received from COVID back from March 16th until present, this is more of a proactive approach, correct? Based on the guesstimation that there will be possibly an uprising. If there is not an uprising, what is the alternate plan? Because I don't see that in here. I just see this is what we want to do. We want to approve this. Well, what if COVID stays flat? What happens at that point?
So this is a plan that goes up to November 15, Councilwoman Mims. At that time, it all has to do with funding. We don't know, so that's why there's a cutoff. If we have to go, for example, a week more or 2 weeks more, we have some additional funding in reserve, not from COVID dollars. Well, it is from COVID dollars, but for some dollars that were given to us through the Health Officers Association. So we have that in reserve just in case. But obviously, to proceed with testing would depend on the availability of funding. But right now, the COVID funding that we have approved, that we were asking for this, would provide testing until the 14th of November.
Okay, I have some more, but I just have one more question. You said that there's gonna be a temporary staff, that you'll be using. Is that a temporary, staffing agency? Who will be hiring them? How are we gonna identify those individuals? Are they gonna be trained and certified, individuals? Are they gonna be volunteers as we had them in the past? I just wanna make sure we're not going through the same process. I remember Councilwoman Zavala identifying someone that was working without proper equipment. So I want to make sure we're saying we're going to give the staff, I see numbers in here, that total approximately $22,000 for staff, and you have program specialists and clinic attendants, all these things in here. Who will be hiring these individuals? Is it internally through the city? Is it someone that we will oversee? What will that process look like?
Councilman Mims, the positions were advertised, and people were asked to, people applied for the positions. One thing we need to understand is testing has changed over time. The testing that we're doing now is not the testing that was done many months ago. But the personnel that we're going to hire will be personnel that are qualified and they're advertised.
Okay, so I don't understand. Dr. Paul hears everyone's question, but every time I try to interject, he doesn't stop. I want him to stick to the question at hand. With all due respect, Dr. Paul, the question was previously asked by Councilman Velez, but I guess Councilwoman wanted you to be more specific pertaining who will be performing the test. Now, you basically stated, and I'm gonna take this opportunity since I interrupted Dr. Paul at this moment. So we have a situation. So we gotta perform 7,500 tests. We haven't hired the staff yet, right? And according to Dr. Paul, this gotta be done by November 14th. That's the cutoff time. So we're basically tying up $750,000 of the money that was allocated by the county, which I don't know why we have to allocate so much at this time. We could always come back to the council and increase the amount. It's just a suggestion, because based on what I heard is that these tests are on demand. It's not like we're gonna have a site where everyone could just go there. And so I don't see how you could do 7,500 tests on demand when you only have until November 14th and you still don't have the staff together to do this test. I just don't get it, but
I just have one last question, Council President.
Yes.
My last question is based on, Council President, he took the data, but based on the data of the 7,500 tests, I would like to see over the last 60 days, the number of tests that we did. Because if the need does not warrant or justify this request, Council President, we may need to revisit it or possibly look at removing it. But we need to look and see over the last 30 to 60 days, what type of tests were done. Did we have enough tests to quantify the need of this type of dollar amount? Everything should be needs-based assessment. I'm not sure how many tests were done. We should have that data to identify how many were done. That this is a lot of money, $750,000, not to exceed that amount up to November the 2nd, but I would like to know what that number looked like. If the number is not 7,000 over that time from when the spike was high, why are we doing it? So we always should be doing a needs-based assessment. So I would like to see that information over the last 60 days for the last 2 months. Or actually, let's see it from March 16th when COVID hit until present, so we can see what that total looks like and to see if we really need to do this or how much we need to do. Thank you.
Council President?
Councilwoman Dalia.
So, as I started in the beginning, because we mentioned, the the highest peak was March, April, even beginning a little in the beginning of May. Dr. Prasad mentioned something where Councilwoman Mims is saying, you know, who are we hiring, right? Who's doing the hiring? And he says advertisement was done for these positions, which means to me, we still don't have anyone in place. Madam BA, do we have people in place already to start if this is approved next week?
We would be very close to being ready because we've already advertised. We would have to, I know they're starting the review process and interviewing, and then it would be the onboarding. So by the time this is passed, we could start probably for the first week of October, which is what our budget documents are looking at.
What background checks are needed?
So that's part of the onboarding process. So the drug test, all of that.
So my point, Council President, to this is there's a November 2nd date, right? So we're looking at a very short window, not knowing if we're going to have the staff that's necessary. You know, as I started, you know, I questioned the 750,000. You know, we have the option of moving forward and, you know, deciding if we as a council want to support this with this amount of money for next week. I, on a personal, don't think that we would be ready with what I'm hearing and with some of the questions that Dr. Prasad cannot answer. That's all I just want to put on record. Thank you.
Council President, if there is any question that has not been answered.
Could we please request the floor? I don't mean to be rude, but could you please, we're having a meeting, just make believe you're in the council chambers. Just because we're using this, you know, this tool that we're using right now to hold it, doesn't mean that you could just ask for the floor, please, so we could have a more, you know, organized meeting. I'll let you speak right now, Dr. Paul. If you wish to have the floor, please ask for the floor. Madam Director, you've been asking for the floor for a while, Director Castillo. I'll let you speak at this time.
Okay, well, I just wanted to be able to clarify a few of the things that I think were left kind of in the air. The first one, I'm going to start backwards, so don't mind me, I'm sorry. The PPE, the Health Division, and OEM, we have been working with PPE to make sure that for the staff that is being onboarded, they will have everything necessary to do the job that they need to do. Second, staff is being hired by the city of Paterson, so it's, you know, qualified staff. I know the Madam BA just said they are going through all of the personnel reviewing to make sure that we get the individuals on board who obviously are certified and can do this job. Who will be providing, same thing, individuals will be brought on to the city, and the scoring process, as Dr. Paul kind of alluded to, was broken down into two kind of buckets. One was for labs and one's for providers, so they were scored a little bit differently. We can provide those to you. St. Joe's is, people are going there to get tested. This mobile type of testing is to reach individuals that are more of a vulnerable population, those who don't necessarily won't get tested, and the ones that we're missing. So we want to make sure that although it's a pilot and it's a small amount of weeks, it's to get all those individuals who might have COVID or might be spreading the virus, who either are uninsured, who may not necessarily go to a hospital or to a testing site. We would be working with senior sites as well as our shelters, among others, to get them tested to make sure that that population is being part of it as well. So that's why it was scored a little bit differently. So we're going to partner with senior sites, with shelter sites, but as well as to locations in the community where those members tend not to get tested.
Thank you for the clarification, Director. Now I have a better idea of what we're actually doing.
Council President, just quickly, I know that Councilman Velez is gonna have the floor, but Madam Director said, Director Castillo said that they're gonna partner up with senior sites. Did we not do this? Did we not already have a plan with our senior sites?
So our senior sites are getting checked or have been tested in two rounds. One is Housing Authority, they were using FastMed, or Dr. Conchi, I'm sorry, and then the private senior sites, a lot of them use FastMed, and also the state has come into partner. But this is to provide continuous testing. Some individuals at the first round were scared to do so, some of our seniors especially. They did get an opportunity various times, but also as this new season of allergy and flu season comes around, it's to give them an additional opportunity to get tested if they choose to as well. And we would go to them instead of them going to a testing site. Now, each building still has the opportunity to do massive testing for the entire building. We continue working with them on that. But this is just another opportunity for them to do so, like Dr. Paul said, kind of an on-demand, if there was a relative or if they're in that ward in that area at that time.
Thank you. Councilman Velez?
Mr. President, thank you. Once again, I know that in the beginning from March up to, I believe, the month of May, there was a combined effort between the county and the state and the city regarding testing. We all know that. You know, some was the county, some was the state funding and whatever. But I'm reading this document here, and I wish somebody could tell me, is this a copy of the contract available already? And then I ask my question, if there's a contract available at this time, because I'm reading number 4 over here, and it says the copy of the contract, and this resolution should be available for inspection in the city clerk office. So after we vote on Tuesday, why they cannot supply a copy of the contract, and we will see what is in the contract moving forward. If we see a resolution here.
Hold on, you asked a question, so let's have the answer, then we'll continue.
Correct.
Corporation Counsel, are you there? I think you have to unmute yourself if you're.
Yes, I was talking, I'm sorry. The contract is currently being drafted. It's being drafted by Dominic Sampone and our purchasing agent, Harris Follows. And I can have them provide that contract to you, make sure it's done prior to voting next Tuesday, so I can have it done probably by Friday.
Is there any chance, yeah, it could be done by Friday, and then based on that contract, we will take action on this. I feel more comfortable reading the contract that I don't want hitting, you know, a little closer in the contract that say if we go exceed, then we had to go and pay, and go and this come back and again approve an extension. I want to know what that contract say. If that contract is only soil for the 750, I understand, but 7,000. But if the contract has other wording, it will extend what we want to vote here, then we have a situation. Now, last but not least question. Why in the world, if it's only 30,000, they didn't submit a different...
We're not there yet. We're still we're not discussing that resolution yet, Councilman.
Oh, I know, that's why it is a little bit confusing, Council President, because how are we gonna discuss 45 and not include 46? Then we have to start asking the same question, but...
46 is a whole different service. It's related to COVID testing, but it's different.
Yeah, but if you look at the wording, of 45, okay, the wording of 45 is other words saying, we need to do this with 46, and 46 saying, we did it because 45. So, unfortunately, number 45...
Councilman, we'll have that discussion when we go to 46.
Correct.
We'll go there.
All right, no problem. And I will hold my question to 46.
So hopefully this is, let me just ask briefly. We asked Dr. Prasad, what was the basically grading? I think Councilwoman Mims was curious to know, how were these companies evaluated? Was there a weighted average, and which things were taken into account? And I want to ask our purchasing agent, was our purchasing agent involved in this RFP at all or no?
Good evening, Council President, Council members, BA, Dr. Prasad. Yes, the purchasing division was involved in the process. We issued a request for proposal seeking to obtain the COVID testing services. The result of that we was forwarded to Dr. Prasad for review. How it was reviewed, we start every proposal does have a criteria So a team is assembled in order to go over the proposals received. So first, they had to sign a conflict of interest form in which they attest they had no interest whatsoever in any of the companies that get reviewed. Secondly, the team meet, by themselves or with a group, they start to scoring, because also scoring sheets are provided to the team. So they open every single proposal according to their findings, they rate it accordingly. 3, 5, 7, 10 is the max. So when we receive a recommendation based on those numbers stated and the resolution in front of you, we proceed preparing the resolution.
Thank you. Thank you. Hopefully that clarified your question, Councilwoman Mims. You might not have the specifics of how it was weighted, what were the categories. Do you happen to know, Harry, if real quick, what the category was? And the only reason I'm asking, normally we don't do this, but I heard Dr. Paul Prasad saying that we went with one of the companies because we have worked with them in the past. So, I didn't think that comment, I don't know if that was part, I hope that wasn't part of the grading system, but, do you know the criterias of?
Yes, I have it right in front of me.
Can you read them real quick?
Council President,
Yes.
evaluation criteria. The city will evaluate the offer received based on the following criteria: perception and responsibility for the city request services, quality, experience, and expertise. Service offered, the approach to those, and of course the fees.
Got it. Thank you. Councilman, Abdelaziz?
Thank you, Council President. So, I've heard many of my council colleagues, but I just want to say a few comments. Let's not be mistaken on, I know we have the process and the questions, but at the end of the day, I want to make it very clear that testing is needed, right? Right now, we don't have the same amount of positives, but with the flu season coming in, allergies, schools are starting up. Many of our residents and their students are back in school. I know Paterson Public Schools are not open as of now, but life is going to go on. They're going to open up again. So we need to have some testing systems set in place, because at the end of the day, if we test, that's how we can stop the spread. And it's very important that we have something in place. And I just want that to be on the record. I'm not saying this is what we need, or this is what you guys, that's on each individual council person, but I want to reiterate that testing is needed. We need to be ready for, a second wave, as many people are saying, and we need to be prepared, unlike how we were in March. The way we get that testing is up to the council to vote on what's in front of you, what's not in front of you. My question is to Madam DA. You want to bring testing in-house. You want to bring it into the city of Paterson. You want to do it within your departments. I've seen it in other towns. Now, have you thought about bringing a company in that is contracted and they handle all the testing through the city, though? Through the city. So you're hiring them, you oversee it. But they're doing the hiring. They're worrying about PPEs. They're worrying about staffing. They're worrying about all this other stuff. Have you thought about that? Or if this doesn't go through, what's the game plan? We do need testing. I think all the council people agree to that. It's how we administer the testing is the question. So have you thought about that when going out to this, or Dr. Prasad? If anyone can help me answer that question.
Or, Council President?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Sure. Yes, Councilman Abdelaziz, that was absolutely one of the things we were looking at as we were discussing this throughout. And even while we did the RFP, that's why you see two different results, because we were keeping it open for companies to bid, to say, this is what we can do for the entire process from soup to nuts. And so what we came to at the end, in part, was because our public health officer, our health officer, really had this great idea, and we thought it was something to explore. And we had multiple meetings. I think Dr. Paul can tell you that what he presented at first was not something that that we were automatically saying, okay, yes, sure, great. We probed him. We had to ask a lot of questions. We had him provide some numbers. We talked back and forth about even just for the testing part, do we want to have an agency doing, instead of hiring internal, what are the pros and cons of each? Do we, and so we really looked at this from all angles, including having some of our outside consultants that we meet with on a weekly basis that are helping us and helping other towns as they're spending some of these CARES dollars. And so this was really well vetted. And again, you could see as our purchasing agent noted, this went out to bid back in June. We opened the bids in June and started having some of these conversations, in the lead up to that. So we have explored this. We think this is a good idea at this time, and in particular, we really wanted to do what Dr. Paul said that other people were not doing, that even our testing in the city was not happening, that this could fill a gap. And it's a pilot. If there's another round of federal funding, we're ready. We already have something tested at this point in time. We're not, kind of waiting to see if this type of thing could work out. We know what has been working. FastMed has been working really well for the city. The county's testing, both at their site and their mobile units, has been working well. We feel like this is an additional piece to fill in some gaps.
So, Council President, and I'm done. And I'm the type of person, if something's not broken, we don't need to fix, right? I hope the city did not really, or any government agency did not really host a testing site in my ward other than Passaic County. And they held 2 testing sites in the 6th ward. And I can tell you this, I was at both times I was there. One was the day we got sworn in, and the other day was on my anniversary. So I remember those 2 days very, very well. And I was there, and it was smooth. I didn't get one complaint. And then you ask yourself, if we got something going good, why are we trying to reinvent the wheel? That's just my personal opinion on it, and I brought it to committee, right? And I'm talking about mass testing. On October 14, they tested more than 350 people. And you guys know, my constituents let me know when things go wrong. And not to receive a text message saying, I didn't get my results, or they were unprofessional, or they were this. That's good. That's a service that I like, because when we don't get phone calls, that means government is working. So that's the only thing I don't say. And to be clear, and I don't know my other council colleagues and the council at large members, this same company tested in every ward in the city. So it wasn't just they did it in 6th ward and then there was problems. They tested at the Masonic Temple, at School 13, at Eastside. So they were everywhere, and I just don't get it sometimes. I want to see an enhancement. If you're telling me this is going to be better testing, I've had some discussions. The doc told me that this is going to be a self-administered, like by your nose. I don't know how deep they're going into their nose. That's something that's new to our, and they're doing it, so that means not a doctor, but we do need testing. I just want to make sure, I know we do need testing. I went to Utah County facility Saturday to get tested. So it's there, just to keep getting tested, so.
So duly noted, let me just remind my colleagues that we did, stated that we're gonna have the public portion at 8 o'clock, it's 8:02. I know we had a lengthy conversation, we probably spent more than 35 minutes on this item. We have another one that's gonna come up, but we are gonna start, the public portion after we finish the discussion of this one. Councilwoman Davila, please, make it,
It'll be quick.
Council President.
Council President, it'll be quick,
Yes.
okay? I just want to just put on record, Council President, go ahead.
So, after Councilwoman Davila, I think Councilman, Chaudhry wants the floor? And, no, you don't? Okay, and I believe Councilman Jackson, so just you and Councilman Jackson.
Okay, what I wanted to just say, Council President, just quickly, as the VA mentioned that they started this process back in June. So that means that they knew that they were going to be hiring individuals, and, you know, we have met twice in the Personnel Committee, and this was not brought up as I requested any new hires or pending or something that's coming up so we can discuss it. So I just want to put it on record that, you know, for future, this means when we discuss in our committee, anything pending, future, DCA approval, whatever it is or whatever thoughts you may have, we as a committee would like to know about it, okay?
Thank you, Councilman David. Before you go, Councilman Jackson, I believe the VA wants to respond to that statement.
Yes, and Councilwoman Davila, some of the hires for this were included in the most recent pending list because it was just recently approved. While we started talking in June, the decision wasn't made until August to then bring this in front of DCA to say that we would be doing this in-house, and then to provide them with Dr. Paul's plan to talk through it and so on. So yes, that was on some of your recent lists.
I know, but you did not make it a point to point it out. As I requested also with all of the inquiries, nothing had a headline of what the lists were. So I had a stack of papers without having, so when I'm looking at it, I don't know that that's specifically for this, you know, 750,000. But anyway, I just wanted to let all the council members know. Thank you, Council President.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So I just have two quick questions that I just need some clarity on. The contract agreement, Dr. Broussard, is a contract with whom? If we're doing it in-house, who is the contract being drafted to work collaboratively with?
We're using a LabCorp for the test.
Okay, so we're administering the test, but the actual the testing of it is going to a specific lab.
Yes, we administer the test, we collect the specimen and it's sent to a reference lab as LabCorp.
Understood. And the budget that's been spoken about, 750,000, that budget is the money for the budget is deriving from taxpayers' dollars?
I think this is from COVID dollars.
COVID dollars, very good. That's what I just wanted to point that out for a point of clarity. And also, I also want to make mention a few things, Council President. One, and to Councilman Abdelaziz's point, I have gone to many different testing sites that have taken place in the city. And in fact, I had to get tested twice. I contracted COVID. My son had to be tested 3 times before he left to go to school. And every single time, I made it a point to find out wherever the county was administering the test. If they did it in Pompton Lakes, if they did it in Wayne, wherever they were, I went there because I went to all the sites, and that was the one that I felt did the best job. I was most comfortable with them. The service they provided was well. In some places, in Pompton Lakes, they tested over 750 people in a day. So it talks about the need of testing. Yet and still, none of our residents, I won't say none, but a great deal of our residents weren't given the opportunity to have that kind of access because whether it's transportation issues, location issues, or so on and so forth. I also want to make a note, as we put in place the health, the health department review board or board of health, so to speak. Dr. Broussard presented this option early on, and whether it's the council and administration, we negated to give him this opportunity. He is a licensed medical, licensed healthcare provider. That's one of the things I want to make sure that I'm really stressing here. We turn to and ask certain members of the administration who have absolutely no experience in the medical field, in the management field of something of this nature. They've been chosen by a mayor who was elected, and all of a sudden they're the ones making tough decisions and negating the input and the recommendations of the medical professional that we have on staff. my trust, and I would at least like to give him an opportunity to prove whether or not he can, his perspective would perform well. But it's a very disappointing and disrespectful to the person who actually went to school and who's done this, who it is his job and his is not only criteria, but it's his responsibility to make sure that the public's best interest is put in hand. And I hate to see his not only his not his authority, but his perspective being undermined by a great deal of people, whether elected or not. Some people people feel as if they're elected, now they have a certain professional experience or expertise in certain areas. We need to fall back and allow the people who are professionals to do the job that they're tasked to do before we start being overcritical. I think if you look at the responses of what the health department has done and what they were actually responsible for, they did a phenomenal job. A lot of the third-party companies that came in did a horrendous job. Some of the sites that were set up at Kennedy High School and Eastside High School, I would not go there. I would not. There was a lot of, there was one or two people manning the post when you had at the county 30 or 40 people. So if there's a need for a $750,000 budget, I think it's warranted, and I'll rest it there. Council President, I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you, Councilman Jackson. Thank you, Dr. Paul. Thank you, Director Castillo. We're gonna go back to the other two items, so don't go, please. At this time, we gotta open the public portion.
Yes, Mr. President, this time we have no one for the public portion, no one called in, Ryan said.
Yeah, we make an announcement. Normally, we make an announcement. Even if we announced it for 8 o'clock, we basically announce it. We could entertain another item and give you a little time to call in.
Would you like to repeat the number and then wait, give it time?
Sure.
Okay. Anyone wishing to participate in the public portion, please dial 973-321-1579 and enter code 8326. 973-321-1579, enter code 8326. And to listen to the meeting, press star 1. Press star 2 to leave a recorded comment, and press star 3 to be added to the speaker list.
Council President.
The number 973-321-1579. Enter code 8326. Anyone who wishes to participate in the public portion may do so. Thank you.
We'll give them a few minutes. Councilman Luis.
Council President, is there any chance the Director Special is here today, Anna? Or somebody from the administration could tell the police to tell the guy to lower his music in front of the city hall, that store? Because it's ridiculous. This is every week. We cannot have peace over here.
Duly noted. I'm sure someone, this meeting is gonna contact, our police department. Okay, so, Madam Clerk, we'll give it 2 minutes.
Yes, we give them. All right, I just give them time.
Council President, did you say that we would give a few to see if someone calls?
Correct. Just 2-3 minutes.
Just give me.
It was already announced at the beginning of the meeting that we'll do it at 8 o'clock. Just want to give the courtesy to those that tune in after the meeting started. I don't want to take away the opportunity from them, so.
In the meantime, let me call the front desk and put in Councilman request about the notice. I can.
I don't know, you could hear it. I could hear it myself.
This is Sonia Gordon. We have a request. They have very loud music outside. There's someone that got the police
I actually could hear on this end.
Yeah, I can hear it. I speak to the front desk and they're gonna handle it right away.
It's quite long.
I can hear it here in the 6th Ward.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's bad, but I guess he's figured he's not around no residential that, you know.
No, that's why,
And he's not around no residential people, so he could just like,
that's why Council Ruby and Council President, our corporate council and I are working in an ordinance, those businesses and essential to be closed at 8 o'clock at night. No excuse. They're not essential to have music at this time. That's disturbing the peace of everybody.
right.
Councilman,
Include a whole bunch of people in there, mechanics, it's a whole bunch of people that be all night long.
That is in the work. Everybody's gonna be.
okay, I'm gonna have to,
Just to finish, no one called it, Mr. President.
Council President, can I entertain a motion then to, if no one has called, if we can close the public portion?
sure. Do we have a second?
Second,
Moved by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilwoman Khan and Nims.
Council President,
Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Council President,
Hold on a minute, Councilman Jackson.
should I make a recommendation considering how early it is that we postpone or, we not close the public portion, but maybe do another round at 9 p.m. and see if maybe there's residents that just weren't able to get on due to any technical difficulties.
Well, we'll receive any calls with that, but again, we actually called it in at the beginning of the meeting. We said we're gonna do it at 8 o'clock, just like the prior meeting, and we gave them until 8:09. If anyone had any difficulties, it is now 8:15, and they still haven't, made us aware of any technical difficulties. Roll call?
Well, last question, Council President. When exactly do we plan to return to the chambers? We spent a great deal of money on.
We're in the middle, we can entertain that in a minute, please.
We haven't entered the roll call yet.
I did ask for a roll call. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President, you have a motion and a second on the floor. Roll call to close the public portion, Councilman Abdelaziz,
Yes.
Councilman Tahiri,
Yes.
Councilwoman Khan,
yes.
Woman Davila,
Yes.
Councilman Jackson,
Yes.
Councilman Nim,
Yes.
Councilman Velez,
No to close, yes to postpone.
This is not Burger King. You either vote to close it or not.
I know, I do it my way sometimes.
So his vote is no, Madam Clerk.
Damn, Councilman.
Continue.
and Velez, you voted?
No to close, yes to postpone.
So his vote is no.
Thank you. Mr. President,
Yes.
46 in favor, 1 against. Let the record reflect that the third ward is vacant. Therefore, the public portion is not superfluous.
All right, Madam Clerk, let's continue, since we already started the human services.
So we were at 45,
Let's continue with 46, Madam Clerk. 45 is gonna go, a non-consent.
okay, thank you. Okay. So we continue to 46, which is a resolution authorizing the contract to State Joseph University Medical Center for the coronavirus COVID-19 testing
Discussion,
services.
Councilman Velez.
yeah, I had a simple question. Why, if it's $30,000, not submitted as a regular bill for COVID-19 and not tied up to to a contract? Why we didn't did that?
What is this?
This is kind of workshop, number 46.
Council President, I could speak to that. This is, Councilman Velez, this is also in response to that same RFP. So they presented, when we went out to bid, they presented their plan for what they were charged. They would actually, it's $122 per test for their plan, and their focus was on the uninsured.
Correct. So
that
So the question is, Madam BA, right? You spend $30,000 without even going to RFP. Okay, so that's the message I'm receiving here, because you could charge it still to the contract that says RFP. Now,
Councilman, did I answer that question? You're making a statement.
Yeah.
So, do you spend this money without an RFP? And then you will continue, Councilman, I'm sorry. Madam BA, did we spend this money without an RFP?
No, this is our response to the RFP. We are allotting them a certain amount of money in response to their RFP submission to the city of Paterson.
So in other words, yes. So in other words, how you gonna spend without having RFP approved and voted by us? It cannot go that way. Trust me, when you have an RFP, and that means that you still cannot even touch that money until we don't approve it. All right? So you're not gonna tell me that you spent $30,000 without having an RFP, but now you're applying it in the RFP like you spend it because you had the contract. We don't have a contract. You spend it without authorization. Now, why I say you didn't put this into a regular, different bill because it's only $30,000. I don't want to feel like I'm voting something that down the process there's a little violation on it. Because you are splitting something that is not approved yet. And you're gonna make payment based on something that is not approved yet. What about if this is failed? What about if we decide not to vote on it? What about if guys come and take the church and we don't get to it, right? Now, we are in the hook with $30,000 that should be billed in a different way to COVID. Not tied it up to an RFP that is not even honored by and blessed by the council.
Duly noted.
That's how I see it.
You got a good point. So, Madam BA, they have incurred the expense already, correct?
I cannot speak on behalf of St. Joe's. I think that they might have proceeded with some of the.
Hold on a minute, and I don't mean to be rude.
Mm-hmm.
If you cannot speak on their behalf, you either receive a bill for them or you didn't. We're not asking you to speak, we don't need you to speak on their behalf. The question is clear. To your knowledge, did they already provide the services to this contract that we're about to approve? If we're gonna consider, or the one that is being presented to us, did they provide the services already?
To my knowledge, they have provided some services that they will be submitting to us, but not a total amount for what we are awarding. And to be clear, this followed, and if the purchasing agent is still on, this process follows the purchasing process directly. I know there might have been other conversations, I know there might have been some understandings, but what we're doing here tonight is following the purchasing process that was started. And that's that we can speak to, and that's the resolution you're seeing here.
And we'll let the purchasing agent speak, in a minute. But the reason some of us now have a tendency to ask the question is because we already have a history.
Yeah.
I was going to use the word long history because it's been done multiple times. And from my understanding, there's still a bill pending out there for another company that provided services and the council refused to approve. So the purchasing agent, could you give us a brief history of this contract that we're entertaining? Why are we, how did we get here?
Council President, all the council members, Madam BA. Yes, they have results of the same request for proposals, and that the result for the recommendation was to award to the Black Card and also to St. Joseph Hospital. Had nothing to do with unpaid bills or pending bills or something that was done. If that's the case, under the law, there should be another resolution ratifying payment for services that were rendered to the city. But this particular was done through the purchasing process in which it stated that the result as such is going to be treated accordingly, meaning the two firms that were, St. Joseph and Black Corp, they were selected to be the ones. It's clearly part of this request proposal, nothing to do with any outstanding pending conversation or billings to come pertaining to St. Joseph. If that's the case, same thing that had to do with Vestibula, the other company in the beginning, it would be a resolution from the city council ratifying payment for San Jose Hospital if in fact bills will come in for payment. It is clearly used the result for the request for proposal that was advertised by the city. It was recommended to vendors to prepare the resolution. It had nothing to do with anything else that with St. Joseph. Just clearly awarding a contract, getting prepared for use in case something that happened down the line, has somebody willing able to detect it. It had nothing to do with anything like pending bills or paying somebody using the resolution. That's not the case.
Well, so Harry, and this is why I asked the administration that you should be in these meetings, just to clarify certain things, because when does this contract supposed to start with St. Joe's? Is this gonna be retro, or this is gonna start when?
No, it will start, Council President, it will start after the resolution is approved. And thank you for asking the question, because same thing with the Councilman Bellis made reference to the contract per se. When the resolution is approved by the city council members, after we receive the signed resolution, we look at the paperwork for any vendor and we see if they have supplied all the documents needed in order to prepare a legal contract. That's the first process. That's the reason no contract is attached to the resolution right now. It won't be attached for the regular meeting. The result for your decisions is the resolution is approved with a signed resolution that we will request a signed resolution for them to view. Then they prepare the contract, legal contract, according with the definition of the resolution. So we're using for the day that the resolution is approved, that will be the starting day.
So, thank you for that. So I recommend that this administration basically identify the bills that they have from St. Joe's and put together a separate resolution to rectify those payments, because those payments were incurred without a contract. I know sometimes there's instances, and let me just point something out. There's instances that when a contract finishes, sometimes you carry over, and there is some time that passes after the contract ends, and then you might renew a contract. But this instance, this is a brand new contract that we will have with them for this purpose, which is COVID testing. So I need you two guys I need the administration to go back, look at this, identify the payments that need to be made to St. Joe's, and then present it to the council to rectify those payments as a separate resolution.
Councilman? Yes. Now, this is because way in the beginning, in the conversation with the other one, some of the administration said that it was already spent. And I could go back on the tape, and they say it was already spent.
Correct.
Now, when was spent is my question. Where was this test submitted or performed? And the other thing, who was the benefit on it? If it was uninsured, it was city employee, it was police, it was fire, it was St. Joseph employees. You know, we need to know all this. If it was spent, first of all, for me, Harry, with all due respect, it was spent without a RFP, okay? And I don't know how we could use money going retroactive and pay with RFP. The process is a little bit questionable, okay? You cannot go and spend $1 million and say, hold on, let's do an RFP to see if you're lucky and get the RFP, and then we pay you. We cannot do that. Now, in this case, St. Joseph, and I know in the conversation that the mayor did even a press conference regarding who was going to be participating in the new COVID-19 tests, and I recall that he mentioned in St. Joseph. We was in the second floor, and I believe Ken Murray was there, and another entity was there, and he announced it, who was going to be the partnership between St. Joseph and other things. But one thing is announcing a plan, and another thing is spending, and then another thing is trying to get RFP, and then try in that country and say, okay, we're gonna split this kind of money because they already spent it. I don't think that's the right process, unless is this a new process that I missed, unless legal could clarify if that process is the most custom in emergency that constitute that because it's an emergency, we could spend it.
Council President.
Let's give an opportunity. You made your point already.
Thank you.
Council, Harry.
Right. Councilman Velez, you're correct. And the statement said that this request for proposal cannot be used to pay any bills. What you mentioned is really kind of, I'm looking for the right word because I want to be polite and professional like I always are. But my request for proposal, the request for proposal the city put out had nothing to do with this, that let's do this because we need to pay this bill. I will never allow that. Otherwise, if that was the case, you should be seeing the resolution that probably you're going to see it later in the later time for ratifying payment to San Joseph or whoever else is involved. My request for proposal under the terms of the purchasing laws is what you have in front of you. Not to pay, or let's do this, just to pay somebody that you already incurred there. I believe the explanation that I gave in the beginning, it was clear enough. I want to repeat it again. Two vendors under this request for proposal is to start a new service for the city. I had nothing to do with any pending bills or anything with anyone. I will never put the city first or myself in a position that I'm going to show that the law will not follow.
Thank you, thank you.
You know, and Council President, just to give clarification. We're not saying that he did. The administration is the one saying that they spend it.
They're not spending any, listen, we're not pointing fingers. He's doing his job. He's clarifying. But the other thing I'm gonna say is, I'm gonna remind the council members again. I submitted a request to the administration to have the purchasing agent, at least at every workshop that we have. That's where the discussions take place on all these items. Because the last meeting that we had, there was some things said that I said, you know what? With the understanding that I have, there's no way a purchasing agent will pass those comments. You guys recall. So I said going forward, and the reason I want him present here is because when Councilman Velez asked the administration, or the Madam BA, if any of the bills, if they have any expenses incurred, the way that the answer was open is, I can't speak for St. Joe's. We don't need, we don't need the city to speak on behalf of anyone. It's either you got an invoice from them or not, or if you're aware, if they have made you aware they have expenses. That's it. We need to be transparent and we need to get to the point. I'm not suggesting that you were not transparent, but we just want the questions answered. Good or bad, we need to answer.
Council President?
Yes, just so
to finish this, the statement is clearly, knowing this case only, but for everybody to remember that I'm a state certified, qualified purchasing agent license. So the decision that I make is based on the law, and moreover to protect the best interest of the city and of course the council members.
Thank you for your assistance. So council members, it's safe to say, based on what we were told, this contract that we have before us is for any expenses after this RFP is, or after we take action on this, resolution. Now, I'm asking the administration if there's other bills that need to be paid that were already, any expenses incurred by St. Joe's, that we have to entertain as a separate resolution, rectifying payment. Okay? Just want to make it clear. Can we put this one on the non-consent agenda?
Correct.
Non-consent agenda, 36.
46, consent?
Non-consent.
Oh, non-consent, okay. 46, okay.
Actually, Madam Clerk, if my colleagues don't have the issue, I think we should put 46, given that we were given some clarification from the purchasing order, that this will be any services provided going forward, Maybe we'll put this one on consent, actually, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, that would be good.
Council
Consent,
President, I was gonna suggest that this one, since,
Consent,
consent, both of them, yeah.
yes, yeah. So,
Item 46.
that was 46, Madam Clerk.
Okay, but someone said both.
Yeah, because they're both are the same.
45 actually, we had a lengthy discussion, and we might have other questions throughout the week, before the next meeting. Let's have that one on the non-consent, just in case, Madam Clerk. Yeah, there's still a lot of unknowns.
And then consent for 46.
So,
47 for F.
let's do number 47, and then we're gonna go to number 48, after number 47.
I think Health and Human Services has some more items, 30.
I understand, but the intent was to have number 48 done, with the meeting started. That was the request. We have a consultant here. That was the request from Director Rodriguez, but they were not ready. There was some miscommunication there. So we want to do 47, and then we'll go to 48.
Okay, so 47 is the water's contract, that's the printing and ICP 2, LLC for purchase and delivery of COVID-19 PPE material for Ryan White program.
Yes, you want to speak, Director?
Yeah, so just to say, item 47 and 35 are basically the same contract. We split up the amount of 43,900 into two companies just because one company offered some of the supplies at a lower amount than the other. And also, if there is an issue, especially through this COVID crisis, that one company could not supply all of the equipment needed.
So let me ask the purchasing agent. Are you there, Harry? He might have stepped away. Oh, you're
Council President here.
So, have you gotten a chance to look at number 47 and 35?
Yes, Council President. 35 was during the time that everyone was at the desk, we were working from home and so on and so forth. Some grant funding for Ryan White came to the office after the director, Milagros Izquierdo, mentioned it to me. And what she had done was request quotes in order to obtain some of the needed PPE products for the senior citizens. So when she explained to me the amount of money that she received, I told her to kindly finish with that because it was already requested the non-formal quotes. The non-formal means that they were not advertised, but she did solicit quotes. One was really not even to consider, but the only one that you see there was the only one that have all the products. So I advise the director not to continue until the purchasing division will put out a request for quotes for the balance. Due to the fact 44,000 is the big threshold, but if we knew that it was a situation that it's going to be a ratifying for more than the amount that you see in that 35, we'll have some difficult situations, you know, to leave it at that. So that was a stop, similar to what we're doing with certain needs that the city has right now. I put a stop to everything, and we're going out for bids, complete bids, regardless of by this particular case, the director started the process. After she started, she presented information. The only thing I had left to do is to do the ratifying payment for the vendor to get paid. And consequently, I used the request for quotes. And that's what you see on 47. The two vendors are going to be assigned the contract.
So Harry, the reason I call upon you is because, and that's why you're here, because last few years, I've seen a lot of things that should be handled differently. My question to you is this. We know we're in a pandemic. We know we're going to need a lot of this material. We have to order a lot of the material. If we're not using a state contract and we're spending more than the bid threshold, shouldn't we go out to bid instead of getting quotes?
Absolutely.
Because
That's the
right
reason.
now, we exceeded the bid threshold here.
Yes, but that's the reason I stopped it, because the 35 was already a done deal, there's nothing that I could do about it. But I stopped it to use the balance of the money, I do it the regular way, which is request for quote. But you're correct. If they aggregate all the money saying for the same purpose, if I exceed the 44,000, I need to be put out to bid.
So council members, the reason I'm asking this question is because last meeting, I was disturbed when I heard that we broke contracts into 3 or 40,000s. You cannot purposely circumvent the procurement law. And that's why I don't understand why the administration, you don't use the professionals. That's why you have people with certifications. I don't normally get off subject, but it is just frustrating that I don't even have to be asking this question now, 2 years into my tenure here, and 2 years into this administration. You have a purchasing agent, you have other people that are qualified to do the job. It is time to plan things better. If we plan things better, things like this will not be happening. It will be caught before we get there. Then the purchasing agent will go out and get a bid. Right now, you have 40-something thousand in one contract, 20-something in another contract, and I'm sure, Mr. Savalos, that we have purchased other materials, maybe from different companies, or maybe the same company, I'm not sure. But I know we've purchased more COVID material. Am I correct?
That line on PPE, yes, PPE, we did, through the fire department, they're in charge to do all the PPE. But this particular case, the only one I was involved, and that's the reason I was able to stop it when I could. Are you correct? When we have assumed the money, doesn't matter if a budget money, grant money, or whatever type of money it is, the purchasing procedures need to be followed.
Even if it's emergency management, anything, you have to follow the purchasing procedures, correct?
Absolutely.
Just want to put that on the record.
Council President.
Hopefully this don't continue in the future. Councilman Jackson.
So I would like to point out, especially for a person like yourself, Council President, who has an extensive background in finance, the onus falls on the council.
How?
The council is the ultimate accountability for all fiscal management. We approve the money that's spent by the administration. And with that being said, there's been a very alarming, consistent undermining of the professionals that work here. There is a sense of bullying and a sense of people who are afraid to stand out because of backlash that's been getting distributed throughout the personnel within the city. So with that being said, even at our last personnel committee meeting, where a very highly tenured, professional, licensed individual who works for the city questioned a process that was taking place, and the slapback that she received is alarming. Not only did she receive a slapback in the meeting, but 2 days later there was a post made for her position. This is the type of oversight that this council is failing to administer. We often make reference to certain things, but yet and still there's no responsibility, no accountability from an administration that has no experience in doing what they're doing. So when you look at these things that's happening consistently, it falls right back on the council, finance chair, as well as council president. There has to be another level of accountability. Then obviously they're not interested in being accountable to the public. This is the council's job, not being a part of photo ops and finding out people's garbage is picked up. The ultimate responsibility for the council is to fiscally manage the process in which taxpayers' dollars are being spent.
Thank you, Councilman.
Actually,
Just a minute, Councilwoman Cotton, please. All right. So, Councilman Jackson, listen, I have to agree in part with you, but not totally. right now we have a situation. Basically what you're telling me is, right now we have to decide if we're gonna do COVID testing or not. Our job here is to allocate the funding and approve them. And I think I've been active. I have identified a few things, and that's why we have the purchasing agent here tonight, to answer our question, not to let the administration answer our questions pertaining to purchasing, because we already have a history with them. Two, we're here approving, just like if we were to approve this program that Paul Prasad is to run, all we could do as council members is look at the facts and make an informed decision. And, we already approved the budget for them. This is actually grant money that's being allocated from the county for the purpose of preventing the COVID, from spreading via, it could be testing and so on. So I would not be held accountable as a council for the lack of execution of any plan. And I just want to leave it at that. Councilwoman Cotton?
Well, I wouldn't like to respond, but I can wait until after she.
I said I agree in parts with you, Councilman. All I'm saying is I have to make my point. You can make yours in a little bit. Councilwoman Cotton, and then Councilman.
Okay, thank you, Council President. I need to, you know what, this is for the Ryan White program. You kept saying senior testing, personal, the PPE supplies. Is it for the Ryan White people or is it for seniors? Which one is it? Because I thought that all the money for Ryan White was for,
Ryan White. It's Ryan White, Councilwoman.
It's it's all the patient, so I'm saying you're giving out the supplies to the Ryan White people?
Correct.
You said seniors, they said seniors.
Oh, that was probably by accident, all the running around, but it's for Ryan White, both 35 and 47.
Oh, okay, we on 35, we got 47. Let me ask you something, do you know how many patients we got with the Ryan White? Do you know exactly? Because I know we gotta cover the whole county.
Yeah, so at the top of my head, is about 17,000. He can definitely give you a breakdown. I know Millie was working on that for the committee. Okay. 1,700 that we provide services for.
You provide services for, okay. I just want to make sure that I kept hearing you say, now this contract is for 43, we have to spend, we pay 43,000.
Yeah, so this was money that was allocated to Ryan White through HUD. So the first 43,000 was provided for Ryan White, and then as Harry explained, in the process, he rectified the way it was being done. So then you have the other resolution kind of for the same process. But these are HUD dollars that were allocated for PPE through Ryan White.
Oh, okay, so in other words that, I forgot when we changed the law that, changed our resolution that you don't have to come before us for anything under 40,000. Is it, Harry?
Council President, am I?
Yes, Director.
July 1st, the statute changed. It used to be 40,000, it became 44,000.
Oh, that's right. Oh, it used to be, but then, okay, now it's up to 42,000 that you don't have.
44.
I got you. All right, this, Director O'Shea, just get those numbers if you could for me, for our Ryan White people.
Absolutely, no problem.
All right, thank you.
Madam Clerk, given that we discussed also, briefly discussed number 35 and 7, can we put those on the consent agenda?
35 consent and 47.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Can we do the presentation now for 48?
Okay, so the next presentation is the Department of Public Works and a great resolution of support from the City of Paterson to submit a long-term control plan with the municipal and regional approaches. And that's Mr. Neff?
Yes, I'm here. If you don't mind, I can share my screen, Council President.
Go ahead.
Okay. Can everyone see?
Yes.
Perfect. All right. All right. So good evening, council members. Thank you so much for your time and your attention. I'm here tonight to give a status update on the selection of alternatives for Paterson's share of the PVSC district's combined sewer overflow long-term control plan. My name is Jason Neff. I'm from PSNS, and we've been contracted by the city of Paterson to develop and draft your long-term control plan and help meet deliverables to PVSC and to New Jersey DEP over the last few years. And we've also been working alongside our computer modelers from Boomi Environmental. Tonight we have Shree on the call with us to assist with any questions that might be related to Paterson's computer model or the green infrastructure component. I'm going to try to keep my presentation to around 15 minutes to allow plenty of time for Q&A afterwards. These slides that I'm going to present, they've been updated with newer, more relevant information for discussion, so there's going to be some slight differences from the slides that were circulated a few weeks ago for your information from Director Rodriguez. But I've just sent these new slides to him. If you do have a quick question along the way for these slides, feel free to ask. And again, I've sent these slides to Director Rodriguez and to Fred Margron for distribution for everyone's records.
Council, you should have it.
So with tonight's presentation, I'm going to go over quickly the Paterson Combined Sewer System overview and move on to the proposed CSO alternative technologies. I'll talk about the development and evaluation of alternatives report that was submitted last year, the statistics and costs of the alternative scenarios within that report, and then the selection and implementation of alternatives report that's being submitted on October 1st of this year. There are regional and municipal approaches within this plan, and there was updated cost guidance from the costs that were submitted in last year's DEER report. And I'll leave time for questions. And there was a request from Councilman Velez to have put an appendix into this report for per his request for the Paterson CSO outfall structures. It just needed to put in a list to provide to everyone for their records. So this is a map of the Paterson outfalls from your combined sewer system and where they discharge into the upper Passaic River. You have 23 active CSO outfalls, 24 internal regulators, around 4,600 acres of combined and 600 acres separated at this time. Paterson's the northernmost of the 8 municipalities that convey flow into a combined sewer interceptor that's owned by Passaic Valley Sewerage Commission, PVSC. This is just another map to show the same sort of information, and here it just gives the names for each of the outfalls still currently active, and this will be present in the appendix of the presentation I've sent. So the proposed CSO technologies that we currently are looking at for Paterson. First, each municipality had to start with a screening matrix, which essentially was a menu of about 100 options, give or take. Some very expensive but with great benefits, some less expensive but with minimal benefits, and everything in between. Our team of engineers reviewed them all to determine what Paterson was already going to be doing, what wasn't really feasible within the city's landscape, and then what did seem feasible. And at this time, we found the most feasible technologies were the recently completed sewer separation projects that have been completed since 2006, which we determined was our baseline to work with. And then we looked at planned sewer separation projects going forward. There's a planned 19th Avenue relief sewer project, and we wanted to implement green infrastructure at a minimum of 2.5% capture, and I'll get into that in a future slide. We then looked at gray water alternative options for gross wet weather capture, and the options for subgrade storage tanks, deep tunnels, and treatment by disinfection. So first we have sewer separation. Everything you see in purple was incorporated into our baseline year conditions, so that's separation prior to 2006. In blue, we have 47.4 acres of separation already achieved since 2006 that we want Paterson to take credit for. And finally, at the top in green, we have a concept for 29.8 acres of combined sewer up near Hawthorne that can potentially be separated for the CSO 23 drainage area. And that's a project that's already been started in the design phase. And this is that concept drawing that was provided for this project. This is running east along 2nd Avenue and discharges into the Passaic at CSO 23 at McLean Boulevard. Next, we looked at a relief sewer concept for CSO 30 that runs primarily along 19th Avenue, starting at regulator V2-1 on Vreeland Avenue, and runs westward towards Lewis Street, and it affects sewer flow as far as Route 80. This is just another concept drawing of what that sewer extension would entail, and the idea here is the focus is to address flooding, both in streets and in basements. This is along 18th, 19th, and 20th Avenues that it would serve the most, and we emphasize some of those areas here in these clouds. This is just a profile view of that relief sewer. It shows the scale of what would be implemented. It's pretty large scale pipe here, and we're talking dimensions between 3.5 to 7 feet. All told, it's about 7,700 linear feet of relief sewer that we'd be working with. Then we definitely wanted to evaluate green infrastructure, and right away it's a challenge because it tends to be rather expensive without capturing the volume of rainwater that we're looking for at this point. But the aesthetical benefits are a huge plus. So we wanted to maximize its effectiveness, i.e. where we could position gardens, basins, where when we factor in the other improvements to this point, we might be able to potentially eliminate an outfall structure using just GI before we factor in the larger gray water alternatives. We had run some test scenarios of 3% and 6% capture. They ended up being a little too aggressive, so we settled on a 2.5% capture scenario. And for the record, the GI implementation would be managing 2.5% of the impervious cover in the combined sewer drainage area, of which the first 1.25 inches of rainfall is managed. So just in terms of applications, out of these, it would probably be a focus on bioretention and bioswales along roads in the city right-of-way, as well as detention basins or rain gardens that are implemented on select properties. Those properties have not necessarily been selected yet for these projects, but they have been evaluated in a tiered approach, looking primarily at city-owned properties first, then public schools, other government-owned, and then nonprofit organizations. And all told, it would be about 75 acres planned right now for GI implementation. So already the city has collaborated with PVSC to put in place a pilot study project, which will be used to examine the effectiveness of GI in Paterson's urban landscape. And this will also give an opportunity for the city to see how long it takes to implement GI, to understand how it works, how it's maintained, that sort of thing. But ultimately, each of the technologies to this point will fall short of the targets that the CSO policy and the DEP have set for the city to achieve across all of its outfalls. So finally, for the larger quantities of flow capture, we're looking at various gray water alternatives, and we looked at that within last year's report. We had storage tanks. We looked at those, which, depending on the outfall location, could be outfall specific or more of a regional tank. And there would be pumps and conveyance pipes to connect the drainage areas. We then have deep tunnels, which are larger diameter pipes that are 50, 100 feet or more underground. The depth can depend can vary depending on the geology. And wet weather flow would dewater to the PVSC interceptor during dry weather in those tunnels. And then last, they were screening and disinfection. Many municipalities looked at this as an option where you can't fit a storage tank. You can treat the overflows to an equivalent level. Peracetic acid, or PAA, was looked at favorably by the district initially because it's not that expensive and it's regularly available. However, after discussion with the DEP, they don't really see it that favorably. Even if you perform some pilot studies first to test how effective it is, they still want you to use pre-treatment filters, and even then it's really not a sure thing. And we've also heard mixed reviews from other states that have disinfection facilities, and the operations and maintenance is not easy. So it's unlikely that PAA would be implemented on a widespread level in Paterson, if at all. So the development and evaluation of alternatives report. These are statistics of the alternative scenarios that we considered. This table was presented in the report, and we wanted to look at the incremental benefits of each CSO technology, and with each one that we added, we would call it a new alternative scenario, and that's what you see with these first three alternatives. There are incremental benefits in each. After that, below the green line, we took the best implementation of gray water storage and treatment required to reach targets specified by the CSO policy, and these numbers are bolded. The 0, 4, 8, 12, and 20 overflows, and 85% wet weather capture. And ultimately, the municipality has to reach a minimum of that 85% capture, and that was achieved with our alternative 9 scenario. So these were the preliminary costs that we reported in the development report last year, and they show the life cycle costs of each alternative scenario against each other. And again, to reach the minimum requirement of the CSO policy for the lowest cost, we had selected alternative 9. But you can see the scale of the costs to try to reach each of those targets with the other technologies, which incorporate different levels of storage or peracetic acid. But for alternative 9, specifically, that would include a deep tunnel that runs towards CSO 25. We found it to be the most affordable and feasible gray water option to achieve the 85% capture requirement. So that would be, in this instance, we're looking at potentially a proposed 15-foot diameter, 1,600 linear foot tunnel that runs south to north along East 33rd Street and would serve about 2 million gallons of storage. So this is an aerial image that shows the conceptual layout about where the tunnel would run underground. And again, along East 33rd Street, approximately from 13th Avenue to Route 20, all the way to the location of Outfall 25. So just to recap what we proposed to this point, it's sewer separation projects completed since 2006, a sewer separation project for CSO 23, relief sewer efforts for CSO 30, green infrastructure efforts to 2.5% capture, and a storage tunnel towards CSO 25. Altogether, in the report, we had reported that those would be about $78 million worth of costs for its life cycle to receive 85% capture efforts. So now we're looking at the selection and implementation of alternatives report that's to be submitted on October 1st. It was originally due to be submitted on June 1st, but was extended due to COVID. But within this report, we're going to be making the informed decision on an alternative for Paterson based on the following. And that's the financial capability assessment first, where we don't want to increase the sewer ratepayer rates. We don't want them to exceed the 2% median household income. We've also considered the water quality model that DEP is currently reviewing as an accurate measure of CSO impact on local water bodies, as well as we need to consider a municipal alternative versus a regional alternative. Within this report, we're going to be committing to the municipal report 100%. And then if there's a regional cost sharing plan, that cannot be agreed upon by the mayors within a certain period of time after the submission of this report, you would fall back onto the municipal plan. So for Paterson, we're proposing the alternative 9, the 85% capture, as your municipal alternative in your report. The costs from the development report last year, as you had seen before, were reported at $78 million at the time. But back in April of this year, PBSC and the municipalities had agreed to standardize unit costs of technologies with dollars per acre, dollars per linear foot of management, so that you now have updated cost guidance from PBSC that conservatively increased Paterson's plan now to $126 million. And these updated costs I'm going to break down in the next slide. But you have also PBSC proposing an 85% regional alternative in the regional section of the report. But for Paterson, the technologies are going to be the same between both. Because the efforts are pretty much the same. You have in the regional report, they treat the PBSC district as one hydraulically connected community. So there are advantages to that because now everyone is trying to reach the same target of 85% capture. And within this regional report, you're going to have district cost sharing initiative that's going to be developed. That's the hope, that's the plan. It may only be a 30, 60, 90-day window in order for the mayors to try to get together and develop that report and come to terms on one. There is $500 million savings for everyone to go into this regional plan. All of the municipalities to go into it, but depending on who goes in will factor who actually sees a portion of that savings in the regional plan. So the upper table I had showed earlier, which was reported in the development report from last year, and the bottom table now shows the breakdown of the standardized costs for the technologies. And you'll see that they are a little conservative. It aims to take kind of like an average of the project costs per acre or linear foot, whichever, across the entire PBSC district, if they were to implement those CSO technologies. But we felt it better at this point to try to keep costs standardized and conservative for planning purposes that are more like not to exceed amounts. So finally, this is the implementation schedule that we have drafted for Paterson, and we're hoping to publish it in the selection report this month. You can see that it breaks down the first 5 years of a long-term control plan in detail, and then in subsequent 5-year intervals, it's setting benchmark projects for the city to achieve under the long-term control plan. And it's important to note when I say 5-year intervals, it's correlating specifically to the length of each cycle of the CSO permit. It renews every 5 years. So at those times, the long-term plan can be revisited, you can reevaluate it, see how things are operating. Are we collecting the flow like we expected? Were there any projects implemented for less cost than we expected? Maybe there's a new emerging technology that we can potentially implement instead of a more expensive one that we planned for further down the road. Are we getting any funding at all? Meaning, will we need to propose a longer schedule because we may not have gotten the amount of funding that we needed? All these questions, they can get looked at in future cycles of the permit every 5 years, and these projects are listed to show what might be good benchmarks for us to try to reach. And we also, to that end, we use these schedules like these to show New Jersey I-Bank when we think we're going to expect capital costs requested to fund these projects. So those are the slides I have. Thank you so much for your time and attention, council members, council president. And as I said before, Councilman Velez had requested a list of the CSO outfall structures be provided for everyone's reference. So that list will be attached to these slides as an appendix. I open it up for questions for anyone that has them.
Thank you very much.
Council President.
Hold on a minute, Councilman Tess. Can we close the slide?
Yes.
Go ahead, Councilman Tess.
Thank you, Council President. The first question I have is a question I asked in the past that has not yet been answered. Where are the detection technologies, and how many times have we had a sewer overflow this last year?
So to answer your question on how many overflow events we looked at, the typical year that was evaluated for Paterson has 53 events per year.
So that number is being populated from where?
That was populated from, we looked at statistics from the 2004 baseline year. That was for the 2004 rainfall.
2004. So since 2004, we're talking about spending $126 million, and we know exactly where these points of reference are, where the points that are these combined sewer outflows are placed, and we still don't have any detection systems in place. I mean, for me, 53 overflows per year is excessive. I would, just from my personal experience, not to say that I'm accurate, because I could say that there was, based on the current rainfall in the city of Paterson, the amount of flooding that we incur at these various locations, the amount of, or the levels that the river has raised during these instances. This is just me making a off the cusp, non-professional evaluation, but I would think that the most responsible thing to do, especially for the residents, is to have an actual number as opposed to an assumptive number of where, and there's no data for us to talk about how we're coming, deriving at this point.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, that's a great point to mention that there are definitely going to be efforts going forward to monitor the improvements of these of the combined sewer system, directly related to looking at these alternatives, these technologies that we're going to put in place, and see the effectiveness of them. So during that time, we will definitely have updated numbers to look at to say how many overflows have we been reducing overflows over time? Have they been staying the same? What's the effectiveness of these technologies? That's going to be evaluated with each CSO permit cycle.
But when and how? One, we just spent $7 million putting forward a combined sewer trap on Memorial Drive. Mm-hmm. that obviously went way over budget, and $7 million from my perspective, is way excessive. What technologies was put in place in that for that $7 million in that location to tell the council or the administration, this is what's happening. These are the levels that we're reaching to. It's a large tank. How much garbage are we pulling? A quarter ton of garbage out of this contraption. Are we reaching 50% capacity? We're talking about building a 100-foot tunnel and spending $120 million of taxpayers' dollars without having any specific hardline actual data. Cameras in the ground that are letting us know this is actually what's happening. You're making an assumption based on numbers that you guys, and how long have you guys been working with the city on this as a consultant?
Since 2016.
Since 2016, relatively short, not too long, but still, I mean, to not have to spend this type of revenue and not have actual detection systems in place, which is in this day and age are relatively not too expensive. Mm-hmm. To put cameras and things of that nature underground at those locations wouldn't cost us millions of dollars. To put alarm systems to say, okay, guess what? We reached the height of this. It's like having a sump pump in your basement. The alarm goes off and lets you know that, you know what, the levels are high. And, you know, as a person who has those mechanisms in my basement, I haven't had an issue with flooding in my basement in years. So it's just, I don't know. From my perspective, I really think that that entire projection, including the expense report from it, is well beyond what we need to be spending at this point. And how can we justify an expenditure without having some type of hardline data?
To answer your question on why we need to spend it now, it is because it is being essentially forced upon us by the DEP and the EPA. There really is no way around us putting off certain expenses. We need to reach a plan that will hit the target of 85% capture, and these are the projects that we have outlined to try to do so. And this is just a plan at this point. We projected it out at a 4-year schedule. If we find that we're not going to have the funds to be able to try to reach that, if we find there's other technologies that might be better, more affordable down the road, there is the opportunity to try to do that in each 5-year cycle of the CSO permit to try to address that and reevaluate. But these are the technologies that we're proposing now, and it is something that is more or less mandated upon us to put a plan in place. There is no more, dare I say, kicking the can down the road. It's an expression we've been saying that we can't do that anymore. We have to try to put a plan in place to try to shoot to get these CSOs reduced in some way, shape, or form.
I totally respect the fact that you worked with the city for the past, that you're not complicit in something with this administration, but I have to be completely honest with you. The DCA, the state, and every other agency puts a ton of mandates on Paterson and forces Paterson to do all of these things that we can't. How can we pose an argument with whomever is implementing or imposing these new regulations if we can't even tell them that no, we're not the culprit, we're not the ones. Hawthorne could be doing more, could be violating these measures more than we can, but we can't tell them anything because we don't have any detection systems in place. How do you propose to spend $126 million of taxpayer dollars, $9 million at the first key turn? And we just don't let me forget to remind you again that we spent $7 million on the new contraption on Memorial Drive, and we don't even have a report on effectiveness of that $7 million. How high has the water line risen in the tank? How much water is it taking on? What are the outflows? How much garbage has been collected? How many times a month or a week or a year does it need to be maintenance? What are the mechanisms in place to have this entire proposal is very irresponsible. It's telling the taxpayers, shut up. We don't need to be accountable. Just spend the money, and it's ridiculous. I've asked you at a meeting months ago, where are the detection systems? And even in this plan, you still didn't implement any plans to put forward the simplest things. The device that can detect water levels is simple technology. It's not, and everybody's phone could go off if there's a flood going on in certain areas. I don't like it. Thank you, Council President.
Hey, Councilman Gordon.
Thank you, Council President, and Jason Neff. Right, you hit it right on the head. They've been kicking this can down the road for the last 15 years. The federal government, and I said it in council meetings, I sat with a couple council members. And when you showed the plan about 2021 to 2060, well, we're not gonna all be here in 2060, I can tell you that, but the problem that the city of Paterson had, like the city of Newark, like the city of Jersey City, our system is combined, and the federal government wants us to separate them. They want us to figure out something. I think that we can probably hope that our elected official who's on the federal level will try to bring in some funding for us to be able to do what we need to do. And like you said, every 5 years, you're gonna do the planning, you're gonna update what needs to be done. You know what, my question is, and the council person said, every time this project came before him, he voted no. But that council person is not here no more. But I know that this has been being kicked down the road, and it's gonna come to a stop somewhere. I hope it's not, as long as you can put a plan in place to say to the federal government, to say to the state of New Jersey, that we're gonna need some funding to help us to reach our goals, to what we need to reach to, or even say to our federal elected official that we're gonna definitely, all these cities gonna need help. I'm saying Newark, I'm saying Jersey City, they're all gonna need help. But my thing is, I wanted to ask you, if they want us to capture, they want us to try to capture 85% of the flow, is that what, and let me just say one more thing, Jason. You know, I had a second kickoff with the green team about adopt a catch basin. And if anybody paid attention, just look at the gutters, just look at the basins, and you see how full of trash. It's just full of trash, but the city's full of trash. Now, if they could kind of keep them clean, the water can kind of flow a lot better. I believe that we get a lot of flooding because of the catch basin not being cleaned properly. But now, our role is to, like you said, the federal government is telling us we have to do this, Jason. We have to come up with a plan, Jason. This ain't something that you came up with and you want to say to the city of Paterson, you want to drop $9 million. This is something that the federal government, the DEP or the EPA wants to see something in place. You can do it. And I remember, I can't remember exactly when it was, but a report needed to be filed. And I know that if it wasn't filed on time, Jason, you know, those fines are how much, $10,000 a day? Federal government is not playing. Hopefully we can get our elected officials on the federal level to help us, but if we need to, I see you had to write it up in every 5 years. Because that's when you have to keep submitting it back to the federal government. Like you have to keep submitting it back to the EPA or who you need to submit it to. But now, I see that you said that we need to capture 85%. That's what I'm trying to understand, Jason.
That's correct. That's the minimum capture level that is imposed upon us by the CSO permit.
The CSO, and you're saying that, you know, right now we have quite a few metal coverings throughout our city that needs to be fixed. I got like 5 of them just in my 4th ward alone, that those sewer lines need to be fixed. Probably is about $4 million worth of work that needs to be done. So when they're saying that, and so just explain to me the difference between doing a municipality plan and a regional plan. Because a regional would be how many cities altogether?
There are 8 municipalities within the PVSE district that would all be what we call hydraulically connected.
Okay.
But in terms of the actual technologies being put in place between those 2 plans, they would be identical. The only difference is that in the regional plan, with this hydraulically connected community, all of the elected officials are to try to get together and see if there is a way to have a cost-sharing initiative such that the plan is going to cost much less because there's going to be a regional interceptor that is put in place through PBSC.
Okay.
And it runs through 3 municipalities at this point. Those municipalities escape me at this time, but Paterson is not one of them, obviously, because we're at the northernmost end. But those municipalities that do have the interceptor would be seeing a significant savings because it is directly running through their communities and providing greater storage and greater conveyance to the PBSC plan. So they don't need to implement as much technology in that sense. So because they have the interceptor directly helping them, they don't need to put in as much technology, so they need to spend as much.
Okay.
But they would be paying for that regional interceptor, conversely. But it's not going to be as much as their municipal alternative.
But so in other words, then the city of Paterson can't be part of a regional plan.
They can be part of the regional plan, and they are encouraged to do so because they can be part of the negotiations to try to see some of that $500 million savings of the regional interceptor being built.
Okay. And so can you, I know you probably, you said you can't think off the top of your head of the cities that you would think that we would have to partnership with to do the regional piece, if we don't do the municipality piece.
So the municipal interceptor, I believe, runs through, I think, Newark, Kearney, Harrison might be the 3, I'm not sure. They're directly in proximity to the Newark plant. But the other 8 we are one of the 8 municipalities along with PBSC that all use the PBSC interceptor. So the idea is to try to collect all of those municipalities, or at least as many of them as possible, to try to be part of this regional plan.
Okay. Thank you, Jason.
No problem.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you, Council President. And so, Jason, I remember when this was presented to us, and I know the purpose was to clean up the pollution in our waterways. So that's how this all initiated. And then you have the 8 municipalities that are a part of it. One of the things that I find helpful, and I'm gonna just recommend it to the council, if you go on the site cleanwaterways.com, it gives a very, very good description of all the municipalities, the action between everything that you talked about, Jason. Is a great website that was given to me before when I was checking on the legislation that was done through the Assembly and through the Senate that was passed. And I'm really grateful because the initial deadline was June 1st, and then it just got postponed to October 1st. So the question I have is, if we do not approve this, based on the deadline that is before us, which is very near, what type of penalties will we face?
That is an excellent question, Councilwoman, and I unfortunately do not have the answer to that. I have not considered that, and I hope we don't have to consider that, quite frankly. But it is a deadline that has been imposed upon us that if we do not submit a plan on behalf of Paterson, it will not be included with the other PBSC municipalities. And I do not honestly know the number because, again, I have not considered that as an option.
I'm sorry, Councilwoman, with your permission, Council President, just to answer your question, this would be deemed a violation under our CSO permit. As such, it would be liable to $5,000 to $10,000 per day, per violation, per outfall, depending on the judgment of the New Jersey DEP. They have a range that they can pick. So you can see by the numbers we're talking about, you're talking significant penalties.
Okay, I just wanted that to go on the record, but I know this initiative it was entitled the Clean Waterways Healthy Neighborhoods Initiative. That was the bill this in New Jersey Assembly. But I just wanted to put it on record, what those penalties and fines would look like. It's pretty much mandated. We have to, as a council, approve. But I am really grateful. I see 19th Ave, which we have a lot of issues. I mean, people's cars have been demolished. I remember, not Hurricane, Isaias, but the other storm that we had, and, you know, so many people were trying, it was almost like we needed rowboats over in that area, of the 3rd Ward, and there's many areas in the community that flood and overflow, but over there, people's homes, cars, and so many things have gotten destroyed, so I'm really grateful to see that you use that as a marker, for, the presentation, of the deck. That's what I was mentioning, earlier, Council President and Finance. This was the deck that I was asking for. So if we can just get a copy of that deck, again, that would be great. Thank you so much, Council President.
Councilman Velez?
Thank you, Council President. I just have one question. I know I brought it up at committee. What's his name again? I can't really see his name from here, but.
It's safe, Neff.
Yes. So in other words, I mean, looking at the, and yes, Councilman, I put a copy in your mailbox in the city, mailbox here of this presentation. I don't know if you could identify it from this one. It's a nice, beautiful color one, the same one that you saw here in the screen. But this is, and I had a question right here, conclusion current WGQM. This is most likely is to entertainment and water quality standard that goes to the river, right, correct?
The water quality standards of the Passaic River, yes, that's correct, in the version of the presentation that you were looking at.
Correct. And I brought up this question. And the EPA want us to do things, and they mandate us to do things. And I brought up this question in the committee. In 2014, the United States Environmental Protection Agency, EPA, announced a $1.7 billion plan to remove 4.3 million cubic yards of toxic mud from the bottom of the lower 8 miles of the river. That means Passaic County River. And they never completed that. So $1.7 billion, they approved the grants and everything to clean our river. Now they're asking us to get into a mayor spending in the CSO, long-term control, to go to a river that is contaminated. So we gotta do all this in land, making sure that we are compliance with EPA. Meanwhile, since 2014, the money is sitting nowhere. They haven't done nothing to clean up the river, and it was approved to clean up 8 miles of river that we have that calls Passaic River. So I don't know if you had that information that I requested in committee, where we stand into that cleaning of that river that, I mentioned about the nest that is in Garfield that's been holding all that debris all the way down the river. That is part of our flooding in the city of Paterson. If you notice, the river is so contaminated and so muddy all the way 8 miles from that river, that probably is part of that flooding that we have in the border, on the borders of the rivers, on the edge of the river. And the second question was, where we stand in those cities that still are connected to our sewer system, that are using our sewer system, and basically we're not charging them for at least catch up with the bills that is going to be presented to us in the future. I know I brought this question on the committee. It's a fair question, because if the EPA is telling us, listen, here's the gun, I got a gun over your head, you need to do this, and you have to get the money to comply with the federal rules and regulation, but yes, they $7 billion approved to clean the river, and they have not done. The same agency that is obligating us to do this. So I don't know where we stand on that. I know you don't work for EPA, you work for a different company, but ladies and gentlemen, this is what we're facing. EPA is demanding something, but at the same time, EPA approved a grant of $7.1 or $7.5 billion to clean the Passaic River in 2014, and nothing had been done.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So council members, there's no other comment on the floor. We put this on regular?
Correct, regular, please.
Thank you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Bill.
Thanks, Jason.
Thank you, Council President and members. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Council President, just a logistical question. Will there be what type of discussion would you like at the meeting next week? Jason available to answer questions, Fred available, just to make sure we're clear.
At this time, if we knew what discussion we want to have, we'll ask the questions here.
We'll have them both available.
Things come up, it's got 7 days in between. We might have questions, we might look at our, capital plan. Now we have a whole sewer utility. We already seen how the sewer utility getting all this calls about certain bills, that have mistakes, not a lot, there's some. And there's something to consider going forward. We might have different questions, we don't know yet.
Okay, I just want to make sure that.
Council President?
Hold on, Councilman Velez, continue, Madam Diaz.
I just wanted to make sure if we needed to have Jason available to answer questions, I figured it was unlikely you would want this presentation next week, but just to be available for questions that he could be here.
Normally, the presentation gets done also at the regular meeting, but given that all these meetings are being now, televised and through YouTube and everywhere else, I just don't see the need to do that presentation again at the next meeting. All right? Go ahead, Councilman Luis.
Council President, thank you. Madam BA, for the healthy conversation and minimum conversation and a regular meeting, I would like you to bring at least present what will be moving forward, how you going to support this spending. What is the plan? If we move forward and approve this, if it passed, what will be the administration plan? And I know the councilman, the president say capital plan on it, but I want to see a real plan without going to taxpayer money.
Councilman, that's the only plan. If we don't get resources from outside, the only plan is the capital plan, which is borrow money, just like we do with our roads. Our budget cannot absorb, to have a big line item any given year. So most of the municipalities, that's how they handle the big expenses. But
that's one of the things that this administration has to be ready. I try to avoid everything bonding. What is the accrued revenue come in to cover all of debts?
There's no other way.
Well, we're ready to hear a lot of no's in voting.
Question for next. Hold on, Councilman. We based on the statement that Councilman Velez made previously, I want to know where we stand with the third party when we engage in doing this story utility. We said that with this new method that you guys, that the administration recommended, I was always against using, water flow as a method of billing for sewer. I want to know where we stand collecting money from these municipalities. We were assured that after we did this new billing method, that it will be easier for the administration to go after these municipalities legally. So I want to know by next meeting where we stand. Okay? By next meeting. See if we made any progress and see what's the likelihood that we'll collect this money.
Council President, can you please add in that request where they are with the nonprofits as well?
Correct.
They're all supposed to be including the hospital and all of the large nonprofits.
So good point, Councilman Jackson. When the presentation was done, we all agreed to proceed because he showed in the presentation that most of the burden was going to go to the nonprofits, including the hospital. I know there was an issue that happened with the hospital, but we need to get a report of before and after for all this, non-for-profits and tax-exempt profits. Okay?
So,
That's a good point. Yes, Madam BA.
yeah, so, I see, is, CFO Sharon still on, just so that I wanna make sure she makes a note of that tonight?
Yes, I'm here. I
Okay,
noted it.
great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much. So let's proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
So let's continue to the Human Services, resolution.
So I think,
Let's go to number 30, hold on.
yeah, 30 through
30, yeah, let's go to 30.
30 to 34. 30 for Health and Human Services is,
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Luis.
we're doing Health and Human Services.
Yeah,
So you want me to go down what from our committee?
sure. Let Madam Clerk read them into the record. Councilman.
Alright, well, we're not.
This is my broad discussion, Councilman, the first one.
I'll just read the title briefly. The 30 is resolution authorizing the city of Paris to enter intergovernmental agreement with Passaic and Bergen counties for the purpose of serving as lead agency to apply for U.S. Department of Health and Human Services Part A HIV funds. That's 30. 31. Award of contract to Matthews Specialty Vehicles, purchase and delivery of mobile medical clinic for the health division on the Houston Galveston area, council contract number AM 10-18. And then 32 is amended resolution 20079 to apply for and accept grant funds from Passaic County as well as to allocate matching funds for prevention of alcohol and substance abuse. Number 33 was asked to be removed from Health and Human Services. We drew a line through 33. And then we move on to 34. Award of contract to SHI for the purchase of computers and accessories for, this is on a New Jersey state contract for the department. And 35, we took care of 35 already. Yes.
So I apologize, Councilman Luis. I thought number 30 was 33, but it was strike. That's the one that I thought that was gonna generate a lengthy discussion, but I see that it was removed.
Thank you, Council President. We had a lengthy discussion. This was, many council members had their agenda prior to the weekend. So Council President, I recommend 30 for consent, 31 for consent, 32 for consent, 34 for consent, 35. 33 was pulled off because it needed a lengthy discussion because there's a lot of allocation of funding and that they didn't have all the answers. That is my report from the Health Committee. If any questions, I seen
Councilwoman Mims?
So, for Health and Human Services, this is not pertaining to the items, but, Councilman Al, can you check into, there was a rally, I believe it was last Saturday or Sunday, for, our youth-based services, with the potential of the funding being cut. Can you get some details for us possibly to discuss here? Because, I received many calls. They were asking if we were cutting funding. I told them that would be a part of the governor's budget at the state level, which we're not familiar with here. But just so that we all have at least some level of information, maybe something that can be sent to the council, directly custodial, so that we all have that information.
So you put in a request to the administration, and to the director, to Madam DA, and, sometimes we do need to do that, and, since we're in human services, just put the request through Madam DA.
Well, that's what I'm doing, Council President. I just mentioned to the chair, so he's aware, but Director Custodial was shaking her head, so, just so that we can.
Duly noted, that's a discussion we should have, and maybe a resolution, urging the governor to, restore the funding cut to this budget. We did say that. Thank you. But Council President, those are my recommendations for those items.
And Madam Clerk, so you're gonna put those on our consent agenda?
Yes, I do have those.
Could we pull, Madam Clerk, before we continue, could we pull number 22 from the agenda? And
Council President, well, what's on consent? Item 30, 31, and 32?
30, 31, 32, 34, and I think we made a determination already in 35.
Yeah, we did. We had 35 already. No, I said.
So,
You said 31, 35?
all the human services, 30, 32, 35, except 33 was pulled,
Okay.
okay? We need to pull, item number 22
22?
and number 36.
22, take off 22, and 36, taking off 22. Okay, 36, yeah, leave it at okay.
Why are you pulling number to 22? He be asking more questions.
It was requested by the council colleagues to be, removed. So it's removed.
I only said that because he be questioning everybody else why you removing it, that's all. Thank you, Councilman.
Sure. Let's entertain number 52 at this time.
Yes, next item number 52 is a first reading ordinance, and this is from Economic Development, amending Paterson Code, Chapter 445, titled Taxation to establish a medical cannabis transfer tax pursuant to New Jersey State Statute 24A, colon 61.
Go for first reading. Good.
Yes, Councilwoman David.
I don't have item 52. When was this item added?
You know, items sent to us in the email.
It was late, we added it on, and Phyllis had emailed me today.
Today.
Yes, ma'am.
Once again, here we go. The reason I'm asking, Council President, is because I have the agenda, and it only has 48 items. So we continue to do business the same way without giving us the information specifically on economic development, so we have enough time to read over this information.
Mr. President.
Councilwoman, you made a good point, and I did state that things will not be added. If I don't get things by Friday, things will not get added. But in this instance, for example, we will not be breaking any laws by adding it to the agenda. And all we're doing is having a healthy discussion because they did not provide the information in a timely manner. And we don't have enough information, or we believe that the discussion wasn't good enough for it to move to first reading, then it's acceptable for us to take that stand because they submitted it last minute. But let me just tell you, this item right here, I was reluctant to put it on because it needed to go through economic development, which he did, but it needed to go through finance, not on the same night of the meeting, but ahead of time. And we did discuss it today at the finance meeting, and it was put last minute because this is an item that the residents and the taxpayers have lost, I would say maybe $80,000 lost revenue on this item because this was not presented to us earlier. We're losing, according to the administration, that company or that site, the site is actually selling $500,000 a month, and we're supposed to get 2% of that in fees, which is about $10,000. And I don't know, from my understanding, I think this could have been done probably in January. Am I correct? Okay, earlier on the year it could have been done, of 2020. And we could have collected that money on behalf of the taxpayers in the city of Paterson. And that's why it was rushed. The more time we held it back, the more money we would have been losing. Councilman Abdelaziz, actually, hold on a minute. Councilwoman Mims, since you're the chair of economic development in council.
And so technically, it wasn't really a late ad. I made a recommendation before it came to the council that finance committee would have it. And so it was already discussed in economic development. but I put a pause and said, let's get it to finance so that they can go over the numbers, evaluate it, and then bring it before the council. So it's been in discussion for some weeks now, and even prior to that, but it has been. So I know it's presented today, but we did not want it to go before the council until it went through finance first.
Okay, so Councilwoman, let me just let you know, the discussion that we had, it was held because of the timing, but the statement that I passed before, it is late in a way, not because of economic development, but this should have been done as soon as we had the opportunity to do it, months and months and months ago, this should have been done. Every month we wait, we lose approximately $10,000.
You can ask for that.
No, you can't. You can't go retroactive on a tax.
No, but Council President, can I just say the statement that I made is if this was supposed to be ready months and months and months ago, then the documentation should have been ready for our packet on Friday. That's what I'm saying.
Councilwoman, it was us that was holding it, just so you know. I'm the first one to go after them, but in this instance, we were not going to put it on because of the same situation that you're talking about. Submitting things, we said we were not going to rush it item. But after we started looking at digesting what was presented to us, I just didn't see the harm. What we're doing is collecting a fee of funds that we're entitled to as per state legislation. Councilman Delacy.
Thank you, Council President. Just for, and Madam VA, very brief, the meat and potatoes, because some people do not have this in front of them. Could you give us an overview of what this is and what's happening?
Council President, Councilman Abdulaziz, if I can actually turn it over to Mike Powell, who helped draft this with our legal department, so that he can briefly share.
Very brief, Mike.
I'm gonna be brief. This is the fastest I'm ever gonna talk, and I'm gonna make right to the point. This is part of the Compassionate Care Act that was passed 2 years ago by the governor. There were two licenses that were offered for Northern New Jersey. Paterson got one of them, as you would remember. And the first year, we basically got it approved. It took time for them to get their approvals, and there was a planning, zoning, and development, which is what ultimately delayed some of us being able to draft it. Now that they've been in full production, as well as in offering the center on Route 20, we now have the opportunity to introduce this resolution to offer a 2%, which is the ultimate maximum cap that we can offer in terms of total gross sales tax. And as the council president alluded to, they're pulling in about $500,000 per month. And so if we can pull in a 2% tax rate, that we're looking at about $120,000 per year.
So, Council President, I just have a few questions there. So 2% is the maximum we could tax them?
Absolutely.
As per what?
As per the, I believe it's the Jake Honig Compassionate Use Medical Cannabis Act.
So that is from the state law, 2%.
Correct.
Is there any creative fees that we could associate with this as a hosting site?
Not as far as I'm aware of right now. The question becomes one of what's going to happen next with the referendum that's coming before the state. And so there might be some other fees that we can do in the next iteration of things. But as of now, all the fees go to the state.
Why was I reading some instances that there was percentages of like 7% or 8% for municipalities? I know municipalities, there was an incentive for them to be a host for, even with the recreational side. I know many towns ban recreational marijuana sales or medical marijuana sales in their municipalities, and people were saying that there's an advantage. 2% is the only, sales taxes are higher than 2%. So what are we paying sales tax now? 7.5%. So 2% seems fairly low, right?
Our legal team is on top of it. We went to the absolute height of what's allowed statutorily, and unfortunately, it is what it is. But it's still new revenue, and that's why we're doing it.
Thank you,
Councilwoman Khan.
Thank you, Council President. This is for Michael Powell. This cannabis, that's the one over there on Route 20.
That's right.
Understanding was that when they decided to pick how many they're allowed to come into the state of New Jersey, that they were also, the city that was chosen was also gonna get some extra money for being chosen a site to allow them to come. And then my next question is, what about the one on Getty Avenue? Is that up and running yet or no?
It's actually not there right now. It's actually in Bunker Hill is where they're manufacturing, because it's a integrated license. So it's manufacturing, disbursement, and R&D, as well as production. So what they're doing is the two right now, one is in Bunker Hill in terms of production, and then the dispensary is on Route 20, as you were alluding to, Councilwoman Cotton.
My understanding was I went to quite a few hearings. I went to Jersey City, I went to Newark. Now, my understanding was that if your city was chosen, that we were gonna get some extra money too, that's all. That seemed like what they were, meaning that the state of New Jersey would be sending down extra money to the city that was chosen. Maybe I'm wrong, Michael.
Yeah, I mean, the way it worked when we came in as an administration is that there were 6 licenses that were available for the integrated cannabis license. 2 up north, 2 central Jersey, and 2 down south. We made the case that Paterson should be a location because of Route 80, because of Route 20, and because of the tax implications. We felt that it would be a great economic multiplier effect, and ultimately decided to push on the alternative treatment center. And so that's a good question, Councilwoman Cotton. I'll look into the post-site benefits, but my understanding is that this is basically what you get, which is a 2% tax on gross receipts.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Velez and Councilman Pelosi.
So, I don't know if this question will go to legal in my aspect of trying to see what we could do with that 2% moving forward when we start receiving it. I know this will go to general funding from the city. Is there any chance we could draft a ordinance or a resolution out of the 2%? 1% will be used for parks and the other 1% for our recreation. If we could draft something like that, 2% that we receive for that taxes, can we put an ordinance together that 1% will go to our youth recreation and 1% will go to the parks of the city of Paterson? If that money can we draft a ordinance, establish that money could be used for that?
Councilman, I would defer to our CFO regarding what money should be dedicated and how.
Hello, hi. Mike.
And I'm gonna tell you why I'm saying this. Go ahead. I want to listen to her answer, and I will tell you why I'm saying this.
Councilman, can you hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, sorry, can you repeat your question?
My
I have it
question
on very
is,
low.
can as a governing body, can we draft an ordinance saying that 2% that we're gonna get revenues, I know it goes to the general coffers of the city, but can we establish a ordinance saying that 1% will go for recreation for our youth and 1% will go directly to the user to repairs our parks and et cetera, et cetera?
The only way that we could do something like that is if the state laws allow us to set aside monies in a dedicated trust.
Okay.
So without that permission, we can't.
Okay, so can we look in the state law? Because I think the New Jersey lottery, the purpose when you purchase ticket and the New Jersey lottery designate funding for school through New Jersey lottery. So is part of it. I think also with the sales tax of cigarettes, I think that the state also applied that funding for other things in our state. So it should be something out here that say, listen, we're getting this revenue. We wanna make sure this revenue coming in goes to particular A, B, and C, and not just go to general funding that the city will have only control whatever they want to spend that money at. We're talking about tax money coming in, should be put back to the taxpayer service. And our youth, our park is part of that service that we could render to the community. as a whole, you know what I'm saying? So, and the question is fair, because right now, for example, all the motor vehicle accidents that the police has with their cars, the insurance company is reimbursing the city, but it's not going back to the police department, it's going back to general funding. And to buy a car, a motorcycle, whatever, we had to wait for $8,000, knowing that they compensated back the city in a lease car. So there's a lot of things that probably we had to look into, and not directly to general funds, and then we don't see it invested in our community. Right now, 2% is 2% because they say that the rules of compassionate or whatever rule it is, but if you look at the taxation, how much they tax regular cigarettes and tobacco, you know, it's higher.
So
it's higher.
Duly noted, Councilman.
And I believe tobaccos and cigarettes give cancers. So
This is where I start asking council members to stick to 2 minutes, because we get done with your comments, right? So, Councilman Velez, the intent of your question is a good suggestion, right? It's a good intent. But just so you know, the administration puts together a budget, we control the resources. Ever since we've been on the council, we've been increasing the recreational budget, right? If we want more budget recreation, we make that recommendation to the administration. Just like if we want more money in the parks, to improve the parks, we put the money to improve the parks. If we feel that the taxpayers cannot afford to spend too much money in the parks, we ask the administration to reduce those requests. So we often say that we need to generate additional revenues other than property taxes. And this is one revenue that will add to the coffers. Just like we do permit fees, just like we do, we issue summons and we collect from the courts. This is revenues that will offset and take the burden away from the taxpayer. Is it material? No, it's going to be on a yearly basis, depending on their sales. It's going to be over $100,000, according to what we're told. Now, depending on the referendum, if they legalize, marijuana, then that's going to be additional revenue that will come to the city, if that's what the people decide. But your recommendation might sound good to the residents and on paper, but we control we control what we approve to this administration. So if we want more resources, we just ask for it. So I just want to add that. Councilwoman Cotton, you asking for the floor? Can't hear you.
No, because he's gonna look into what my one question was about. I remember when all this stuff started coming out and all these cities was online trying to get, make sure they got it in there. I remember. And I thought that because the city was picked, we was gonna get something extra, that's all. But, Director Powell would look into that for me.
Council President?
Hold on, my last question, and then we'll go to Councilman Jackson of Genesee. How long did it take, why did it take us so long to bring this to the council, to impose this tax? When was the earliest that this could have been done? Just a question.
We had this thing called COVID. I mean, basically in a nutshell, they had to build out the facility, both in terms of growing, that took about a year. So that puts us into the approval happened in January, so the next January was last year, and then the construction, we did the groundbreaking and the opening, in February, it was in the winter, it was cold, and then COVID hit.
So let me just say this and just answer yes or no, please.
Council President, I'm sorry, I need to correct the director. The grand opening, the groundbreaking was December 19th.
When did it actually open the site? Because the tax is based on sales. When did it start operating? When did it start selling in that site?
That's what I was saying, I think it was around February, because I don't think they had product yet when we opened it. They had the store, they had the location Rise over on Route 20 near the Mamajuana, but I don't think they actually opened in terms of sales because they didn't have any product.
So let's say February. So from February, March, April, May, June, July, August, and now we're in first reading, so that means it's gonna take us into October.
No, last year, 2019, sir.
Oh, that was 2019?
Yes, correct. Not now, 2019. And there was no grand opening. The building was up. They rented the place.
For almost 3 years. So it was February of 19 that they opened? They started
Yes.
selling?
I don't know the exact date of when they were able to actually have sales. I will find out for you.
February.
I was there.
No, that's when they opened. It doesn't mean they had products.
Okay, so can we find out, it's just curious, because even in finance, I raised the question of how, I know that we're probably gonna be able to obtain their audit and their information.
Correct.
But we have to keep track, maybe on a yearly basis, or every other year, they need to send us their financial, so we can make sure that we're collecting everything that we're supposed to collect.
It's in the ordinance, yep.
What we do with the pilots. So Councilman Abdelaziz. Actually, I said Councilman Jackson and Abdelaziz.
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Council President. So, relative to the economic development portion of this, Paterson and I, in fact, recall specifically Director Powell rallying for this operation to come to the city. And I have to agree with Councilwoman Cotton. I was under the impression that there's a push to bring it to Paterson because there will be a residual benefit to the community, specifically some type of economic boost. For a company to be making $500,000 in sales a month, and I get it, we're not even, this revenue that we're receiving has no relative impact on their bottom line because it's being reduced from their tax burden, their 8% sales tax burden. So we're receiving 2% of the 8% tax burden that they already have. So this is no ramification on them financially, but even at that rate, at $120,000 a year, it is 0.0039% of our overall budget. So even from, if we were to say, okay, we're going to take that money and give it to recreation, it's such an insignificant amount. I'm trying to understand how us rallying for this facility to be here, it has an economic impact on the community, one. Two, of course, all the other surrounding municipalities want it in Paterson. We have now more people coming into Paterson to buy, which is now becoming a legal drug. But there's other municipalities that clearly said, no, I don't want it here. I was under the impression that we fought for it because it would have some economic impact on our community. I would like to hear what impact has it had.
A question's on the floor. Director Powell?
I missed the question is what the economic impact of having medical cannabis in the city is?
What economic impact has it had?
Okay, so the basics of taxation, the reality of the fact that there's an integrated license that's going to create, several jobs that are associated with both the production, cultivation, sales, transportation, a whole host of other associated benefits to the entire industry coming here. Not the least of which is the forethought, which is looking at other states where, basically medical cannabis and ultimately recreation comes into play in terms of future revenues as well as additional jobs. So the multiplier effect is obvious and every other state sees it, so I don't really understand the question.
No, the question, the question was a great question.
Council President?
So
I can understand him not understanding the question, obviously. But even from a perspective of, my brother owns a bank. So you have many marijuana dispensaries that are doing deposits directly to his bank, which affects the bottom line. If we can even talk about where the deposits are going, $500,000 a month is a great deal of money. That's a great deal of money. $6 million a year, and for Paterson to see $120,000 a year is if that's what we call economic development.
We're statutorily limited. What else do you want us to do? We do what we can do based on what we can do statutorily. I mean, this is basic.
Yes, Councilman Luis.
Alright, so I just want my colleagues, I did receive this also last minute, like Councilman Davila stated. So I was mistaken. I just did some research about medical marijuana. Believe it or not, they just passed a law, not too long ago, that medical marijuana is also gonna be tax-free. They are saying that medical marijuana is like your medicine. Just like a person that's on cancer goes to the pharmacy, they don't tax your drugs, right? I think we need to separate recreational, that's on the ballot now, that will have more of a residual effect for taxes and recreational, so you could do that. The governor in New Jersey just passed it, and is actually a bipartisan bill. They're phasing out the sales tax, but they're allowing the transfer tax of 2%. So it is a statutorily a fee that the state has capped it. I just read the whole law. In the meantime, they're actually phasing out the tax. It's starting at 6%. It's going to be at 4% by 2022. There'll be zero taxes on the medical component of the marijuana. So Councilwoman Khan, I think I was on the same boat where I heard all these figures. I think that is more for the recreational side, that you could probably get a 7%, 8%, 9%, and we won't know that until the referendum's results. So, Council President, I just want to let the record reflect, I just read it, I looked into the state law, the 2% is the only thing that is left in there. They're phasing out in this law, they're phasing out the sales tax of the medicine, of medicinal marijuana, but they're allowing the municipalities a 2% fee. So it's on us. Either we do 2% and get 120, or we get zero. This is a common sense thing. I'm now reading it, go to consent. And then on the recreational.
Councilman, we understand, that's why I put it on the agenda, for notice, because we already lost revenue, collecting revenue that is due to us.
And Council President, I could see in the future that law will be amended to waive that fee, because for medicine. We don't do it for all the other pharmacies, so we should jump on this immediately, because I feel when the recreational thing, if it passes, or we ever get that in the state of New Jersey, this will be amended and they're gonna wipe it out. So after reviewing it, I was probably thinking more towards the recreational side, which this council and economic development committee, you guys should start having these conversations, because it is on the ballot. But for this one, it's statutorily, Council President, I would recommend, we get nothing now, the highest we can get is 2%, and we gotta keep our focus that this is medicine.
Councilman, I don't think any of the council members have stated that they don't want to collect this fee.
We can't make it higher, that's what I'm trying to say.
We're not requesting to make it higher. Like, for example, my point is, you made a great recommendation right now. You asked the Economic Development Committee to start talking about this, so we're gonna have a referendum. We cannot afford, the taxpayers of the city cannot afford to waste time before imposing or collecting any funding that's supposed to be collected on for the city.
You're right, we should have these ordinances in place prior to they open. That's what I think.
Regardless of COVID or not, this should have been done. It was nothing to it. It was putting a resolution together, right? Submitting it to committee, an ordinance together. Let me just say, putting an ordinance together, submitting it to committee, and this should have been done as soon as this entity opens.
Yeah, but I mean, my committee never really met either. I mean, there's all sorts of other things.
See, but that's why.
That's a poor excuse.
Hold on. Let's not get out of control. See, those type of comments. Sometimes it's better to just accept what has taken place, because when we're discussing the credits, well, not even the credits, the projects that this administration was doing, right? There was always far away always to get on the agendas, regardless of COVID or not. So I take offense in that comment. I leave it at that.
Council President.
Councilwoman Mims and Councilman Luis.
Yeah, just quickly, we have had some talks in economic development. I think Councilman Al brought up some great points. We have to be able to look forward, and we have to stop looking backwards. We just have to make sure that all these questions and even additional concerns that are being brought up, that we're more proactive, especially with the referendum on the ballot. So we will take all the points that are being made tonight to add to the discussions that are already taking place in the Economic Development Committee.
Councilman Velez.
Council President, once again, you mentioned the word audit. I would like to know really, because this was 2019, when they really started doing revenues in that place. And based on this tax is based on the revenue that they've been getting. So the customer do not get charged tax for what they're purchasing because it's a medical need. But on revenues, they are getting 2% tax. But my question will be, when really, if they could open their books and say, listen, we've been selling since March in 2019, and our responsibility was to pay since 2019, but because the city failed to put this in place, nobody was charging us, nobody was collecting it. But you know, it will be interesting to find out that probably they want to pay because it was mandatory by state to give that the 2% a long time, and the city did not have in order this ordinance or whatever, and that's why they're doing it now. Now, the other thing is, you imagine that this is medical marijuana, and still the city is behind collecting the 2%. You imagine the recreational, and it get approved, probably going to take us 10 years to figure out how much we're going to charge it. Now, I'm a great supporter of medical marijuana because there's a condition behind it. I'm not too supportive of recreational when we don't know who's going to enforce the real thing or the fake thing. So, you know, that's thing. Don't ask for things that you don't really don't know how it's going to develop in our city, especially right now. Nobody knows what it's distinguished without a cigar, tobacco, or a roll-up of a marijuana made in the street. So right now, all the streets stink like skunk. You imagine how it will be with recreational marijuana. So it's real difficult to say we want this, and we don't know the effect on the seniors. We don't know the effect on the kids out there. We preach a moral saying, let's not run to drugs. Now we want to have it as a recreational.
All right, thank you, Councilman Velez. Councilwoman W.
So I don't want us to also get off topic in terms of, there was no, and it's my understanding that there was no, not back in February of 2019. I recall December of 2019 when they supposedly were doing the opening of Rise on Route 20. And so whatever, if I'm not mistaken, whatever revenues started in 2020, is that correct, Director Powell? Okay, so it is in 2019, so whatever it is within now. That's why I say that it bothers me when I hear the director, make the statement, even as in regards to committee, because this was something that already should have been planned and prepared to show to us, and for me to receive it today still says the unpreparedness of it. And that's what bothers me, is that we get things late, right? I can't review it. Okay, but yet we should have done this a long time ago, months ago.
I mean, should I say anything? I don't know what to do. I just want to be respectful here.
Well, it's going to be your word. It's going to be back and forth. So I think at this point now, it is true what I'm saying. You should have been prepared months ago. And the fact that we have this item today...
Made the case for the license when we first came in as administration, but I mean, I don't...
I'm talking about the information that was brought forth today. That's what I'm talking about. I'm talking about for me not to have the documentation given to me at all the rest of the things that were given to me on Friday for me to review and read. All right, so here it is now. I have an agenda. I'm looking at it. I didn't even know it was on there. Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. So I think that's it on this item. Any other? No, I think that's it. So let's move on. Let's put this on.
Mr. President,
first reading ordinance. Yep.
we'll go for first reading?
Yes.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Council.
Economic has another item, number 15. Did you want to handle that one?
Yes, that's number 50.
Okay, resolution authorizing board of
That's one either.
for the purchase, installation, configuration, and training of enterprise municipal management software. Number 50.
So, given that, council members didn't get this in a timely manner, can we get an overview of this one?
Which one is that?
Number 50.
Council President, I could speak to this one as well. This is what we discussed in finance as well. It's under economic development because Ed Bosey from the Chief Innovation Officer is working with the Assistant Director of Economic Development. This is going to be the permitting software. In the past, we've used GovPilot. We are switching to SDL. It's being purchased through the SHI contract. And this is to go to kind of online permitting. The biggest users are going to be through the Economic Development Office. So that's community improvements, other permitting, as well as some health and DPW throughout the city.
Have discussion for a minute. Okay, it's $71,000 here. Was any RFP to make on this or whatever? Because I see that how many people participated. I don't know if you say that we are getting off a government pilot, and I know they was after us trying to renew the contract. I receive a lot of emails about that.
Yes.
You recall that, right?
Yes.
So now they presented us now that they're gonna honor this contract. Now it's $71,000, and what was the process to choose this particular company?
Hold on a minute, Councilwoman. Go ahead, Madam BA.
Yes, Council President, this was kind of a year-long process that we received, information from multiple vendors. We actually had a company in right before COVID hit that our Chief Innovation Officer had been working with. And then this award is through state contract. So this is something that we were adding. GovPilot served a certain purpose, and then there were different additions that some of the departments wanted to make that wasn't available under GovPilot in the same way, and it actually was a year-long process of doing some research. I know some folks from community development were there, fire, and so on. So this is one piece of it. We're actually also going to be adding a mobile access package to it, and our IT director is also going to be adding a server to this for its use, so that it's a dedicated platform for this device, which again is going to cross different departments throughout the city.
So Madam BA, I'm well familiar with Government Pilot, and I recall Government Pilot was more informational in that part of having taxpayer information, property, zoning, et cetera. What different service that benefit will be to the taxpayer that they could go to the app and say, I could get now information, move forward other things, application. Tell me what is new in this company that could serve the position now in COVID-19 that a lot of people cannot visit our offices.
Right. I think a lot of it really is, kind of the various inspection processes through community improvements. It's the construction officials will be able to use it. It's the tax assessor's office they'll be able to link all their information together. So it's really unifying it across the various departments, so that you could kind of track information as it travels through the different areas. And again, a lot of these tools are very similar. So like you said, GovPilot does have certain things. I think it's how the information is presented and used, and that's what a lot of our employees were saying. We're not utilizing this. Let's look for something else. Let's talk to other cities that are using different platforms. And for example, we reached out to Jersey City in some of the early days of this conversation and talked about this. We reached out to some other locations. So And
This
again,
is gonna be put in a website too, in
Yes.
PatersonJ.gov as
Yes, so
as a
there
tool
will-
for use?
exactly, yep.
So Council,
Council President, just quickly, I think I was trying to avoid the dialogue. This item never came to committee, so I'm asking for it to be removed. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm asking, I was gonna say something, but what I'm saying, I was telling Councilman, Velez, I believe you and who else, is it you, Councilwoman Davila, that wants to speak? No? All right, so Councilwoman Mims.
This item never came to committee, so I'm asking for it to be removed and brought to committee before it's brought to the council. I saw it here on the agenda today, but it never came to committee. So Council President, can we remove this item and allow it to come to committee first?
Council President, with that request from Councilwoman Mims, if I could just ask this quickly, you know, what other departments are, because I could have sworn that we did, I think the police department was using Gov Pilot, and then we voted on another, company for the fire department. So it's like everybody's using their own different, why can't we all sync it in together? Like, I'm trying to figure that out.
Right, Council President.
Before we continue with Councilwoman Davila's question, the Chair of Economic Development made a recommendation, and I need to know, I know the discussion is multiple departments are gonna use this, but what do you have to say about this one, MDA?
I was just gonna note, Council President, that this is one of those items that crosses multiple departments. And I know we did discuss this when Ed Bosey gave that presentation last week in Finance. We did have a conversation about it. So if we do wanna put it back to Economic Development, I completely understand if you wanna go into a little more detail there. Our one concern is that we are also working to get, COVID dollars to pay for this. So, if we can work to get that on this next Economic Development Committee, it still works with our timeline to use that for October 7th meeting, that workshop.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Davila has a question, we're gonna address it in a minute. But we discussed this, and again, the discussion that we had was to expedite, basically, we've been complaining how in this city, someone has to go through hoops to try to get a permit. You have to physically go into every office, drop it off somewhere else, pick up an application, drive to upstate New York, because they can't fax it, they can't email it to them. So what we were told is that this is basically gonna bring us up to, up to date with our technology.
Yeah.
Yes.
That we could expedite the permits. Now, the reason I'm mentioning this is because we have a lot of plans all the time, and there's lack of execution. Well, all I ask is this. I already had experience, when I went into the school district, and I don't need to get off subject, where the district, before I got in there, spent over $1 million on something, and then they didn't even ask the employees what they wanted to do. So guess what happened? They didn't even use the software. The next year they spent money, they have spent millions of dollars on software, and they don't use it because the staff that they have don't want to implement it, don't want to work with it. I just want to make sure that we actually execute the plan. We're getting, and it's sad to say, thanks to this, horrible situation that we live in today, right? We get the opportunity now to address some of the needs in that department. I just don't want to hear more excuses, and I don't mean to
Council President.
but it is just frustrating how you always have the resources, but things are not executed. I just want to make sure that this is thoroughly planned out, and is going to be put to use. That's all I got to say.
Council
President, can I just respond?
This would be a response to Councilwoman Davila and to my concerns.
Sure, yes. So first for Councilwoman Davila, yes, there are different systems, and I think they're for police and fire in particular, there's not quite the same sort of overlap that there might have been that we see with systems that can be used across a lot of the permitting or inspector groups. So it's more that health and DPW and community improvements and UCC. So that permitting process and inspection process I think that alignment is really gonna make a lot more sense. And to Council President, we have been very intentional about this process, and we've, and because Ed Bosey has been helping be that point person in the middle, and a lot of his expertise from the private sector has been with onboarding and implementing systems, and he has been from the start really working with the boots on the ground people who are going to be utilizing it and getting their input of like what were they not using before, what were they using. And it took us a while to figure out that some people were even using it that we didn't really know about, and then he's been able to bring them in and create this plan for how many licenses are we going to have, who's going to have certain pieces. So I can have him as well at the workshop to talk about this after it goes back to Economic Development Committee.
You know what?
At that time, we're also going to have a conversation about the mobile access plan. So we could do that. And if we want, since we're waiting this week, we can combine both of these into one resolution. Maybe we can work with Harry on that.
So this is not just for economic development though.
No.
So Councilwoman Mims, and I think that's why maybe they brought it here, they're using, and Harry, the purchasing agent is around. The statement that was made is that they use a state contracting. It's basically not to do bid. Harry, were you involved in this process, this resolution?
Yes, I did. I was asked to prepare the resolution because Madam BA correct, Mr. Bose was in charge to bring all the groups together. And then the only thing SHI that had a state contract, and they have also the items, the necessary items on the state contract to provide this type of service. And about software licenses, more a team overall communication between the departments. That's how far I can go with that. The rest, Mr. Bose have. He put the program together. I put the resolution after I verified the SHI that had the license to do that.
So I have a question, and I know, with all due respect, Councilwoman Mims, I know you asked to put it, but we seem to continue the discussion for now, this workshop. But my question is though, we're gonna purchase it with COVID money. How much is the maintenance fee on this? I'm sure I asked this in finance, but I can't recall. What is the maintenance fee for this project?
Yes, the maintenance, I believe, I could look back at the files and get the exact amount.
So based on that, we need to get those numbers because next year we're gonna have to, we cannot pay with COVID money.
No, absolutely.
And we're currently paying a maintenance fee for another software?
No, we are no longer paying the maintenance fee for GovPilot, but we were. So that's what this is sort of that replacement, and we are already budgeting for this throughout the departments that will be utilizing the licenses.
So
Council President, hold on, Council President, so she says, so is it the police department using GovPilot?
No, I believe what you're thinking of is Pro Phoenix. They're using Enforcis, and then they're switching to Pro Phoenix, which is gonna be the same system as Fire.
Okay.
And if I could, all of the GovPilot data files that we created, the shape files and all the data that's associated with it, we know that it can be transferred to SDL, so we're not going to lose any of the kind of data that goes for each individual property, which is really, really important. So what we have is a consolidated data system that is going to help us in terms of applications, permits, and inspections.
Okay,
So
thank you.
That's Councilman.
When will we implement this? If we approve, if this goes through, when we anticipate having this, running? And hopefully the permits will move along really fast, with the due diligence that you need to take to approve those permits. But we shouldn't take 6-7 months to approve a permit when other towns doing it in a month or two. So.
Correct, yes, Council President, our hope is that this would be able to be implemented very quickly. Again, because we already have the files, it would just be some initial training for the staff who are all, again, have been a part of this process. They've seen parts of the software and so on.
So council members, I know some council members maybe want to entertain a further discussion on this. Right now they don't have the software. We all know how we need to improve the whole department and other departments when it comes to sharing information and basically communicating with one another. Maybe we could cut down the paper trail. And
Council President.
Hold on. we're using COVID money. And just like I stated previously, the administration proposes a plan. If we like the plan, we go ahead and approve it as council members. Now, if they fail to execute, we can't be held accountable because we asked the pertinent questions, they gave us answers. I just want to put that because lately, the council's responsible even when it rains. So, Councilwoman Mims and then Councilman Jackson.
Well, Councilman, I've been raising my hands way before. I don't know if you.
Yeah, but you also have spoken, let me just let other people also speak.
Wow.
So, with this, right, so here's a question, well, a few concerns. We're saying that this money is coming out of COVID dollars. When we got the $8.5 million outline and description of what the money will be utilized for, I did not see this as a part of it. So is this lumped into another grouping or category? Because the $8.5 million allocation summary that we received, I didn't see this. That's the first question. And maybe it's under something which I haven't identified. Secondly, what you're looking at is known as a system interface. And I'm not sure if it's on multiple platforms, for browsers, or all that. And have we ever used it before? What are we currently using? Will there be opportunities for additional phases to be added onto it? Or will we have to upgrade the system? Those are things I'm sure we probably have to talk to IT to get involved in that conversation. But before we purchase any of this, we need to have a dialogue with IT, because even with system interface, we definitely need our departments being able to almost have a centralized repository and a platform for that usage. But we have to make sure we have the bandwidth so that we don't have glitches or outages. What is the backlog and what is the backup system if it does not work? Will you still have the manual intervention? Will that still be in place, or will it become antiquated? And will we need to upgrade our computers? What year are our computers? We have old computers throughout the city. We don't have brand new computers, so will our computers be able to operate, or we need to upgrade the operating systems on the computers that we use for this program and increase bandwidth? What will that look like, and will that be additional dollars that we have not calculated and for this, what we're trying to do? Have we looked into any of those items?
Sure, Council President.
I hope, because that is the job of the administration. I hope everything Councilwoman suggested you have looked into. That's why we don't get into those details, because that's the job of the administration to do your research and make sure that whatever you're purchasing is going to work, and you have looked into all those items. There was an earlier resolution when you're getting even a server. So please answer the question.
Sure, yes. Going through a couple of those. The first about the listing, it's part of it is on the resolution. It's the state contract vendor is SHI. The actual company is SDL. So is listed on under the compliance category. And so that we have been allocating that money for a while now, because we also asked specifically if it's one of these items that can be utilized, and because not only will it help the users, the residents, it will also help the employees who have to do this, who now, take notes. If they're in the field doing inspections, they won't be able to do it there. They would have to return to the office, put their notes in, get them in the system. Now these type of things can all be done remotely from the field with some of these access points. And that's also, to your point, Councilwoman, about some of the computers that we have. Yes, our IT team has been involved in this from the start. That's why we're also adding a server for this. Our Director Foote, I know who is helping, behind the scenes tonight, went through the specs, decided that this would probably be the best way to keep this high functioning for the long term, even if we start the product with our own servers and then add this server for its use so that it's dedicated. And that's learning from past experience with onboarding new software in the city. And as part of this plan and this implementation is, using some of the people will be able to use their desktops and that we have that that are recent, but we're also adding some of these mobile devices, so more of the tablet type things, so that people can have them out in the field.
So what is the training time? What does that look like?
Yeah, the implementation, again, I think it's going to be soon, because a lot of that, Ed Bosey has put together a strategy for how we're going to do it first, and I think the first department is really going to be economic development along with health, and because of just kind of their volume of inspectors and processes, but that will start immediately, and then we'll kind of ramp it up with some of our other departments.
Thank you.
I was asking specifically for timeline. Does it take a week of training, 4 days, 3 days? What does training look like?
I think it's probably going to be at least a month of training. I don't know exactly what the company provides, but I know in some of my experience with these type of things, we have done, for example, for Paterson Plus, we have done multiple sessions, some training from by the vendor, some training internally. So there is going to be some time of that, but I will, I can have Ed, who's really been working on a lot of this along with Osner as the leads. They can speak to that at the meeting next week, or answer some questions beforehand and provide you with some information. Because I do have a spreadsheet that Ed has provided that is what he's calling the SDL deployment and his process for that. It just might make some sense for him to walk through it with folks to be able to answer questions.
Thank you very much. We need to move this thing along. Councilman Jackson, you had a comment? I think you asked for the floor.
I do, yes.
Yes.
Very good. So, Council President, a couple things. One, you made mention that we need to give allocations so that we, give the administration the opportunity to fail or succeed. If these are the tools that they're looking for.
Go back to the YouTube video, that's not what I said.
Well, listen, I'm not here quoting you word for word verbatim. I'm trying to make a point, and you're interrupting, which I'm making a point not to do to anyone else, including yourself.
I agree.
But the fact of the matter is, my concern is there's a glitch, not in the software, but in the management. One of the best ideas that I would definitely give credit for is Paterson Plus. The community has really wrapped themselves around Paterson Plus and have made it a point to, utilize it as much as possible and put some of their complaints forward. The fact of the matter is none of the complaints are actually being handled. So the majority of the complaints that come through, they're not being handled, and they're being marked as taken care of, and they're not being taken care of. So, we can allow new software all day. Some of the disappointing things to me is when everyone, including members of this council, we take difference or we choose to misrepresent those people that we have who work for this community, who's been working here for years, who have proven that they're highly professional and highly competent. As an IT person with Brian Foot, I don't think there's anyone that can complain about the job that he does. He makes sure that everything is compliant, makes sure everything is working properly. He's not going to allow for a recommendation to come through if it's not going to work compatibly with some of our current systems. But the fact of the matter is the management system is just not working. I've asked, and Council President, I'll put this back on your shoulders, I've asked for reports from the Department of Economic Development, and particularly within the Division of Community Improvement, where all of the inspectors were removed from the director's purview, and we saw a substantial drop in production. So I'm not sure if the means or the effort to change software is a commitment to increase in production, because if that was the case, if something's not broke, why try to fix it? You have the director who's doing a phenomenal job and more, all of his resources were diverted. So, and lastly, in closing, you know, I hope that within the contract of this agreement, whatever the consultant, whoever the consultant is, that there is a clause within this contract that talks about conflict of interest. Because we've seen in the past, even within the Falls overview, where the developer had given $60,000 to the mayor's campaign and or one Paterson, and I'm just apprehensive that this developer, this consultant is bringing on a company that he already has a working relationship with and is possibly, you know, I don't want to make any, you know, allegations, but there could be a potential implication of, suggesting that we utilize a company that he has some, you know, type of business with. So I'm not here to put that past this administration. Has already been done in the past. But my concern is that we're spending more money, and where's the guarantee the constituents are going to get what we're paying for?
Duly noted, Councilman. The bottom line is that the constituents are not getting what they're paying for right now. So the administration is submitting a plan to try to improve that situation, and all we could do is ask the questions, and hopefully they're going to execute their plan, like stated previously. No one is happy with with that department for a long time. So the administration is trying to do things a little differently to try to make it better, and we just
Well, Council President, to my point, the production out of that division was much more productive, and here we are allowing another allowance when it's not being productive. So again, the onus comes back to the council. We cannot keep pointing the finger at the administration.
The suggestion is that we basically turn down everything the administration has been submitting. We're doing a due diligence. We're asking questions, right? We're asking them to make the necessary changes. They're submitting what they feel is what they need to provide or improve that department for those divisions. And we ask the question now, if whatever they're providing you as a council member is not sufficient, or you don't agree with, you vote no. But this is the only thing I could do as a councilman.
Well, you already know, Councilman, I have no issue with voting no, but I'll just make this last comment. You can't even come up with a list of 3 items that this council has turned down from this administration. So the notion that this council hasn't been approving the things that they've been asking for, that's absurd. Everything this administration has requested is managed to get through, and yet the production is at an all-time low.
I apologize for the residents for engaging in such back and forth, but as the council president for 4 months, I didn't know I was responsible for every council vote that takes place here. The process is, things go through committee, it's discussed in committees, which I'm not in most of those committees. It gets moved to the workshop, it gets discussed in workshop, and then it moves to the regular meeting. That's the process. Now, from time to time, we might add something to the agenda that's time sensible. And I already, in the 4 months that I've been here, I told the administration that I would not put anything on the agenda without going through the process. And they're aware. The only thing that I put on after I made that.
You just put something on tonight, Council President.
Councilman Jackson, I was about to do that, which is the tax on the dispensary, which is money that's supposed to be collected for the taxpayers. So I'm not gonna add to the burden of them not collecting the money. Let's continue, please. Can we move this along? Please.
Mr. President?
It's already 10:46. We already spent about 30 minutes. Either we move it along or we pull it from the agenda.
Council President?
Councilman.
President,
What's gonna do?
number 15, are we going to?
Oh, let's put it on regular, Madam Clerk.
Consent? Okay.
So, Council President, I made a request, and I think I'm fine with moving it along, but I don't want to hear in the future that something comes along and it wasn't in committee, and then we say, well, let's take it off.
Councilwoman, you had to because.
Council,
I let you speak, go ahead.
They have to be able to respect the process. I just spoke to, Director Powell, it never came to committee. Yes, we had it in finance, but it needs to come through committee. I understand we need the system interface. I'm okay with moving it forward, but I'm gonna put it on record. If it does not come to committee and is not vetted properly, it's a disrespect to us, and it has to go through committee. So, this is what it's needed to do, and I pray that all of those items that I've requested are in place. But I'm okay with, digressing with my request to remove it, to move it forward, as long as those things are in proper place.
So I just want to point something out. This item, Madam VA, I need to get an explanation why it was put under economic development. If anything, this should have been put under administration. So the point that Councilwoman is making is because she sees it on the agenda under economic development. This software is not just for economic development. It's for multiple divisions. So this should have never been under economic development. It should have been put under administration. That's what it should have been put on. You have a category here for administration. Now, Councilwoman Mims, I was going to entertain your recommendation to remove it, but given that we discussed it in finance and I noticed that this was not an economic development item per se, I decided, you know what, let's move it along. And at the same time, you also engage in a discussion, for a while on this item. So we already spent all this time and effort on this item. Now, if we still feel by the next meeting that this item shouldn't be here after further research, then we pull it. But I don't think it's fair to the residents and to us that we spent 25 minutes on an item. I know you said it from the beginning, let's remove it. But at the same time, we all engage in the discussion of the item. And my opinion is, this should have never been under economic development.
Hallelujah.
President, if I may, should I, with the pleasure of the council, should I just change administration for the agenda for next week?
That's my recommendation, but I want to hear from the DAC if she agrees.
Yeah.
Yes, Councilperson, that works for us as well.
Thank you.
That's my fault. I'm sorry about that.
This should have never been economic development. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Council President?
Yes.
Isn't it always Director Powell's fault?
Yes.
All right, let's continue. Let's go start. 50.
50. 50.
Yeah, we did 50.
We already did 50.
That's number 50 we just, okay. So, should we go to the front page, Mr. President?
Excuse me?
Should we go to second reading ordinances?
Yes, we do.
Okay, so they're on the first page, second reading ordinances, 4 through 8.
Mr. President. Council President.
Council President, can you let our chair of DPW kind of go through all the DPW items? And that way if anyone has questions, so we can do it quickly?
Let's do that. We're gonna do it.
That's 37 through 42 for public works.
No, hold on, number 4 to 8, we had a deeply discussion, first reading workshop, and now the second reading, I'm okay with it, and the committee discussed it, so it's the second reading, anybody has any concern, question, they could put it forward. But it's fine to be a second reading, they went through all the process, necessary to be in second reading. Now, the one that, on the agenda, okay, probably work from 37 all the way down to,
Let's take a pause for a minute. Do we have any discussions on 4 through 8?
No.
All right, let's continue.
Thank you. Council President, number 37 and through 42, all of them was discussed in committee. The most one that highlight was the, under committee, conversation was number 41. That they're gonna honor contract to fix the Borley Field House, the renovation phase 1, public works. That means that they went already to the process of bidding, and now they're going to award the contract to Prodigal LLC. Even in committee, I requested to the Board of Ed to see if they could look into the repayment of the whole area to finalize it. That's a conversation the mayor have to have with the superintendent of schools. And number 48 is a.
Where you go? Actually, I'll let you finish, but there is one item that I would like to discuss.
Okay, so.
We already did number 48.
Oh yeah, we did number 48. That's what I was gonna say, that we already did number 48. So
Can you talk to, let's have a discussion on number 41.
41, go ahead. Discussion, go ahead, what's the question?
Is this some of the money that was reallocated from the CDBG funding?
Correct.
Yes.
What are we doing at this time? I know it's phase one. What are we doing in phase one?
Fred, can you speak to that, Fred?
Yes, certainly I can. Phase one essentially is all of the initial work to get the project started. It includes all the demolition, interior demolition work. It includes everything necessary to take care of the outside enclosure of the building, meaning new doors, new windows, new roof. In addition to that, a parapet wall is being constructed in order to protect the roof in the future. And the prep work for phase two, which would be the basically, all the rough finishes, plumbing, electrical, carpentry, and all of that. But this phase is just interior demo, prep work, and then the entire exterior enclosure of the building.
So you know why I want to discuss this? I had an experience at the school district, and I also had an experience the other day. So I asked Director Rodriguez how much it will cost. You know, we have something in the capital plan. How much it will cost to build 2 bathrooms, and I think Councilman Jackson would actually maybe appreciate this. How much it will cost to build 2 bathrooms and a concession stand? I guess the concession stand on top of it. I don't know how it's done. I was told that the company would charge about $500,000. And I said, what? You could build houses here with less than $300,000 with multiple bathrooms, right? And multiple equipment. The reason I'm bringing this up is because although the law says that you award the contract to the lowest responsible bidder, doesn't mean that we're willing to pay whatever they're bidding. And the best example I'm going to use is the school district. 1 year, and I'm going to start asking for this, that's why I'm bringing this up. 1 year, I was presented at the school district with a contract for $1.5 million to do, and you recall this, Councilwoman Mims, to do some security gates at the school district in some of the schools, right? Security gates. So, all of a sudden, I asked a question that normally elected officials don't ask because we assume that the administration is doing their due diligence to basically look after the best interest of the taxpayers. And when I asked the question, I said, well, let me ask the question. How much did our engineers said, our architects said, that project should have cost before we went to bid? They said about $300 and something thousand. So there you go. The project that we anticipated on spending $350,000 in the school district, they were presenting the contract to us for 1.5. Why am I saying this? And I'm recommending Councilman Velez, the DPW, that oftentimes when they decide to go to bid on anything, that we can set a threshold. For example, if they see a project might cost $100,000, and we have, let's say we have $500,000, that would probably be a threshold because it goes to the lowest responsible bidder. But it doesn't mean that we have to give it to whoever bids the lowest. If that wasn't part of our budget, we're not going to take it. We're just going to know this $496,000. How much do we actually anticipate in paying for the phase one?
Councilman, we can barely hear you.
Council President, that's all I was going to tell you. If something's going on that your voice is going back and forth.
This is not good then. Well, did this happen with everybody? No, you guys gonna hear me?
It was now in this moment only. Now only in this moment. I guess you've been going back and forth. I could hear you, but yeah.
So what I'm saying is,
Yeah.
this $196,000 that we're spending, how much did we anticipate that this was gonna cost us, this phase one?
This phase one was estimated to be between $550,000 and $600,000.
We actually came below.
Yes.
Wow. And when we do that anticipation, because based on past practice, or that's because we have the knowledge to know that that's how much it will cost?
Oh, we put together the estimate based upon the scope of work that was developed for the project. So we know how much concrete work normally costs, we know how much structural steel normally costs, etc.
So I'm gonna be guilty with this, because I asked all the council members never to do this. Fred, do you guys do estimates, when we build these parks that we do build, do you guys submit estimates of how much things will cost? For example, like 2 bathrooms and a concession stand. Do you actually do an estimate of how much those things will cost?
Almost everything we do is usually tied to a grant application, and the grant applications always include a cost estimate as a part of it.
Well, in the situation of what I'm asking, doesn't have to do with grant, it has to do with capital. That's why I'm asking the question.
On most of the projects that I'm involved in, yes, we do have a projected cost estimate.
Were you involved in the park that we just recently built? Were you involved in any of it?
You're talking about the artificial turf work, or?
Yeah.
I was involved with that after it was already scoped out and pretty much underway. I got involved with some of the contract management portion.
I don't like that part. But let's go back to the resolution. That's a discussion for the
Council President.
Let's go back to the matter at hand. Councilman Luis.
Yes, I just want to bring up to the note on the back of the sheet of bid summary, there was an individual that bid $824,000 in this project. The only part I want to ask Fred, Fred, I know you gave me the detail, but to put in the record, I believe they're gonna redo the bathrooms, the gym, the showers, and all that stuff inside the recreational facility. Can you give us a scope of work, Heidi, what we could get for 496? I know that we spoke about this. Can you put it on the record just to have an idea of the scope of work?
Councilman, he did it, hold on a minute. Councilman, he did already.
I know, but you're talking about bathrooms and and concession stand.
No. I apologize. I did say I was gonna get off track a little. I did say for me my comment. Maybe that's the part that you didn't hear because we didn't put up. He did go the quote. But
the only thing I have to say is, if this came on time, I was praying that this would be now, because remember that the facility, they're not going to school, they're using that area limited, and it will be suitable to do it now that the school are closed, moving forward to have it ready for the next season, especially the football one, the big one.
So council members, you want to move it along, 37 through?
Consent?
Through?
Non-consent.
Actually, no, non-consent.
Which one, all of them?
41.
Oh, 41, okay. The remaining, I would recommend to go consent.
37, 38, 39, 40 consent, and 41 non-consent, and 42 consent?
Consent, correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, council members, to allow me to do this.
We do 43 and 44.
Council President, we
Just one second,
the first reading ordinances, which are also DPW, we could just do all DPW.
Which one?
we did,
9, 10, and 11, which were removed.
Absolutely. I understand, we're gonna do it, but we just have to add an administration, get over all the feet from the agenda, then we'll go to page 1.
Oh, no, the councilman, let's, if you want, let's get it. It's only one, it's 3 only. This was discussed, it was pulled up.
Councilman, you have a whole bunch of first reading ordinances. Let's do 43 and 44, let's do 43.
We only got 3.
Let's do 43, 44.
Oh, 43, 44?
yeah, Council President, I just want to say that,
Sorry.
well, Councilman Velez said that the field's not gonna be used, the district has okayed certain sports to still be played.
He means that area, the level.
I think they're gonna use it.
The field house,
They're gonna use it, because if they're gonna play football, they gotta use the field house.
That's fine, they were gonna do it regardless.
Okay, right, well, I'm just saying, he's saying that there's no sports being played, but yes, it is being played. That's all
Duly noted, Councilman. Madam Clerk?
Mr. President, 44, I can respond to that one. That's when all the information was done through the third party who handled the constables. So all the paperwork is in place for number 44. That's what you can say.
Council President, can I say something? And I'm gonna just say this respectfully to the administration, if you can relay this message, Madam VA. There are times when there are individuals who are, appointed to, and let's use this as an example, being a constable. And a council member decides that they're not going to proceed with the appointment. And then the individual goes to another person, and then that person doesn't say the reason for them not putting them through, and then go through the process and getting on again, okay, and being approved. But then you have 2 people, then you have 3 people not doing a reappointment, and all of a sudden the mayor doesn't even have at least the I would say decency to at least say, if you were a constable, who appointed you and why you're not being reappointed. So, you know, I just want to put that on record, because it's a very uncomfortable feeling. And there's reasons why people don't get reappointed to certain positions or should never be appointed to any position in the city.
Well, no
I just want to put that on record.
Council President,
Non-consent on this one?
Non-consent.
Council President.
Yes.
Thank you, Council President, and thank you, Councilwoman, Large Davila. You know that we had that rules. If we're not appointing somebody, it's because there's a reason. And, Madam, I believe, Madam, Corporation Council? Corporation Council?
I'm here, I was just trying to.
Okay, thank you, sorry. Corporate Council, please take notice of that observation also when we're working in the ordinance for the constables. If a person was not reappointed, they had to give a valid reason why they're not getting reappointed and not overstep the appointment of the council.
So council members, you basically have from courtesy from the administration, but that's why the item is before us. If you have any concerns about the appointment, that's what we're here. This is workshop.
Council President, the reason I pull out Madam Corporation Council is because for the past month, we are working in an ordinance to put order and law in the constable statute. So, and then she's aware how strict I want to get into this constable appointment. Yes.
So council members, either we move this or we pull it.
We're moving it, Councilman, but she's putting in. Yeah.
We go expedite the meeting. Are we moving it? So
Yeah, we're moving, yes.
Non-consent.
It's on regular.
Yeah.
It's on regular.
It's a regular, yeah.
All right. Let's continue.
Well, let me just say that since they're talking about council appointments, one of the calls that I received was because their person did not win the re-election, so they didn't have nobody to appoint them, so.
Well, I see Councilwoman Marisa Dahlia here.
I mean, I got several calls, but I'm at my max number anyhow, but people that were not re-elected, lost, their council started looking around, I mean, their constables started trying to find someone else to reappoint them.
Well, council,
I only see one person that wasn't reelected that had constables, so.
So I picked up one of them.
I think what our colleagues are saying is, if 2 council members have appointed the same person, right? The administration would at least ask them why, and that's it. Just courtesy. They don't have to do it. The administration don't have to do it. But
No, they don't. They really don't have to.
They're asking for courtesy. That's what they're asking. Number 43, Madam Clerk.
Yeah, Mr. President, so for the constables, what the clerk office does, I follow the guidelines and the rules and regulations, the record check and all the etc. So,
Madam Clerk, you have to speak closer to the microphone. I think it's very low.
okay, now I have to turn up the volume. No, I'm saying the responsibility of the clerk's office, I handle all the paperwork from this end, the record check, and if there's any issues, I would normally reach out to legal. So what I do, I have everything in place on my end for this concept. Okay, so we get on to 43 now. It's the award of contract to Shah International Corporation for purchase, delivery, installation, fiber optic cables for the fire department.
Council President. Another one here. Why is under administration when we discuss it in public safety?
So,
Madam Chair.
Councilman Velez. What number are we on, Council President?
43. Madam Chair, let me recall. Remember when Chief McDermott stated that we need to move forward in installing optical lines because we in analog lines and the phone are real old.
Yeah, we understand.
Yes.
But let them explain why.
After we discuss it.
Right.
Yes, Council President.
Before you speak, Councilwoman Cotton and Madam BA. Well, Madam BA, remember that I mentioned to you that a lot of things that you have to do with contracts, after you go through those committees, you need to go to finance, right? Go ahead.
Yes, Council President, this was actually one of our items that we talked about briefly tonight in finance, because it is being led by Ryan Foote. And so while it's something that, it is a fire department project, it is, IT has sort of been the project manager of it. It's something through the capital budget for administration from FY19, and he's been, kind of working to move it forward.
Council President, this is the message the administration is sending. This is the administration that.
So,
come on, stop it.
Madam BA, just like we need to discuss, because if there's gonna be issues, because where you put it, again, it was discussed in finance today. Normally, it should be discussed in that meeting, but to expedite it, we put it here.
I think, and so Council President, I think some of this has come from the fact that we are trying to include more committees in conversations about similar items. So it is falling into some overlap. And this is the one that I had mentioned to you last week, just because it is a pretty straightforward one, it's it's one to try to improve infrastructure.
I want to ask a question. Council members, what is the issue here?
I got an issue.
Hold on. You want to speak, Councilman? Is it the classification? And this was discussed in public safety.
It was.
He was brought to finance.
Right.
So he was put on the administration? That's the issue?
No, that's not the issue.
What is the issue, Councilman?
I'm gonna tell you what's the issue. And then this is a message, this perception is a lot for me. For the past couple meetings, we have noticed, and you have noticed, Councilman, that I don't care if it goes to Finance Committee, I don't care if it goes to public safety or DPW, I don't care. But when we're talking about contract, it's falling under decision and administration. So we need to watch what's going on. Why every contract has to go to administration, not to the proper committee, to make sure that we are vetting the right
Council President.
Hold on a minute. Hold on, Henry. Everything comes from the administration.
Right. Everything.
The administration.
I know.
Committee, and he went to the two committees.
I know.
So just because they put it in the agenda under the title, under administration, everything comes from administration.
I know everything comes from administration, but the discussion is taken care in committees.
You did.
So that means that 4 individuals in committee are asking questions, making sure that administration is fiscally responsible, what they doing, what they take it out of committee and force it to administration. We want to make sure that we discuss it in committee, and no matter where it falls after that, but let the administration know that we already discussed it. That's the only thing that we want to say.
This one went to 2 committees, not just one.
So what's the problem then?
It went.
There's no problem, exactly. Councilman, I think Councilwoman Cotton, do you want to let Harry speak on this, or you want to?
Okay, well, because we discussed it, and what happened was it wasn't ready to be put on the agenda, and that's why they had to wait. Go ahead, Harry, please.
We're good with it, but.
Council President, Council members, Madam BA. It's under administration for the fact mentioned by Madam BA. IT department run all the codes and everything necessary. Only the fire department is mentioned here because they have the cables and new connects that we need to put in the new radio room in Pennsylvania Avenue. So IT had the Department of Administration, that's the reason the resolution is under administration. They mentioned the fire department because they're being benefited by it, because there's no communication room.
Thank you for the
So,
clarification.
Council President,
Yes.
I asked the Madam BA regarding the communication room, regarding the 111 Broadway communication room. You know, how much we have spent already, and this is not really running the way that we want it. You know, we still got a communication room in 111. We have, I believe, one in McBride. Now they work in the other one in Pennsylvania. When are we gonna get all this in one really building, one building for one for all? You know, we wasting all this money and still, we don't see that, it's working one place like they say.
Council President, if I may be, this is one of the components in order to make that happen. All the radio room in Pennsylvania Avenue, all the departments will be there, police, fire department, DPW. The idea to have all these components to make sure that everything that need to be inside the room ready to operate is being done in the proper way and manner. It will take some time like anything else, but I mean, if the effort didn't put this project forward.
Thank you, and actually, hold on, Councilman Velez, hold on. So actually, council members, we approved this in the capital plan. So we basically had a lengthy discussion about this expense, not specifically this vendor, but the purpose that the equipment that we're purchasing, we discussed it, we put money in our capital plan for equipment for this purpose. So just wanted to throw that in there.
Council President,
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
I don't have the item in front of me. How much, what's the allocated amount?
$42,000.
And it's for, what is it for?
Harry, it's for equipment.
Council President and Councilman Jackson, is for the fiber optic cables to be run from the main source to the new building, and that way the communication level is optimum.
But Council President and Council colleagues, this is the same site that's on Pennsylvania Avenue, which was the former incubator, that there was over in excess of $14 million with all kinds of equipment there. This stuff was supposed to have been, there was an agreement made that all necessary improvements was going to be covered by the expense, by the money that was squandered from that third party entity. You know, I don't understand why we're spending more money on this thing when we still have yet. I have asked for on numerous occasions for full reports on what we're spending.
I told him it was okay to put it on there. I told him yes. I told him yes.
Councilwoman Stein.
I'm sorry.
Not only that, Council President, but you know, the mayor went on national TV or news media outlets talking about equipment that they were selling. And recently I heard that some of that equipment was going to be rented to the Brownstone or some other food entity. I mean, we're just constantly allowing for people to just bludgeon us over the head with a sledgehammer. And we continuously shelling out money when the taxpayers have already paid for some of these things. I can't believe that just another item. I know it's a small amount, $40,000. But that's even more reason why that expense should be getting absorbed by what was done over there. We still haven't even gotten a report. Just the fact that the council's entertaining this is extremely irresponsible.
Councilman, you want to give the administration opportunity to explain if this is an improvement or not? Because this is fiber optics. But I want to hear what they have to say. Madam VA.
Sure, Council President, I actually want to just clarify, this is sort of setting the stage more. It is more connected to the fire headquarters than the next step of the Pennsylvania Avenue, but I'll let Ryan Foote jump in so that he can just clarify.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, fine, perfect. All right, so the resolution that you have in front of you is for the installation of fiber optic lines from the Grand Street Firehouse to the fire headquarters at 300 McBride. What's going to happen is that it'll improve the services, the data and voice services for the location. It's in preparation. Also, it's tied into Pennsylvania Ave. Once the firehouse is connected to the city's fiber optic infrastructure, they'll be able to access the new CAD system that will be located in Pennsylvania Ave. It's an infrastructure upgrade that we've been in the works for a while. It's from fiscal year 19 capital improvement funding, and it kills two birds with one stone. Actually, three birds. It's going to provide fiber optic connectivity to 300 McBride. It's also going to light up Grand Street Firehouse, and it's also going to be able to provide stable connectivity from 300 McBride Ave to the new CAD infrastructure. So that's what you have in front of you at the moment.
Thank you, Ryan. So, council members, can we move this along? So let's put this on
Number 43 on non-consent, Mr. President?
regular. Yes, non-consent.
A for administration, correct?
Correct. Non-consent, number 43.
Okay, so I have that. I do. Are we going back to the first page?
Yes, let's go back to the first page. Madam Clerk, before you start, didn't we have an issue last time with number 9 gold?
Yes, we did, and it was asked to be added back on the agenda, and then we had some information that was sent to us, so I
So
saw.
I have Hong Shao here, I see here.
Yeah, Council President, I don't see where Councilman Velez is, but this came back to committee. The discussion was had in committee, a DPW committee, and with Hung Chow, and Director asked that he be here today and it go back on. So that's the reason why it's back on the agenda.
I understand, but what changed?
What changed?
Guys, you can put it back up on in Hung Chow's recommendation. We sent you Hung Chow's recommendations earlier today, and I had the Hung Chow's there to answer any questions you guys have.
So Councilman, can I speak on the what changed?
Hold on a minute. Is Hong Chao here?
Yes.
What was his previous recommendation on this?
He recommended that we not do it.
And now he changed his mind?
You'll read the recommendations on the email.
Let me read the
He
email.
still feels that we shouldn't do this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, Councilman, what changed with this?
All right, so let me read the email, please, because one thing is he recommended, let me read the email, please.
Councilman, can I just quickly just say this, Council President, this item was removed specifically, and I remember last week, even I was questioning it, on the reason why the 20 mile per hour and the recommendation, which at times we've had Hung Chow, a traffic engineer, not recommend. He did it with the first ward, he did it with, certain stop signs, and he is our expert. We do, for the most part, agree and accept his recommendations, but it is that a recommendation. When there is some safety issues or other things, in terms of constituency elders who do approach, who do contact us as council members or representatives of different wards, we do have certain considerations. And I think that was part of, me being part of the conversation last week in the DPW committee meeting and having Hung Chow there, and he explained the reason why. So if we can just have him just quickly, instead of, going through and reading emails, he can just quickly say why he didn't recommend it, and the chair can say the reason why it came back. And kind of like keep it that, can we do that, Council President?
Yeah, Council President.
I think Hung Chow should speak.
No, before Hung Chow speak.
I don't see him.
Yeah, before.
Here.
Yeah, go ahead, Hung Chow, speak, because I'm gonna speak after you.
Can you hear me?
Oh, definitely, loud and clear.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Council President, thank you, Council members. For this particular ordinances, I already explained in the committee meeting, and from the traffic engineering perspective, I cannot support it simply because the speed limit is not a problem on this occasion. 25 miles per hour is scheduled on all the residential local roads, and there is no reason I can see we should lower the speed, because the concern speeding is not because the speed limit is too high. It's because the people driving, some of the drivers driving too fast, over than 25 miles per hour. So I do believe if you lower the 20 to 20 miles per hour, it's not going to change anything. And also, what I understand, the problem, the long-time concern is in front of the senior building, and the city already put up flashing beacon lights, which really help them crossing the intersection there. And I do not know if that's very highly concerned of the speeding on that road, because we understand the speeding in the city is almost everywhere on some of the roads. And I do feel if we do this, lower the speed limit, will not help the situation, but the people don't understand, so they may ask everywhere else, why we should have that 20 miles per hour, which I do believe is not going to help, it's not going to be beneficial. So I do believe it's not necessary. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hanshaw. I'm in agreement with you, actually. We have this issue everywhere. So just by lowering it 5 miles, we'll just go see how it's gonna change the situation from 20 to 25. This is almost like a feel-good measure, just to say that something's being done. I just don't see how you can improve it. At this time, Councilman Velez, please, elaborate. You have to unmute yourself.
Oh, thank you. Thanks God you didn't listen to my comments.
No, you can repeat it if you want, Councilman.
No, I just want to say that I'm happy that everybody is making some factual, based on expertise of traffic engineering. I'm happy that somebody put facts on personal view. But when I'm traveling and go through 20th Avenue, and I see that people don't even obey the 25 miles per hour, they're going 30 and 40, that means there's a problem there. When you see individual going and knocking the new signs that we have because they are speeding and they go on top of the sidewalk, something is a problem there. When I see seniors trying to cross the road, and no matter how many lights are blinking, and they still speeding, and the senior cannot even catch to cross the other side because they have to turn around because the guy is speeding, I have a problem there. When we have, and Hancha put here some thing that he don't support. And this was a 1:12 in the afternoon that he wrote it. And Tuesday, when we had Councilwoman Davila, Tuesday, we had the meeting, and Hang Chow didn't even say all of this. But yes, he went to his office and wrote it and not presented in committee. Now, this is what that Councilman Jackson said. And we have Councilwoman Davila, you have me, and probably other councilmen are going to agree with me. This came based on requests of meetings that we having with seniors, with principals of those schools there, charter schools, that say that the amount of traffic have increased and the speeding have increased because 21st Avenue is becoming a gridlock. And people on peak time are using those streets as a shortcut to head to downtown and a shortcut to go out of the city. So if you think that it will not work. It's not my opinion. It's what I see because I got boots on the ground. I live 2 or 3 blocks from there, okay? And I know the amount of problems I have with speeding there. Police have enforced the speeding there, people going over 25 miles per hour. Now, if you think it's not gonna work, I just wanna give it a try to see if it works. If it don't work, let's put it then 40 miles per hour if you want. Let people fly. Let's put in rigs our seniors, let's put in rigs our, as a matter of fact, let's remove the stop sign and the traffic light, and let's remove all the yellow lines and the crosswalk, and let everybody run and whatever they want, because opinions go over a will of the community.
Councilman,
Of the community.
I want to hear also from, I know Director Rodriguez, you asked for the floor.
Now, before director speak, I want to say my last thing. Before director speak, I want to say my last thing. Councilman Jackson stated right. The opinion of the traffic engineering, we respect it, but it's the curfew of the council to vote it up and down. It's up to us. Now we have 3 individuals in the committee that wants to entertain this. Let it go vote up and down, and then have a legal situation afterwards.
You know it, Councilman, Director Rodriguez.
Please, no councilman. At the meeting last week, Hung Chau did state in the meeting to the Councilwoman Davila and Councilman Velez, myself, traffic engineer Fred was there. He did state that he wasn't in agreement with this and the reasons why. He said it in the meeting. Councilman Velez asked him, do you think, or in other words, can we still put it on the agenda? He said, this is your prerogative. If you want to put it on the agenda, you can put it on the agenda, but I don't agree with it. That's what happened, and Hung Chau never agreed with anything with this ordinance.
So he also agreed to change the 20th Avenue on Grand Street without no problem.
Councilman, yeah, he agreed, you said it, Councilman.
No, he agreed when there's no need to do it.
So you know what, we got the opinion from, so I don't understand how he got moved from committee. That means that 2 of the 3 or 3 council members decided to move it even against the opinion from Hung Chau. And the statement that you made, Councilman. Hold on, I got,
He's McDermott.
yeah, let me turn him on. So, the situation that we're having here, Councilman Velez, is you do have a valid concern. 20th Avenue, all you're trying to do is to do something. I understand. But I think we need to talk about enforcement. Something's gotta be done. Maybe put some lights, like we have in other streets that remind the drivers how fast they're going. I see them all over Lakeview. I see them in different situations. And you know, as a driver, he tells me you're going 28 miles per hour. Because you start blinking, right? So what you do? You lower your speed, right? So something's got to be done, but I don't think that, Councilman, my opinion, and I'm taking also the recommendation from Hung Chau, that putting a sign there, all we're going to do is incur an expense by the city to put up the signs, and they're not going to follow it. 20 miles per hour, if they're not following the 25, you stated it yourself. They're going through there 35, 40 miles, and the limit is 25. So I guess you're hoping that they'll reduce 5 miles from speeding? So,
well, Councilman, you think it's a joke?
Not a joke, I'm telling you.
Just leave it like that. Just leave it like that. You think it's a joke? Just leave it like that.
Councilman,
You know, when somebody.
Okay, here we go again.
Council President. Here we go again. No, it's better eating an apple with you than.
Yes, Councilman Jackson.
So, very quickly, just to Councilman Velez's point, and to your point as well, it is relative to enforcement, but the way I see it, the point where I agree with Councilman Velez is, if the limit was 20, it becomes more obvious to the enforcement agent if they're doing 30. When it's 25 and they're doing 30 in the 25, it doesn't become as obvious. It's just like some areas you have 15. I don't understand why, again, and we're talking about an area it is highly congested, and you do have, in a lot of areas with seniors are crossing, it takes them more time to get across the street. It's just a matter of courtesy. And to your point, it would be great to have those signs that light up when you exceed a certain speed limit all over the city, but we don't have it in our budget. So we have to do within one, the confines of our budget restrictions, and two, we can't be responsible for enforcement. The administration obviously has not done its part with enforcement. They're completely dropping the ball all across the board. But we can only do the things that we can do. So to take the power away from the councilman of that area and not to allow him at least the courtesy of having that reduced speed, you're taking away his ability to service his community. He can't go out there and be a cop. He can't go out there and enforce the law. He can only do what's in his power. And this is one of the tools in which he has to help his residents. I think we should allow it and entertain it because this is what we can do. Other than this, just talking about enforcement is not servicing the public.
Well, so Councilman Jackson, to your point, it is interesting when some of us request and we ask the administration to listen to the professionals that they have hired that are working for them. But then us council members, we have to rely on professionals. If they're if they go to our committee, yes, we could take the recommendation. That doesn't mean we have to proceed. But you know what? I am in agreement that we have a citywide issue. This is not just 20th Avenue. And to your comment pertaining to the budget and how costly it will be to put lights there, you know what? We have to find a way. If he has gotten into other places that there's no even, they don't even have probably a lot of residential homes where they have put it, I think it is important to have it where you have seniors and a charter school. So if we're gonna spend money on signs and things of that nature, I'd rather look into the matter and see how we could allocate the funding to put it in strategic areas, not throughout the whole city, but at least in places that we know that this issue needs to be addressed immediately because of our seniors crossing the street and the schools. If there's a charter school in that area and those senior buildings, that should be one of the spots that the administration should have looked at to put those blinking lights. That's just my opinion. And we'll go from there. But also on the note of giving the council the courtesy, the councilman for that word, I have requested a double stop sign on 8th Avenue and 18th Street. Councilwoman Mims have requested also double four-way stop signs. And there was a meeting that the councilman, I've never seen that in all the years watching council meetings, the councilman got, I think, like 4 or 5. So we're not here to not let the councilman get the things that he needs for his ward. What we're trying to prevent, we're trying to use the recommendation from the expert, and at the same time, the recommendation actually makes sense. This is a citywide issue, and it has to do with enforcement. So I understand, Councilwoman Davila, you are asking for the floor.
Yeah. So what I wanted to just add, because this is not to take away from our professional, that's why we have him there, correct? It's not to take away from him, and I know that you said, 3 people. Well, we decided as a council, we are a committee, but it does need to come back for further discussion. And I use the example of 20th and East 19th. Many a times I brought it to his attention, and again, this is not, to put Hung Chow out there like that, but, there was a request for a 4-way stop sign, and he kept saying he did not recommend that. But it was dozens of accidents in that corner, and the only thing that we could do that I thought could stop, and clearly, we passed it, and here it is a few months, they're still not up. And I was there and an accident again. So he did not recommend that, but we finally took action as a council and we passed it and we did the 4-way stop sign. Director, by the way.
Listen, we do that from time to time, Councilwoman, but even himself, he acknowledged that he doesn't believe this might work, he just wanna try something. And I don't wanna try things if I don't believe in them with the taxpayers' money. Because we do this and we have to do this honest. That's my point on it.
That's what I wanted to say.
Feel strongly about it, and you drive it, and you convince your committee, I understand. But the councilman himself, based on his statement, he doesn't believe, he doesn't feel strongly that this will work. Because if the 25 miles per hour is not working, what makes you think that 20? But to Mike Jackson's point, yes, people might be more considerate when they go through there, but that doesn't mean they're gonna stay within 20 miles. So I think we do have to put some lights here, or something, you know? But the something is not reducing the speed limit, because if that's the case, we're gonna have a lot of streets that people are gonna request, to reduce the speed limit to 20. If that's the case, let's do the whole city then, you know? Not just that street. It's a citywide problem. Councilwoman Cotton. Can you unmute yourself, Councilwoman? Okay.
Right? You're in control. But I just want to say that I think that you know, we want to say lower the speed limit for the entire city, because as they said, it's a major problem throughout the entire city that we need to lobby our elected state officials to move change the speed limits to 20 miles an hour. But if I have my senior housing on Rosa Parks Boulevard, and I had got the four-way stops on Harrison Street and Fulton Street. And let me tell you something. I mean, one of my seniors got killed crossing the street. A little kid got killed crossing the street. You ride through there now, they were still flying, even with the stop sign. They tore those, Director Rodriguez, you know, the little stop signs you put in the middle of the street until you're able to put up the nice blinking ones. They have tore them up. They're not even, Director Rodriguez, they're not even in the middle of the street no more, where they're still flying. So I think that we need to lobby our state officials that we need to lower the speed limit for the entire state to 20 miles an hour, because as you said, once one street gets to 20, then it's going to be a long list of people. But speeding is so bad throughout this entire city. I just had stop signs put on East 28th Street and 11th Avenue, and believe me, those residents over there were so happy because they're flying from 26th Street to 33rd Street and flying like I don't know what from. So I believe stop signs do help. They really do help, because now they're starting to see that they have to really slow down. So maybe we need to look at putting stop signs, like I recommended for my Dr. Cotton in front of the senior building on 20th Avenue. That, I mean, I can see us doing that. And also, I want the director to look into I call them bubbles. You know how you ride across like a bubble? They're not really high bumps, they're not speed bumps, but they're like a bubble. And you know when you hit it, meaning that you have to like slow down a little bit. So I think that the DPW needs to really look into some of those, because you ride around in certain areas and in certain towns, they have those, not speed bumps, I call them little bubble bumps. And then you know now that you should slow down some. So that would be something you can look into, Director Rodriguez. Thank you.
So, Councilwoman, that's actually a good idea. I noticed that on Trenton Avenue, people probably in the past said that would never happen, that you wouldn't have four-way stops, and that has actually worked on Trenton Avenue. So maybe that's a possibility, Councilman Velez. I'll let you speak right now. You're asking for the floor. Maybe that's a possibility, instead of having reducing the speed limit there, maybe asking for four-way stops. Go ahead, Councilman Velez. I'm asking him to unmute himself. He's not. You see that?
Council President, you know, the amount of space that are from one traffic to the other, I know what the traffic engineer is going to say, that is not enough space to put a stop sign because you have 2 traffic lights, okay? Now, and I don't want to override his opinion, but Councilwoman Mintz and Council President, you got to office in 2018. Councilman Mr. Hong Chow will not let me lie. I'll be requesting a traffic light on East 18 and the intersection you're saying, and his answer was, that is a county road, and I have to go to the county road. I did the request to the county road, still pending on the engineering county road, regarding putting a traffic light in that intersection that is a little bit curved when you're coming down the road. And it has stop signs in one side. But you guys got here to the office 2 years ago. I've been dealing with this since 2016. So to say that you guys been asking for something since you got here and Hong Chow knows it, Hong Chow knows about that intersection is 918 way before you got to office. Now, you could ask him also that he forwarded to the county engineering, and the county engineering is sitting in the back of it, and the DPW of the county is just sitting in the decision to put it or not. And they say the same thing. It's a county road and it costs money. So that request, they already know. And those accidents, you notice for a long time. They know about it.
In just of time, Councilman.
Yeah.
We discussed this, so council members, what do you want to do with this? Move it to regular and let everybody vote. That's it. Yes, duly noted.
So we are keeping item number 9 on for first reading.
Listen, I just don't see, I want to hear from my council colleagues. I just don't see, you know, even a council member that's recommending this doesn't feel that this will work. So this is a feel good, you know, just putting up a sign. What's the purpose? Go ahead.
So, Council President, I think that as you've done with other items, it is for a first reading, that we move it forward, and the individuals that feel that, you know, they don't want to proceed with it, you vote it up or down. You know, I think that's a recommendation, instead of continuing to delay the process. I mean, it's in first reading, it came back, it went through committee as it was asked, Hong Chow came, spoke, and now we can, you know, vote it up or vote it down. I mean, you know, will the chairman of the committee, you know, muster up enough support? We don't know that, but at least we're not stopping the process.
Just listen, I'm not stopping the process, I've never done that, but I just feel ashamed, and with all due respect to the committee, if the committee chair doesn't feel, and this is what's getting to me, we'll entertain it, that's fine. But I think that's just disrespectful for just us even spending the time on it. If you got the expert telling you that he doesn't recommend this, and you have the person that believes that should believe that this would work, saying that, look, this might not work, but let's just give it a shot. This is bad. It's just bad. We're gonna move it along, because I don't wanna entertain it any longer. But this would never get my support, and I'm sure some of my other colleagues would not support this either. But let's just move it along, that's fine.
So Council President, and last thing, all right, I understand what you're saying, right? Again, like you just stated, you know, can it muster up the support? We'll see that, but I just need to just put it on record, you know, there have been recommendations by our engineer, our traffic engineer, in terms of four-way stops and lights and so forth, and we've had reports done to say different, and we've been able to move forward with them.
Woman, we have repeated that 10 times. All I'm saying is the person that's requesting this didn't sell it, that this will actually work, right? That's the problem that I'm having. And if you guys don't go back to the YouTube video, let's continue. Right? I mean, just continue.
First reading.
Yes, let's move it along. Madam Clerk, can we continue?
So we keep number 9 on to first reading?
Yes, leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Next one is item number 10, is a 30 minutes parking on East 22nd Street between 15th Avenue and Park Avenue.
Council President, this is the one that I questioned, that I wanted more information, and it did go through committee. And we have the director here. I still was a little, still questioning the whole 30-minute, parking zone in that area. But I did take a drive along, so there are more businesses there than what I thought, in terms of, because I was talking about the 2 corner bodegas, but there are various other businesses.
So, Councilwoman, so I actually agree with your previous statement that you made in the previous meeting, and I don't know why you changed your mind at this time. And
No, I didn't say change my mind. I still have questions, but it could not.
I just don't see how we're just making decisions it seems to accommodate a specific business, when right now you pass through that neighborhood during the day and there's no parking. That office does not take people for half an hour, just so you know. People don't go there for half an hour, they go there for hours. Even if we want to accommodate them, half an hour would not do any justice. Now, we don't have enforcement also, we don't have, the police are busy with other things. So you need to tell me that if somebody violates the half an hour parking, you think that we're gonna be able to call the police and they should show up in no time? I just don't know how this got on the agenda again, because we're having a parking problem right now. You have, every time these developers go through these committees, right, to try to get a permit, these committees actually go after them, asking them for additional parking because we don't have enough parking in the city. And you want to take away parking where someone can just be in their house and be able to park? There's not that much parking there. There's too many properties in that area.
Yeah.
I just want to put my 2 cents in there. I just don't know why we're doing things like this when I've never seen things like this being done in the past. In all the years watching council meetings, all of a sudden we want to modify all the streets. That business has been there for more than 30 years, probably, that business. And the same homes have been there, the same everything. And all of a sudden now it's a necessity to make 20-minute parking in the area. I just want to know the rest of it.
Council President, just so you know, because this is the second time you question how stuff comes back to the council. It was taken off to be discussed in committee, and it was discussed in committee.
I want to hear it.
I know, but you're making, it's almost as though, we didn't vet it, and again, I just told you, I know that I'm truly convinced with this, since I questioned it from the beginning as well as other council members. Even Councilwoman Cotton made her statements last week about this. And so it was discussed and it was said, okay, let's bring it back and let's have the chair present.
Let's have the chair explain. Go ahead, Councilman Luis.
Mr. Hanchow is still here?
Yes.
Mr. Hanchow, do you have the application on Mrs. Hector Corazon Agency, 730 East 22nd Street?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell me what was the date of that application?
You mean the day they set up the application?
Correct.
That was March 2nd.
Mr. Hanchow, this application was submitted to committee in that time, correct?
Yes.
Correct. So Hanchow, I inherit this from July meeting, correct?
Yes.
I was the one that pulled it out of the agenda for question why they needed the 30 minutes parking. So, and the reason I put it out is because I needed to find out why they needed the 30-minute parking. So knowing that I am boots on the ground, I went to the business, I did my own assessment of the area, and it was fitted and needed to bring it back after I myself pulled it out because I thought it was not needed. So that came back to the committee meeting when I became a chair. So,
do you explain why?
Hold on, sir. I'm telling you because Mr. President, there was a statement made that everything was approved in the 5th Ward, and I just want to let you know the history since March. This has been lingering in committee. Now, I was the one that pulled it out on the first time. The second time was Councilwoman Davila, because they needed more information. They needed to know why. So I went to the property, I spoke to the person requesting the loading zone, another loading zone, the 30 minutes. She told me why. I saw in the area that there's more businesses. I brought it back to committee. I brought it, Councilman, you can't be correcting me if you want the right answer and facts. So why are we in the workshop then? I don't know, today you say one thing, and then when you acted,
752, you're giving me a history of, all I wanna know is why is this, why is this beneficial?
No, because, let me tell you why, Council President, because you say statement and put words in my mouth and people mouth that I never say. I never say that the speed limit was not gonna work, okay? I never say that. I put you an example how things will go if you do not put that in 20 minutes, 20 miles. But we're talking about this, number 10. Council President is needed. There's more business that are gonna be taking advantage of this 30 minutes. It's not only her, okay? So whatever probably is not good for you is good for the area and the community. And then let me tell you something. I am out there making sure that whoever comes with an application, do not do it in a political motivated aspect. It was put in March, but I'm there to do the right thing. And Council President, not for last but not least, all right, and I'm not gonna speak a lot. I don't know what's going on, that why you create this way to conduct your meeting and shut it off, and then you call him in the phone, sorry, I didn't mean to do that, all right, and then you come again and continue doing it.
When have I called you?
So listen, do whatever you want, Council President. You're the Council President. You run the handout.
Let's remove it because you haven't made a valid point. When you have it before the committee, let me know why this is beneficial to the area. That's what I'm asking.
I already tell you.
No, I want to hear it. Councilman,
I already tell you, there's more businesses there that will take opportunity to park there 30 minutes, 10 minutes, or whatever it is, but the limit is 30 minutes, okay? And if they don't comply with the 30 minutes, they could call law enforcement and do what they have to do. We cannot do the job of the police.
The residents in the area, the homes that are around the area, Councilman, just so you know, don't have driveways, the homes in that area.
They have driveways, sir.
Not too many.
They have driveways, sir. You need to learn your words. You're large, you can go there, sir.
Council President.
Yes.
You are, partially correct. That area there is congested, and I think that's the reason why. Right, it is, and that's why I was questioning as well. When I took a ride along, I did see more. I in my vision, I was thinking about the corner stores. But again, it's your prerogative as a council.
I'm gonna let it through, but I want my council colleagues to go through that. You have a school where there's no parking around there because you have a school that have basically almost around the sidewalk is all painted yellow. So the residents that are around there are not gonna have parking. It's ridiculous. So I'm gonna leave it on so the council members can do their homework and pass through there. So you know what? Let's leave it on and then we'll go to our conscience when the time comes. Let's continue. Number 8, Madam Clerk.
Number 11, sir, is a no parking sign on New Street between Easton Avenue and Huber Avenue.
Council President?
Go ahead, Councilman.
That is real needed. I know you have passed through there. It's a narrow street and it's supposed to be no parking anytime because it's not even a curb for sidewalk and everything, so nobody should be parking there.
Duly noted. All right. So council members, you don't have an issue with that one, let's continue?
So we're keeping number 11 for first reading?
Yes.
Okay, the 9, 10, and 11 for first reading. Okay, we're moving on to item number 12, next page.
12, 13, 14, 15, if Harry's around, I wanna know if he was involved. Seems like you have been.
Council President.
Yes,
on number 11, they're doing a no parking because somebody's doing development, and then once the development is done, then the parking goes back?
No.
That's what it says, they're doing a two-family house, and what happens after that?
Can you Google the address?
Same thing like we did on Lafayette Street, remember he needed that space?
No, this is total different, Councilwoman.
Tell me what it is.
Okay, Google the map, the address, and you will see. Well, do your diligent work, Councilwoman.
I'm reading this, and it says, cool, for a two-family house.
All right, we got the engineering there. You got the engineering there.
Councilman, come on,
Come on, like, I'm just asking a question.
You want me to answer?
Yeah, answer, Mr. Chow, Han Chow, please.
That's all I'm asking.
Okay, Council President. Okay. Hey, Councilwoman, this is the one for permanent no parking. On this particular location because of this a new house project, and that is also a condition by the county planning department. So, but the road is in need of no parking.
Okay.
Right now, no curb, but this new project will build up a curb. Also, there's no space for any parking. So that's why the county set up the condition to approve this development. It's only permanent, not become back.
Oh, so it's still gonna be a no parking once the development gets there?
Yes, yes.
That's what
It's not for the construction, it's for the after project constructed.
Okay, all right.
So you're good, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you, Hung Chow. That's all, just explain.
Sure.
That's all you need to do is just explain.
Council President, last but not least, all right, and this is once again, Director, we mentioned it in the committee meeting. Where is the maps? Where is the location? You know, look, still don't have it, and that will avoid a lot of question and a lot of going back and forth.
And you know what, Councilman, I agree 100%. If we have pictures of the area like you had in the past, we wouldn't be having this.
Of course. Director, we had to catch up with what we talk in the committee meetings, and we could avoid all this conversation. We could avoid it, and especially, I don't like to argue with my colleagues. When we spoke to this about 2 meetings, please submit maps, aerial maps, or whatever for anything for DPW. Please, I don't want to go through this embarrassing moment again. Please.
Duly noted, Councilman.
Mr. President, if I may, are we requesting maps and pictures for 9 through 11 or just number 10?
For the future, moving forward, for the next meeting on, until I'm being here for committee meetings or being councilman. Every item that comes to DPW, Madam BA, please do not send me any document to approve. You don't have the supported documents on it. Then I'm not going to entertain it, not even here, in a meeting or whatever. If you don't have the supported document, I'm not going to entertain it or move it.
So, Madam Clerk, I could appreciate that from the councilman. If he doesn't have it, don't put it on the agenda, please. Even if it's for the committee.
Okay, but I'm putting it in the request so we get it before the meeting on next Tuesday.
Thank you. So 12, 13, 14, 15, you have some state contracts there, and it's basically all contracts and an appointment. Number 15 is an appointment. But 12, 13, 14, Harry, were you involved in those?
Yes, Ryan provided me the information pertaining to the proposal for the 16 bell taps for the legal department. Also, the one for the number 13 for Converge 1, some improvement that the main library badly need in order to have the new configuration data and voice network. Also number 14 for the 4 media for our time and for the 2020 census, I was involved in that one. And 15, I cannot speak about the 15, but 12, 13, and 14.
You cannot speak 15 yet? 14 you cannot? Oh, that's
No, 15 for the appointment.
Yeah, I asked you 12 to 14, I asked you. So, council members, we good with 12 to 14? Oh, let's put this on the consent agenda.
12, 13, and 14, that's it.
Correct.
Thank you, Council President.
Thank you. Number 15.
Appointments for the fireplace.
You guys want that on, that has to be on regular, right?
It doesn't have to be, Council President, but it would be nice,
Better to have it on regular. Any appointments would like to have it on regular.
This,
Okay.
We can't assume that everyone will vote yes and things like that. So number 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, let's have those on regular, Madam Clerk.
16 is for Councilman Jack, that's 16 for regular.
Yes, 16, 17, 18, 19, and 20.
thank you, Council President, for putting them on regular.
19 and 20. And I think there's another one for the task force, I think it's 21.
That was removed, wasn't it, by?
22 was removed.
22 was removed, the 21 is the one for April, last April.
That's also on regular.
All right.
Councilwoman.
All the items have to be, because I'm just speaking for number 18. They go through the process, they have to go through bonding, background checks, and they've done their due diligence. I'm just asking for 18. If go through the process, if it can be on consent, that will be fine.
Council President, if a person does not agree with an item, it has to go on non-consent.
Listen, let's treat them all the same. I just don't see a reason, to put them all, if the other ones are not on consent, let's put them all on regular. It's individual appointments, let's just put them on regular,
Okay.
all right? All of them.
Okay, so,
I heard Councilwoman Casas.
Finance,
Mr. Finance, Mr. President,
yeah, let's put those on consent, Madam Clerk.
23 to 27?
Yes.
23 to 27 consent, and then we have 28 and 29 for fire.
Hold on, question, Council President.
Council President,
Hold on.
I have a question on item 26. Are there any attachments pertaining to, hold on a minute, this is for the pool table?
It's for an operator, yeah.
Oh, okay, no.
No, still, we got a problem.
Council President, that was my question. I thought it was a entertainment license, so no, I'm.
Council President,
Yeah.
still, I wanna report, any violation since March up to now, even as a pool table. But I wanna know if there was a kind of issue of violations or whatever. Oh, this is the Main Street one. That's okay. That's okay.
All right.
I got you. 6-4 is running smoothly.
No, Council President, on a serious note, Council President, I will say this to you. We are, as council at large, I don't know if Councilwoman Mims has received any calls or yourself, but at large, I get a lot of calls from a lot of businesses throughout the city, and this one pertaining, Councilman Velez actually said something about from March, and I think that any business, I don't care which, any business should be looked into specifically between the months of March through now, because there were some government orders that some have state pending issues, and I think that we as a council should do our due diligence, specifically because if we talk about quality of life, right, we can't say in one way that, quality of life is so important to us and that we're, pounding the pavement and making sure that, our constituents have that quality of life, and then on the other hand, they are breaking the law and breaking the governor's order, okay, and have state pending issues. I think we should do our due diligence. And I'm saying general, I'm not speaking on any specific one, I'm just talking throughout the city of Paterson.
It's general, correct.
Basically, you can consider that at the time of voting. We each have to consider different things when we vote. Duly noted. We're sitting.
Yeah, but you wanted to put it on consent, that's what I was saying.
Yeah, and Council President, also,
Please, that way we don't continue the discussion.
yeah, Council President, also because it's regarding licensing and entertainment or whatever, and it's still licensed. They always submit a report of anything that, containing the license. Because there we could know what's going on or not going on.
The only thing I'm gonna ask, and I've been asking for this, and when I ran for the post, that was one of my concerns. We should not have double standards So whenever you see a coin-operated business, regardless of the name, right, you need to ask for the same things. That's what I ask. Any business. So for example, if there's a junkyard license, we gotta ask the same questions.
We asked it before.
No. In the past, we always see double standards. You have the same, two different businesses asking for the same thing, and you have a list of questioning for one business, but not for the other. All I'm saying is treat everybody the same. That's all I ask.
And actually, Council President, there is a checklist before, there's a checklist for many, many years before giving it to Madam Clerk to put in an agenda. And licensing has that checklist. Photos, submitted photos, if it's a junkyard or whatever, is it a license for operating something?
But we have witnessed, I have seen the line of questioning from past councils when it came to certain businesses.
Correct.
That's why. So same thing in some of the committees, I hear developers complaining that one gets asked one question, but not the other. It should be uniform. You shouldn't be biased when making decisions. That's all I gotta say. Let's continue, Madam Clerk.
Yes, sir. So we are at 28 and 29?
Yes.
So 28 is the award of contracts for challenge of fence for project of fence for Lakeview Firehouse. And the other one is a concrete epoxy floor, and it's for the firehouse in Lakeview as well.
So I believe they're using COVID money for this too. Am I correct, Madam VA?
That's correct, Council President.
Okay, they're using COVID money for both of this.
So 28.
In fact, according to the administration, they have gotten the approval for this, so that's why they're moving. That's why they're moving it forward. Okay. So those two could be put on consent.
28 and 29 consent. Okay, I do have that. Let me just see if there's anything else. I think we're good. Mr. President, bear with me 1 second. I think we do cover everything. Mr. President, I think we completed the agenda for tonight.
Oh, that's early.
Motion to close.
Move.
Motion by Councilwoman Davila, second by Councilor Les. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. President. Roll call to close the workshop session of September 15, 2020. Councilman Abdelaziz?
He chimed out already?
No, and the thing is that he stated that Council President knows when he left, but Council President never says he left.
Okay, so he's not here. Councilman Hurley?
Yes.
Councilman Pan?
I just need to say this, and it's so important, please, my colleagues. I want to talk about the 2020 census. Our numbers are not where we need for them to be, and we really need to try to put a hard push on it. We got 2 weeks, probably 2 days. I just, for those, if you know someone that has not filled out their census yet, you know, for every person counted in the city of Paterson, we can gain up to $2,500 for more schools, more healthcare, more police infraction, some of everything that we can get. I've spoken with our assemblywoman, Savannah Sumter, and our census is based on, you know, the state of New Jersey receives just family care alone, $9.6 billion. SNAP, which is food stamps, $1.2 billion. Section 8 housing, we get from for federal funding, $741 million. For special education grant, $370 million. National School Lunch Program, $261 million. Head Start, $164 million. WIC, $151 million. Child Care, $121 million. I mean, more with grants, $22 billion. We must, because if our numbers are not up there, or we can't get to the numbers that we need, we are going to be in bad shape of not getting a lot of federal funding that need to come into our city. And I just want to say it's very easy to fill out. If you know someone that needs help, please do so. I know everyone is afraid that the information is going to be turned over to, I think President Trump and made everybody kind of afraid to fill out. They think that they're going to be somebody's going to come pick them up, even if they're not legal, but they can still be counted. I gotta say that we must, I'm saying to you out there, the city of Paterson, if you know someone that has not done it, we have a lot to lose by not filling out our census. Because it's counted every 10 years. It's also, we may lose another congressional seat if we don't have our numbers that we need to be at. So for those out there, please, help someone if they need help. In the next 2 weeks, there's gonna be a lot of, people coming around or doing, signing up census for everyone. So for everyone out there, if you need to call my office and I can steer you to the right direction on where you need to go to do your census, it's so important. You can do it either online or you can do it by telephone. And then there's another way, but I'm not quite sure. But just remember, you can do it by English and Spanish also on the phone. Now, if anyone is caught sharing your information, there's a stiff penalty, $250,000, a 5-year jail term, and they are really serious. No one can share your information. They do not ask you for social security numbers. They do not ask you for any personal information. They don't ask you for no bank account. So if someone knocks on your door and asks you for all this information, you know that's a scam coming around through the city. So please, for everyone out there, if you know someone that has not done their census, we need for you to please help them out. The census has a low count in the 1st ward, the 4th ward, and the 5th ward. So please, if you know someone, please help them to fill out. We will be going around for the next weekend. Well, we got about 2 more weeks that we have left to do this. So Paterson, if you know someone out there that needs the help, please do so and help them out. Madam Clerk, and I just want to say good night to you all. Have a good night. God bless you all. Madam Clerk, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilwoman Davenport?
Thank you so much. I just want to say this weekend was it was a busy weekend, and I just want to thank some of the individuals who held events, at least that I assisted. Paterson Smiles had a Guns Down event. There was some quite people that hit me up because they had an issue with the water guns up, right? Guns down, water guns up. But I wanted to mention something that I saw very positive. Besides seeing, the census people out there, the district, school board district representatives out there. There were different vendors. I saw community policing, and I saw the Passaic County Sheriff Department. And one of the things that just really impressed me and just made me think of when I was younger, was to see the interaction with our Paterson Police Department and the Sheriff's Department, how they were playing with the children with the water balloons and getting wet, and they didn't care. And it was like a water balloon fight, not the guns, but the water balloon fight, which made it so special. So I just want to thank the Paterson Smiles organizers, Mr. Aziz, and everyone else involved. So I wanted to mention that, as well as I attended the Dominican Parade and Festival wreath dedication to all the COVID-19 individuals who have passed away, and those that have also, because it wasn't just about the ones passing, but everyone. So I thought that, the organizers there as well did a very nice job as well, bringing the community together and acknowledging those that have passed on. I also want to mention the grandparents event. Wahida Muhammad put a great, along with the organizers as well, put a great Grandparents' Day event on Sunday, and that was a very nice event, very well attended. I liked how, the grandparents, I walked throughout the park and spoke to some of them, and it was actually very heartwarming to know that many of those seniors that were there actually knew who I was. So that's a good thing. That means I'm out there, right? And I have a request, but I also have something special that I want to say. When I was elected, before I was elected, when I started getting involved, there were individuals in the Big Galley community who reached out to me, and I was not elected, we're talking about 2009. And there is an individual who is someone that is near and dear. He's very ill, and I just want to send him a shout out. I had the opportunity to speak to him, to FaceTime with him, and Ansar, I just want you to know that my words that I said to you on Friday, I will continue to say. Thank you what you've done for the community, specifically the Bengali community. You were one of the first individuals to come to the city of Paterson, and you opened doors for many that have come after you. And you've assisted many with getting elected. And I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart for all that you've done with my elections as well. But this is not today about political, this is not political, it's just saying thank you. And I look forward to having you with us, you know, God bless you. And I'm going to continue praying, and I hope that the council as well. I didn't know this, but Councilman Chaudhry, you know, reached out to me and said, you know, thank you for the words you expressed to my cousin. I didn't even know they were family members. So I just wanted to just put it out there, and Sabai, you know, much love to you and to your family.
And just he really cheered up when he was recounting what you said to him.
Thank you. That it really touched me. And lastly, Council President, I want to put something on record, all right? And this is for the administration. No one has really said much about the monies that we may be losing in terms of housing and vouchers with Section 8 and housing. And I want to put this because, and Council President, I can show you some of the individuals. I actually called the director myself various times. I sent her copies. And Madam BA, one of the issues that I saw is one individual reached out with a copy of her letter to say that she had been on the waiting list for 5 years, had not been contacted. This person, when she first applied, she wasn't at an address. She changed her address. She got the letter that stated, you're going to be put on the waiting list, blah, blah, blah. It's 5 years now. She contacts them, what's going on? I'm reading these articles that, you know, there isn't, you know, a lot of people on this list, and that, you know, we're going to be losing all this money. To be told, oh, we contacted you, you never reached out to us, and they sent it to the old address. Now, mind you, she has a letter from 5 years ago. So something's going on in housing. I don't know what it is, but some audit or something has to be done. Because I'm just mentioning that one, and Council President, I will give you the name and a copy of that letter, but there are various as well. And they're also talking about the treatment that they get when they go to housing. Because I know it's Section 8 and it's housing, so I know it's two different lists. I just needed to just put that request out there. We need to look into that. I'm going to ask Council President if there can be some type of audit or something done, because what I am seeing, you know, and the addresses that are, and most of them are older individuals. Let's just put it that way. I don't want to say, but they're from specific communities, and it's really disheartening and mind-boggling. So that's pretty much it. There's so much more I can say, but I just want to say thank you, Paterson. Thank you, council members, to the administration, Madam Clerk. My vote is yes. Madam Clerk? Madam Clerk?
Oh, I didn't mute myself, I'm sorry.
My vote is yes.
Yes, I got your vote, thank you. And then your question was, your request is auditing to be done in the Section 8 housing.
No, there's housing, and there's a portion of Section 8, and specifically I'm talking about the monies. I read an article about us possibly losing a certain amount of monies pertaining to us not having enough applicants on the waiting list.
Okay.
So I just want us to look into it, because I do understand it's Section 8 and it's housing.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, I have your vote. Councilman Jackson?
My vote is yes.
Yes, Councilman Luis. Thank you. I have your Councilman. Thank you. Councilman Jackson?
Yes.
Thank you. Councilwoman Mims?
Yes, good morning, everyone.
Okay. Councilman Glass?
You know, I know Councilwoman, Ruby Kind did a big plea, regarding the census, but just imagine naming the city of Paterson first-class city.
Yeah.
Imagine naming the city of Paterson first-class city. You know how excited we'll be adding 3 more large councilmen? You know how excited we'll be having 9 more aides in the council? It will be something beneficial for our city. And a city note, a lot of things could be improved only to be a first-class city in the city of Paterson. You know, talking about all the fundings and talking everything that's good, you know, just remember, please, we still have a community that live in and they're not financially stabilized, you know what I'm saying? And they need depends on all these programs. So you imagine that we don't hit the numbers, and a lot of food stamps and all that stuff go down the drain because we don't have the funding. And Councilwoman Ruby Kind stated well. We as a council, we try to cooperate, Councilwoman Cotton, Councilwoman Lissamens, and all those that in one aspect or the other try to take time, our personal time, to help the census, but those census employees get paid. So hopefully, I hope they pushing real hard the numbers out there, you know. And yes, I know that the 5th Ward is a little bit on the numbers, but when I went around the area and the map that they saying there was weak, it was brownfield. Of course, nobody live in top of Eastside High School. Nobody live in top of Boilerfield. So it's brownfield. So I had to tell the mayor, listen, we be hitting good the census. So that's a good thing. So going to first-class city is very important. I just want to commend my lovely wife. In 2018, September 5th, she lost her son, my stepson, but she didn't stop. In 2019, she gave 2 scholarships. In 2020 was not an exception. She gave 2 scholarships on September 5th. One kid from New Roberto Clemente School that he was pursuing art and music, and the other one was from Passaic County Tech that also is in art and music from Passaic County Tech. A scholarship for they could purchase their own instrument. Thank you for those individuals that understand her vision and moving forward to get this scholarship a completion. You know, as everybody knows, and on the beginning of the summer, we established a constable pilot program that I'm going to say it was a success. The last day on the park was this past Sunday, okay? They did a lot of work, volunteering in the park, Roberto Clemente Park, Barbara Park, they went to Eastside Park. Everybody that requested them, they was there. This Sunday was the last day, ended with a nice, beautiful wreath presentation at the Plaza Duarte Plaza. They did a good presentation, carrying the wreath, and presented it like an honor guard and everything. So I'm proud that this program had worked in the city as a pilot program. Moving forward, that we working with corporate council to threaten and put more strength in the constable position, that everybody could feel that they could utilize it in the proper way to bring quality life. Let me tell you something, the constable have done a great job to bring the Roberto Clemente Park the way I wanted it, that people could enjoy the park, less needle, less drinking, more enforcement, real friendly environment. People testify that they could go to the park. This summer they enjoy it. What happened in the sidewalk or out in the street is a responsibility of the police. But meanwhile, they was in the park, you could see the difference inside the park, and I hope the people that utilize in other park saw the difference. So next year, it will be more benefit to the residents in the volunteer aspect of it, especially when the ordinance is being drafted the right way. They have saved life. They call for emergency personnel. I want to say thank you to the fire department for the prompt action and sending the first responder, the emergency medical assistant, EMS, and to the calls, the 3 or 4 calls regarding medical attention in the Roberto Clemente Park, and you know, and doing what they like to do, save life. You know, last but not least, I just want to say also, there was a lot of events in the city of Paterson regarding riding bikes around. Listen, I never rode a long time. I don't ride my bike for 30 years, and I did a couple runs. You know, I'm getting fitted out there. Flavio, I want you to buy your 16 inches bike. It will be good to buy it. Not inch 60, it's not 60 inches. I say 20 inches at least. You know, but we could ride together next summer. Let me see. Last but not least, please, people out there, COVID is still out there. COVID-19 is still out there. Please wear your mask. Please try to do social distances and try to wash your hands. You know, if you notice, you could come to my office. I have Clorox, I have Lysol, you know, I have anything that you want to prevent any kind of infections or whatever. So, you know, it's good to know that we are moving forward. I got a little bit upset when I saw this past Friday that the number went to 36, okay? And today we only had 2 confirmed positive cases. So I hope that we could say one of this day that we had 0 confirmed positive cases. But meanwhile that happens, we need to make sure that we prevent COVID-19. We are working, Council President, we are working in putting some quality of life amendments on the ordinance, especially, and I'm going to announce it this way. I'm working with corporate counsel to regulate operations of body shops, mechanic shops, and everything that is shops beside the pork shops. The pork shop you could eat any time, but regarding shops, no problem. You didn't interrupt any council member regarding the closing, so I'm in my time.
Somebody else took 10 minutes to put it.
No problem, Councilman. You always try to control me, even if it's my will to express myself as a councilman. I represent 25,000 residents in the 5th Ward, and this is the only way I could talk to them in one time. So please allow me, with all due respect, to finish my statement. All right? Thank you. Council President, don't disfranchise me from my residents, please.
12:30 at night, Councilman.
And it's good. It's good. It's good, Council President. May you allow me to finish?
You're speaking. Go ahead.
Last but not least, thank you, Council President, for allowing me to finish. God bless you. Have a wonderful day. It was a wonderful night. It was a successful meeting that we at least finished before 1 o'clock in the morning. God bless you. Have a nice, beautiful night. And last but not least, my vote will be, like always, to finish a great meeting. My vote is yes. Thank you.
Councilman, Mr. President?
So I want to apologize to the residents for this lengthy exchange that got taken place today. I just don't want to disrespect any of my colleagues, but I just hope that, you know, we'll bring a little substance into a lot of the discussions. This is serious business we're taking care of in the council. Shouldn't be joking around all the time, you know, I believe in having a good time. But we have to concentrate on the matter of hand, which is making the city better. Now, I want to let the residents know also, the ones that have reached out to me, that I haven't forgotten about them, just, you know, certain things take some time. This is the residents that call me, the homeowners that have purchased properties. And the company that we have evaluating our properties in the city decided to somehow target those homeowners because the market is high. But the assessment was not applied evenly throughout, just to those properties. And they have seen $4,000, $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 increase in 1 year in taxes. So I'm working on those and see, you know, what measures they're gonna need to take to get this administration to react and look into the matter. Because I have brought it to the administration's attention and they feel that this is okay because they paid a certain amount for the property. But it should not affect just the one that purchased the property. We should have equal taxation, or fair taxation when it comes to homeowners. Now, I wasn't gonna bring this up, but I've been hearing this for years now, Councilwoman Davila. The Housing Authority, you know what? I'm gonna look into this matter. I'm gonna ask that we ask maybe the Office of Inspector General to come and check out the Housing Authority. So the other day, Madam Clerk, I called your office because I needed a phone number. And again, I'm not passing this comment just because of this incident, but I do remember of some instances where people have been sent the initial letter from them to the new address. Then the follow-up appointment, they will send it to the old address. Now, when the people, this has happened to Bengali's families and some other families that have approached me in the past, and I'm talking about going back 2, 3, maybe 4 years. But also, someone happened to call me because they said, look, Bobby, I'm trying to call the Housing Authority and I can get a hold of them. And I called Madam Clerk to get a number, and they happened to transfer me there. They introduced me as council president, and I went ahead and proceeded to ask the person I was speaking to at the Housing Authority, if there's a number that the public can call to get an answer on what number on the list they are. And the reason someone asked me, someone approached me to call the Housing Authority is so let me just tell you, I happened to ask the lady, how come you guys recently submitted a list or letters to residents congratulating them, stating that they have gotten on the list. Can they call here and get what number they are on the list? The lady tells me no, that she cannot get back. I was like, what are you talking about? This is a transparent, open, public process that, just like charter schools, right? You get in a lottery, they're supposed to tell you what number you came out if they put you on a waiting list. So she went ahead and told me that they don't give out the number. And then after I questioned her and told her how I felt about that, she said, that's not a problem. Have them call me and I'll give them the number. You know what? I forgot to follow up with the person. I'm going to call the Inspector General. Matter of fact, we should just write a letter because I'm getting tired of this practice. Why would a person tell me there that they don't give out the numbers that they are on the list? So what type of list does it have a number? What type of list does it have a number? I just want to know. What is the process to call people from a list? Why would they send a letter to tell someone they're on the list, but they don't provide a list? I'm sure they have a good reason. I don't want to jump the gun to conclusion, but hopefully I get an answer, Madam Clerk. You know what? Could you put in a request, Madam Clerk? Request from, on my behalf, the Housing Authority. I need to know why they're sending letters without providing what number they felt or they were placed on the list. I want to know.
For the applicants, right?
Yes, the applicant, Councilwoman Davila. Please, I'm in the middle, but I want to know if maybe you got the answer.
No, the only thing that I wanted to add to what you're saying, because part of what you're saying is exactly what I was saying earlier, the county, when 100 Plaza, when they've done their list, no, they give you your letter with your number 100, your 100.
They don't send it with a number, and I wouldn't be that upset if they would've just said, you know what, have them call, we tell them. But the initial thing she said is, oh no, we don't give them numbers. I was like, what do you mean you don't give them numbers? What is that? Then she said, have them call, we'll give it to them. So I gotta check with the person to see if they give them the number. I failed to call that person back to see if they happen to call and they got their number on the list. But, I need an investigation. I need to ask them first why they don't provide the number. I'll conclude with that, and, my vote is yes.
Thank you, Mr. President. The vote is 8 in favor. The current ward, reflect the current ward is vacant. Therefore, the workshop session of September 15, 2020 is hereby adjourned. Good night, everyone. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night.